Section 0 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kangaroo 692. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Preface. The Boy Scout movement has become almost universal, and wherever organized its leaders are glad, as we are, to acknowledge the debt we all owe to Lieutenant General Sir Robert S. Baden-Powell, who has done so much to make the movement of interest to boys of all nations. The Boy Scouts of America is a corporation formed by a group of men who are anxious that the boys of America should come under the influence of this movement and be built up in all that goes to make character and good citizenship. The affairs of the organization are managed by a national council composed of some of the most prominent men of our country, who gladly and freely give their time and money that this purpose may be accomplished. In the various cities, towns, and villages, the welfare of the Boy Scouts is cared for by local councils, and these councils, like the National Council, are composed of men who are seeking for the boys of the community the very best things. In order that the work of the Boy Scouts throughout America may be uniform and intelligent, the National Council has prepared its official handbook, the purpose of which is to furnish to the patrols of the Boy Scouts advice and practical methods, as well as inspiring information. The work of preparing this handbook has enlisted the services of men eminently fitted for such work, for each is an expert in his own department, and the editorial board feels that the organization is to be congratulated and that such men have been found willing to give their time and ripe experience to this movement. It would be impossible adequately to thank all who by advice and friendly criticism have helped in the preparation of the book, or even to mention their names, but to the authors, whose names are attached to the various chapters, we acknowledge a special obligation. Without their friendly help this book cannot be. We wish especially to express our appreciation to the helpful suggestions made by Daniel Carter Beard. We have carefully examined and approved all the material which goes to make up the manual, and have tried to make it as complete as possible. Nevertheless, no one can be more conscious than we are of the difficulty of providing a book which will meet all the demands of such widely scattered patrols with such varied interests. We have constantly kept in mind the evils that confront the boys of our country, and have struck at them by fostering better things. Our hope is that the information needed for successful work with the Boy Scouts will be found within the pages of this book. In these pages and throughout our organization, we have made it obligatory upon our scouts that they cultivate courage, loyalty, patriotism, brotherliness, self-control, courtesy, kindness to animals, usefulness, cheerfulness, cleanliness, thrift, purity, and honor. No one can doubt that with such training added to his native gifts, the American boy will in the near future, as a man, be an efficient leader in the paths of civilization and peace. It has been deemed wise to publish all material especially for the aid of Scoutmasters in a separate volume to be known as the Scoutmaster's Manual. We send out our official handbook, therefore, with the earnest wish that many boys may find it in new methods for the proper use of their leisure time and fresh inspiration in their efforts to make their hours of recreation contribute to strong, noble manhood in the days to come. The Boy Scouts of America. Editorial Board: William D. Murray, George D. Pratt, A. Jameson. Officers and members of the National Council, Boy Scouts of America, the Fifth Avenue Building, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Honorary President, the Honorable William H. Taft. Honorary Vice President, Colonel Theodore Roosevelt. President, Colin H. Livingstone, Washington, D.C. First Vice President, B. L. Dulaney, Bristol, Tennessee. Second Vice President, Milton A. McRae, Detroit, Michigan. Third Vice President, David Starr Jordan, Stanford, California. Chief Scout, Ernest Thompson Seton, Cos Cob, Connecticut. National Scout Commissioner, Daniel Carter Beard, Flushing, L.I., New York. National Scout Commissioner, Adjutant General William Verbeck, Albany, New York. National Scout Commissioner, Colonel Peter S. Bomus, New York City. Treasurer, George D. Pratt, Brooklyn, New York. Members of the Executive Board, Colin H. Livingstone, Chairman. Daniel Carter Beard, Milton A. McRae, Mortimer L. Schiff, Colonel Peter S. Bomus, William D. Murray, Ernest Thompson Seton, B. L. Dulaney, George D. Pratt, Seth Sprague Terry, Lee F. Hanmer, Frank Presbrey, Adjutant General William Verbeck, George W. Hinckley, Edgar M. Robinson, James E. West, Executive Secretary. Members of the National Council, Charles Conrad Abbott, Arthur Adams, Dr. Felix Adler, Harry A. Allison, Henry Morrell Atkinson, B. N. Baker, Ray Stannard Baker, Evelyn Briggs Baldwin, Clifford W. Barnes, Daniel Carter Beard, Henry M. Beardsley, Martin Behrman, August Belmont, Ernest P. Bicknell, Edward Bach, Colonel Peter S. Bomus, Honorable Charles J. Bonaparte, William D. Boyce, H. S. Brocker, Roeliff Brinkerhoff, Dr. Elmer E. Brown, Luther Burbank, Dr. Richard C. Cabot, Reverend S. Parks Cadman, Arthur A. Carey, E. C. Carter, Richard B. Carter, W. D. Champlin, Thomas Chew, Winston Churchill, G. A. Clark, P. P. Claxton, Randall J. Condon, C. M. Connolly, Ernest K. Coulter, Dr. C. Ward Crampton, George H. Dowry Maple, Dr. George S. Davis, E. B. DeGroot, Judge William H. DeLacy, William C. Demarest, Dr. Edward T. Devine, Admiral George Dewey, Governor John A. Diz, Myron E. Douglas, Benjamin L. Dulaney, Honorable T. C. DuPont, Dr. George W. Eller, Griffith Ogden Ellis, Robert Erskine Ely, Henry P. Emerson, Honorable John J. Esch, J. W. Everman, Eberhard Faber, Dr. George J. Fisher, Horace Fletcher, Homer Folks, Dr. William Byron Forbush, Dr. Lee K. Frankel, Robert Ives Gamble, Honorable James R. Garfield, Hamlin Garland, Robert Garrett, William H. Gay, Bishop David H. Greer, Jesse A. Gregg, George B. Grinnell, S. R. Guggenheim, Luther Halsey Gulick, M.D., Dr. G. Stanley Hall, Dr. Winfield Scott Hall, Lee F. Handler, Dr. Hastings H. Hart, Honorable W. M. Hayes, Professor C. R. Henderson, Clark W. Hetherington, George W. Hinckley, Alan Hoban, Honorable R. P. Hobson, Reverend R. W. Hogue, John Sherman Hoyt, C. R. H. Jackson, Professor Jeremiah W. Jinks, G. E. Johnson, Dr. David Starr Jordan, Mayor William S. Jordan, Otto Herman Kahn, Dr. William J. Kirby, Charles H. Kipp, Dr. J. H. Kirkland, Judge Henry E. Clamreth, Reverend Walter Laidlow, Charles R. Lamb, Joseph Lee, Samuel McC. Lindsay, Judge Ben B. Lindsay, Colin H. Livingstone, Colonel Frank L. Locke, Honorable Nicholas Longworth, Honorable Frank O. Loudon, Honorable Lee McClung, William McCormick, Honorable Henry B. F. McFarland, J. Horace McFarland, C. W. McKee, Honorable William B. McKinley, J. S. McLean, Francis H. McLean, Milton A. McRae, Charles G. Mathis, George W. Martin, Edgar S. Martin, Frank S. Mason, Frank Lincoln Massick, Dr. William H. Maxwell, Lieutenant General Nelson A. Miles, John F. Moore, Arthur C. Moses, William D. Murray, Dr. Cyrus Northrop, Frank W. Ober, Honorable C. S. Page, Dr. C. H. Parkhurst, Honorable Herbert Parsons, Honorable Gifford Pinkett, David R. Porter, George D. Porter, Harry Edwards Powell, Frederick B. Pratt, George D. Pratt, Frank Presby, G. Barrett Rich, Jr., Jacob A. Reese, Clarence C. Robinson, Edgar M. Robinson, Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, Lincoln E. Raleigh, Oliver J. Sands, Dr. D. A. Sargent, Henry B. Sawyer, Mortimer L. Schiff, Charles Scribner, George L. Seahan, Rear Admiral Thomas Oliver Selfridge, Jefferson Seligman, Jesse Seligman, Ernest Thompson Seton, Samuel Schumann, Rear Admiral Charles Dwight Sigsbee, William F. Slocum, Fred B. Smith, Honorable George Otis Smith, Lorillard Spencer, Lorillard Spencer Jr., Judge William H. Stake, Honorable Adlai Stevenson, Andrew Stevenson, A. E. Stilwell, C. H. Stoddard, Reverend John Timothy Stone, D.D., Isidore Strauss, Honorable Oscar S. Strauss, Josiah Strong, Honorable William H. Taft, Edward K. Taylor, Graham Romaine Taylor, Judge Harry L. Taylor, William L. Terhune, Seth Sprague Terry, John E. Taylor, Reverend James I. Vance, Dr. Henry Van Dyke, Adjutant General William Verbeck, John Wanamaker, Henry L. Ward, Lucien T. Warner, Richard Benedict Watrous, Rear Admiral J. C. Watson, W. D. Weatherford, Dr. Benjamin Ide Wheeler, Eli Whitney, Mornay Williams, General George W. Wingate, A. E. Winship, Henry Rogers Winthrop,
Major General Leonard Wood,
Surgeon General Walter Wiseman, Major Andrew C. Zabriskie. A message from the Chief Scout to the Boy Scouts of America. There was once a boy who lived in a region of rough farms. He was wild with the love of the green outdoors, the trees, the treetop singers, the wood herbs, and the live things that left their nightly tracks in the mud by his spring well. He wished so much to know them and learn about them. He would have given almost any price in his gift to know the name of this or that wonderful bird or brilliant flower. He used to tremble with excitement and intensity of interest when some new bird was seen, or when some strange song came from the trees to thrill him with his power or vex him with its mystery, and he had a sad sense of lost opportunity when it flew away, leaving him dark as ever. But he was alone and helpless. He had neither book nor friend to guide him, and he grew up with a kind of knowledge to hunger in his heart that gnawed without ceasing. But this it also did. It inspired him with the hope that some day he might be the means of saving others from this sort of torment. He would aim to furnish to them what had been denied to himself. There were other things in the green and living world that had a binding charm for him. He wanted to learn to camp out, to live again the life of his hunter grandfather who knew all the tricks of winning comfort from the relentless wilderness, the foster mother so rude to those who fear her, so kind to the stout of heart. And yet he had another hankering. He loved the touch of romance. When he first found Fenimore Cooper's books, he drank them in as one parched might drink at a spring. He reveled in the tales of courage and heroic deeds. He gloated over records of their trailing and scouting by red man and white. He gloried in their woodcraft and lived it all in imagination, secretly blaming the writer a little for praising without describing it so it could be followed. "Some day," he said, "I shall put it all down for other boys to learn." As years went by, he found that there were books and most of the things he wished to know. The stars, the birds, the quadrupeds, the fish, the insects, the plants, telling their names, their hidden power or their curious ways, about the camper's life, the language of signs, and even some of the secrets of the trail. But they were very expensive, and a whole library would be needed to cover the ground. What he wanted, what every boy wants, is a handbook giving the broad facts as one sees them in the week-end hike, the open-air life. He did not want to know the trees as a botanist, but as a forester, not the stars as an astronomer, but as a traveler. His interest in the animals was less that of an anatomist than of a hunter and camper, and his craving for light on the insects was one to be met by a popular book on bugs rather than by a learned treatise on entomology. So, knowing the want, he made many attempts to gather the simple facts together exactly to meet the needs of other boys of like ideas, and finding it a mighty task, he gladly enlisted the help of men who had lived and felt as he did. Young Scouts of America, that boy is writing to you now. He thought himself peculiar in those days. He knows now he was simply a normal boy with the interests and desires of all normal boys, some of them a little deeper rooted and more lasting perhaps, and all the things that he loved and wished to learn have now part in the big broad work we call scouting. Scout used to mean the one on watch for the rest. We have widened the word a little. We have made it fit the town as well as the wilderness, and suited it to peacetime instead of war. We have made the scout an expert in lifecraft as well as woodcraft, for he is trained in the things of the heart as well as head and hand. Scouting we have made to cover riding, swimming, tramping, trailing, photography, first aid, camping, handicraft, loyalty, obedience, courtesy, thrift, courage, and kindness. Do these things appeal to you? Do you love the woods?
Do you wish to learn the trees as the forester knows them, and the stars not as an astronomer, but as a traveler?
Do you wish to have all-round well-developed muscles, not those of a great athlete, but those of a sound body that will not fail you? Would you like to be an expert camper who can always make himself comfortable out of doors, and a swimmer that fears no waters? Do you desire the knowledge to help the wounded quickly and to make yourself cool and self-reliant in an emergency? Do you believe in loyalty, courage, and kindness? Would you like to form habits that will surely make your success in life? Then, whether you be a farm boy or a shoe clerk,
newsboy and millionaire's son,
your place is in our ranks, for these are the thoughts in scouting. It will help you to do better with your pigs, your shoes, your papers, or your dollars. It will give you new pleasures in life. It will teach you so much of the outdoor world that you wish to know, and this handbook, the work of many men, each a leader in his field, is their best effort to show you the way. This is indeed the book I so longed for in those far off days when I wandered, heart hungry, in the woods. Ernest Thompson Seton, Chief Scout. Headquarters Boy Scouts of America, 205th Avenue, New York City. June 1, 1911.
End of Section 0. Recording by Kangaroo 692. Section 1 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kangaroo 692. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Scoutcraft, Part 1. This chapter is a result of the work of the Committee on Scout Oath, Scout Law, Tenderfoot Second Class and First Class Requirements, the Committee on Badges, Awards, and Equipment, the Committee on Permanent Organization and Field Supervision, and John L. Alexander and Samuel A. Muffet. Aim of the Scout Movement by John L. Alexander, Boy Scouts of America. The aim of the Boy Scouts is to supplement the various existing educational agencies and to promote the ability in boys to do things for themselves and others. It is not the aim to set up a new organization to parallel in its purposes others already established. The opportunity is afforded these organizations, however, to introduce into their programs unique features appealing to interests which are universal among boys. The method is summed up in the term Scoutcraft. It is a combination of observation, deduction, and handiness, or the ability to do things. Scoutcraft includes instructions in first aid, life-saving, tracking, signaling, cycling, nature study, seamanship, campcraft, woodcraft, chivalry, patriotism, and other subjects. This is accomplished in games and team play, and is pleasure, not work, for the boy. All that is needed is the out-of-doors, a group of boys, and a competent leader. What scouting means. In all ages, there have been Boy Scouts, the place of the scout being on the danger line of the army or at the outposts, protecting those of his company who confide in his care. The Army Scout was the soldier who was chosen out of all the army to go out on the skirmish line. The pioneer, who was out on the edge of the wilderness, guarding the men, women, and children in the stockade, was also a scout. Should he fall asleep, or lose control of his faculties, or fail on his watch, then the lives of men, women, and children paid the forfeit, and the scout lost his honor. But there have been other kinds of scouts besides war scouts and frontier scouts. They have been the men of all ages who have gone out on new and strange adventures, and through their work have benefited the people of the earth. Thus Columbus discovered America, the Pilgrim Fathers founded New England, the early English settlers colonized Jamestown, and the Dutch built up New York. In the same way, the hardy Scotch-Irish pushed west and made a new home for the American people beyond the Alleghanies and the Rockies. These peace scouts had to be as well prepared as any war scouts. They had to know scoutcraft. They had to know how to live in the woods and be able to find their way anywhere, without other chart or compass than the sun and stars, besides being able to interpret the meaning of the slightest signs of the forest and the foot tracks of animals and men. They had to know how to live so as to keep healthy and strong to face any danger that came their way and to help one another. These scouts of old were accustomed to take chances with death, and they did not hesitate to give up their lives in helping their comrades or country. In fact, they left everything behind them, comfort and peace, in order to push forward into the wilderness beyond. And much of this they did because they felt it to be their duty. These little-known scouts could be multiplied indefinitely by going back into the past ages and reading the histories and stories of the knights of King Arthur, of the Crusaders, and of the great explorers and navigators of the world. Wherever there have been heroes, there have been scouts, and to be a scout means to be prepared to do the right thing at the right moment, no matter what the consequences may be. The way for achievement in big things is the preparing of one's self for doing the big things, by going into training and doing the little things well. It was the characteristics of Livingstone, the great explorer, that made him what he was, and that has marked the career of all good scouts. To be a good scout, one should know something about the woods and the animals that inhabit them, and how to care for oneself when camping. The habits of animals can be studied by stalking them and watching them in their native haunts. The scout should never kill an animal, or any other living creature needlessly. There is more sport in stalking animals to photograph them, and in coming to know their habits than in hunting to kill. But woodcraft means more than this. It means not only the following of tracks and other signs, but it means to be able to read them. To tell how fast the animal which made the tracks was going, to tell whether he was frightened, suspicious, or otherwise. Woodcraft also enables the scout to find his way, no matter where he is. It teaches him the various kinds of wild fruit, roots, nuts, etc., which are good for food, or are the favorite food of animals. By woodcraft a scout may learn a great number of things. He may be able to tell where the tracks were made by animal, or by man, bicycle, automobile, or other vehicle. By having his power of observation trained, he can tell by the very slight signs, such as the sudden flying of birds, that someone is moving very near him, though he may not be able to see the person. Through woodcraft, then, a boy may train his eye, and be able to observe things that otherwise would pass unnoticed. In this way, he may be able to save animals from pain, as a horse from an ill-fitting harness. He may also be able to see little things which may give him the clue to great things, and so be able to prevent harm and crime. Besides woodcraft, one must know something of camp life. One of the chief characteristics of the scout is to be able to live in the open, know how to put up tents, build huts, throw up a lean-to for shelter, or make a dugout in the ground, how to build a fire, how to procure and cook food, how to bind logs together so as to construct bridges and rafts, and how to know his way by night as well as by day in a strange country. Living in the open this way, and making friends of the trees, the streams, the mountains, and the stars, gives the scout a great deal of confidence and makes him love the natural life around him. To be able to tell the difference between the trees by their bark and leaves is a source of pleasure. To be able to make a bed out of rough timber, or weave a mattress or mat out of grass to sleep on, is a joy. And all of these things a good scout should know. Then, too, a good scout must be chivalrous. That is, he should be as manly as the knights or pioneers of old. He should be unselfish. He should show courage. He must do his duty. He should show benevolence and thrift. He should be loyal to his country. He should be obedient to his parents, and show respect to those who are his superiors. He should be very courteous to women. One of his obligations is to do a good turn every day to someone. He should be cheerful and seek self-improvement, and should make a career for himself. All these things were characteristics of the old-time American Scouts and of the King Arthur Knights. Their honor was sacred. They were courteous and polite to women and children, especially to the aged, protected the weak, and helped others to live better. They taught themselves to be strong, so as to be able to protect their countries against enemies. They kept themselves strong and healthy, so that they might be prepared to do all of these things at a moment's notice, and do them well. So the Boy Scout of today must be chivalrous, manly, and gentlemanly. When he gets up in the morning, he may tie a knot in his necktie, and leave the necktie outside his vest until he has done a good turn. Another way to remind himself is to wear a scout badge reversed until he has done his good turn. The scout turn may not be a very big thing. Help an old lady across the street. Remove a banana skin from the pavement so that people may not fall. Remove from streets or roads broken glass dangerous to automobile or bicycle tires. Give water to a thirsty horse, or deeds similar to these. The scout also ought to know how to save a life. He ought to be able to make a stretcher, to throw a rope to a drowning person, to drag an unconscious person from a burning building, and to resuscitate a person overcome by gas fumes. He ought also to know the method of stopping runaway horses, and he should have the presence of mind and the skill to calm a panic and deal with street or other accidents. This means also that a Boy Scout must always be in the pink of condition. A boy cannot do these things unless he is healthy and strong. Therefore, he must be systematically taking exercise, playing games, running, and walking. It means that he must sleep enough hours to give him the necessary strength, and if possible, sleep very much in the open, or at least with the windows of his bedroom open both summer and winter. It means also that he should take a cold bath often, rubbing dry with a rough towel. He should breathe through the nose and not through the mouth. He should at all times train himself to endure hardships. In addition to these things, the scout should be a lover of his country. He should know his country. How many states there are in it, what are their natural resources, scope, and boundaries. He ought to know something of its history, its early settlers, and of its great deeds that won his land. How they settled along the banks of the James River, how Philadelphia, New York, and other great cities were founded, how the Pilgrim Fathers established New England and laid the foundation for our national life. How the Scouts of the Middle West saved all that great section of the country for the Republic. He ought to know how Texas became part of the United States, and how our national heroes stretched out their hands north and south, east and west, to make one great united country. He ought to know the history of the important wars. He ought to know about our Army and Navy flags and the insignia of rank of our officers. He ought to know the kind of government that he lives under, and what it means to live in a republic. He ought to know what is expected of him as a citizen of his state and nation, and what to do to help the people among whom he lives. In short, to be a good scout is to be a well-developed, well-informed boy. End of Section 1. Recording by Kangaroo 692.
Section 2 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PM438. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America, Section 2, Scoutcraft Part 2. Scout Virtues. There are other things which a scout ought to know, and which should be characteristic of him, if he is going to be the kind of scout for which the Boy Scouts of America stand. One of these is obedience. To be a good scout, a boy must learn to obey the orders of his patrol leader, scoutmaster, and scout commissioner. He must learn to obey before he is able to command. He should so learn to discipline and control himself, that he will have no thought but to obey the orders of his officers. He should keep such a strong grip on his own life, that he will not allow himself to do anything which is ignoble, or which will harm his life or weaken his powers of endurance. Another virtue of a scout is that of courtesy. A Boy Scout ought to have a command of polite language. He ought to show that he is a true gentleman by doing little things for others. Loyalty is also a scout virtue. A scout ought to be loyal to all to whom he has obligations. He ought to stand up courageously for the truth, for his parents and friends. Another scout virtue is self-respect. He ought to refuse to accept gratuities from anyone unless absolutely necessary. He ought to work for the money he gets. For this same reason, he should never look down upon anyone who may be poorer than himself, or anyone richer than himself. A scout's self-respect will cause him to value his own standing and make him sympathetic toward others who may be, on the one hand, worse off, or on the other hand, better off as far as wealth is concerned. Scouts know neither a lower nor a higher class, for a scout is one who is a comrade to all, and who is ready to share that which he has with others. The most important scout virtue is that of honor. Indeed, this is the basis of all scout virtues, and is closely allied to that of self-respect. When a scout promises to do a thing on his honor, he is bound to do it. The honor of a scout will not permit of anything but the highest and the best and the manliest. The honor of a scout is a sacred thing, and cannot be lightly set aside or trampled on. Faithfulness to duty is another one of the scout virtues. When it is a scout's duty to do something, he dare not shirk. A scout is faithful to his own interest and the interests of others. He is true to his country and his God. Another scout virtue is cheerfulness. As the scout law intimates, he must never go about with a sulky air. He must always be bright and smiling, and as the humorist says, must always see the donut and not the hole. A bright face and a cheery word spread like sunshine from one to another. It is the scout's duty to be a sunshine maker in the world. Another scout virtue is that of thoughtfulness, especially to animals. Not merely the thoughtfulness that eases a horse from the pain of a badly fitting harness, or gives food and drink to an animal that is in need, but also that which keeps a boy from throwing a stone at a cat or tying a tin can on a dog's tail. If a Boy Scout does not prove his thoughtfulness and friendship for animals, it is quite certain that he never will be really helpful to his comrades or to the men, women, and children who may need his care. And then the final and chief test of the scout is the doing of a good turn to somebody every day, quietly and without boasting. This is the proof of the scout. It is practical religion, and a boy honors God best when he helps others most. A boy may wear all the scout uniforms made, all the scout badges ever manufactured, know all the woodcraft, campcraft, scoutcraft, and other activities of Boy Scouts, and yet never be a real Boy Scout. To be a real Boy Scout means the doing of a good turn every day with a proper motive, and if this be done, the boy has the right to be classed with the great scouts that have been of such service to their country. To accomplish this, a scout should observe the scout law. Every boy ought to commit to memory the following abbreviated form of the scout law. The 12 points of the scout law. A scout is trustworthy. A scout is loyal. A scout is helpful. A scout is friendly. A scout is courteous. A scout is kind. A scout is obedient. A scout is cheerful. A scout is thrifty. A scout is brave. A scout is clean. A scout is reverent. The Boy Scout Organization. Result of work of Committee on Permanent Organization and Field Supervision. H. S. Brosher, Chairman. Lorillard Spencer, Jr. Colin H. Livingstone, Richard C. Morse, Mortimer Schiff, Dr. George W. Eller, C. M. Connolly, E. B. DeGroot, Lee F. Hamner. To do good scouting, a boy must understand the organization of which he is part. The Boy Scouts of America is promoted and governed by a group of men called the National Council. This National Council is made up of leading men of the country, and it is their desire that every American boy shall have the opportunity of becoming a good scout. The National Council holds one meeting annually, at which it elects the officers and the members of the Executive Board. It copyrights badges and other scout designs, arranges for their manufacture and distribution, selects designs for uniforms and scout equipment, issues scout commissioners and scoutmaster certificates, and grants charters for local councils. A local council, through its officers, president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, and scout commissioner, its executive committee, court of honor, and other committees, deals with all local matters that relate to scouting. The scout commissioner is the ranking scoutmaster of the local council and presides at all scoutmasters' meetings as well as at all scout field meets. It is also the duty of the scout commissioner to report to and advise with the chief scout through the executive secretary concerning the scouts in his district. The scout commissioner's certificate is issued from national headquarters upon the recommendation of a local council after this council has been granted a charter. The scoutmaster is the adult leader of a troop and must be at least 21 years of age. He should have a deep interest in boys, be genuine in his own life, have the ability to lead, and command the boys' respect and obedience. He need not be an expert at Scoutcraft. A good scoutmaster will discover experts for the various activities. His certificate is granted upon the recommendation of the local council. An assistant scoutmaster should be 18 years of age or over. His certificate is granted by the National Council upon the recommendation of the scoutmaster of his troop and the local council. Chief Scout and Staff. The Chief Scout is elected annually by the National Council and has a staff of deputies, each of whom is chairman of a committee of Scoutcraft. These deputies are as follows: Chief Scout Surgeon, Chief Scout Director of Health, Chief Scout Woodsman, Chief Scout Athletic Director, Chief Scout Stoker, Chief Scout Citizen, Chief Scout Master, Chief Scout Director of Chivalry, Chief Scout Camp Master. Scouts are graded as follows: Chief Scout and Staff, Scout Commissioner, Scout Master, Assistant Scout Master, Patrol Leader, Assistant Patrol Leader, Eagle Scout, Star Scout, Life Scout, First Class Scout, Second Class Scout, Tenderfoot. How to become a Boy Scout. The easiest way to become a Boy Scout is to join a patrol that has already been started. This patrol may be in a Sunday school, Boys Brigade, Boys Club, Young Men's Christian Association, Young Men's Hebrew Association, Young Men's Catholic Association, or any other organization to which you may belong. If there is no patrol near you, get some man interested enough to start one by giving him all the information. A patrol consists of 8 boys, one of whom becomes the patrol leader and another the assistant patrol leader. A troop consists of 3 or more patrols, and the leader of the troop is called a scoutmaster. There can be no patrols or troops of Boy Scouts without this scoutmaster. The Scout Motto. The motto of the Boy Scouts is Be Prepared, and the badge of the Boy Scouts is a copyright design with this motto, Be Prepared, on a scroll at its base. The motto, Be Prepared, means that the Scout is always in a state of readiness in mind and body to do his duty. To be prepared in mind by having disciplined himself to be obedient, and also by having thought out beforehand any accident or situation that may occur, so that he may know the right thing to do at the right moment, and be willing to do it. To be prepared in body by making himself strong and active, and able to do the right thing at the right moment, and then to do it. The Scout Badge. The Scout Badge is not intended to represent the fleur de lis, or an arrowhead. It is a modified form of the sign of the North on the mariner's compass, which is as old as the history of navigation. The Chinese claim its use among them as early as 2634 BC. We have definite information that it was used at sea by them as early as 300 AD. Marco Polo brought the compass to Europe on his return from Cathay. The sign of the North on the compass gradually came to represent the North, and pioneers, trappers, woodsmen, and scouts, because of this, adopted it as their emblem. Through centuries of use, it has undergone modification until it has now assumed the shape of our badge. This trefoil badge of the Scouts is now used, with slight local variations, in almost every civilized country as the mark of brotherhood, good citizenship, and friendliness. Its skull is turned up at the ends like a Scout's mouth, because he does his duty with a smile and willingly. The knot is to remind the Scout to do a good turn to someone daily. The arrowhead part is worn by the tenderfoot. The skull part only is worn by the second-class Scout. The badge worn by the first-class Scout is the whole badge. The official badges of the Boy Scouts of America are issued by the National Council and may be secured only from the national headquarters. These badges are protected by the U.S. patent laws. Letters of patent numbers 41412 and 41532, and anyone infringing these patents is liable to prosecution at law. In order to protect the Boy Scout movement and those who have qualified to receive badges designating the various degrees in Scoutcraft, it is desired that all interested cooperate with the national headquarters in safeguarding the sale and distribution of these badges. This may be done by observing the following rules. Badges should not be ordered until after boys have actually complied with the requirements prescribed by the National Council and are entitled to receive them. All orders for badges should be sent in by the Scoutmaster with a certificate from the local council that these requirements have been complied with. Blanks for this purpose may be secured on application to the national headquarters. Where no local council has been formed, application for badges should be sent direct to headquarters, signed by the registered Scoutmaster of the troop, giving his official number. Scout Commissioners, Scoutmasters, and Assistant Scoutmasters badges can be issued only to those who are registered as such at national headquarters. Tenderfoot Badge, Gilt Medal. Patrol Leader's Tenderfoot Badge, oxidized silver finish. These badges are 7/8 of an inch wide and are made either for the buttonhole or with safety pin clasp. Price 5 cents. Second Class Scout Badge, Gilt Medal. Patrol Leader's Second Class Scout Badge, oxidized silver. These badges, safety pin style, to be worn upon the sleeve. Price 10 cents. First Class Scout Badge, Gilt Medal. Patrol Leader's First Class Scout Badge, oxidized silver. Both badges, safety pin style, to be worn upon the sleeve. Price 15 cents. Scout Commissioners, Scoutmasters, and Assistant Scoutmasters arm badges. These badges are woven in blue, green, and red silk and are to be worn on the sleeve of coat or shirt. Price 25 cents. Buttons. The official buttons worn on the Scout uniform sell for 10 cents per set for shirt and 15 cents per set for coat. Merit badges. Price 25 cents each. Boy Scout certificates. A handsome certificate in 2 colors. 6 by 8 inches has been prepared for Boy Scouts who wish to have a record of their enrollment. The certificate has the Scout oath and law and the official seal upon it, replaced with the signature of the Scoutmaster. The price is 5 cents. Directions for ordering. Important. When ordering supplies, send exact remittance with order. If check is used, add New York Exchange. Make changes in money orders payable to Boy Scouts of America. All orders received without the proper remittance will be shipped COD or held until remittance arrives. End of Section 2, Scoutcraft Part 2. Recording by PN438. Section 3 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by PM438. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America, Section 3. The Scout Oath. Before he becomes a scout, a boy must promise, "On my honor, I will do my best to do my duty to God and my country, and to obey the Scout law, to help other people at all times, to keep myself physically strong, mentally awake, and morally straight." When taking this oath, the scout will stand, holding up his right hand, palm to the front, thumb resting on the nail of the little finger, and the other 3 fingers upright and together. The scout's sign. This is the scout's sign. The 3 fingers held up remind him of his 3 promises in the scout oath. The scout's salute. When the 3 fingers thus held are raised to the forehead, it is the scout's salute. The scout always salutes an officer. The scout law. Result of work of committee on scout oath. Scout law. Tenderfoot, 2nd class, and 1st class scout. Requirements. Professor Jeremiah W. Jenks, Chairman. Dr. Lee K. Frankel, George D. Porter, E. M. Robinson, G. W. Hinckley, B. E. Johnson, Clark W. Hetherington, Arthur A. Carey. There have always been certain written and unwritten laws regulating the conduct and directing the activities of men. We have such unwritten laws coming down from past ages. In Japan, the Japanese have their Bushido or laws of the old samurai warriors. During the Middle Ages, the chivalry and rules of the Knights of King Arthur, the Knights Templar, and the Crusaders were enforced. In Aboriginal America, the Red Indians had their laws of honor. Likewise, the Zulus, Hindus, and the later European nations have their ancient codes. The following laws which relate to the Boy Scouts of America are the latest and most up-to-date. These laws a boy promises to obey when he takes his scout oath. A scout is trustworthy. A scout's honor is to be trusted. If he were to violate his honor by telling a lie, or by cheating, or by not doing exactly a given task when trusted on his honor, he may be directed to hand over his scout badge. A scout is loyal. He is loyal to all to whom loyalty is due. His scout leader, his home, and parents and country. A scout is helpful. He must be prepared at any time to save life, help injured persons, and share the home duties. He must do at least one good turn to somebody every day. A scout is friendly. He is a friend to all and a brother to every other scout. A scout is courteous. He is polite to all, especially to women, children, old people, and the weak and helpless. He must not take pay for being helpful or courteous. A scout is kind. He is a friend to animals. He will not kill nor hurt any living creature needlessly, but will strive to save and protect all harmless life. A scout is obedient. He obeys his parents, scoutmaster, patrol leader, and all other duly constituted authorities. A scout is cheerful. He smiles whenever he can. His obedience to orders is prompt and cheery. He never shirks, nor grumbles at hardships. A scout is thrifty. He does not want to only destroy property. He works faithfully, wastes nothing, and makes the best use of his opportunities. He saves his money so that he may pay his own way, be generous to those in need, and helpful to worthy objects. He may work for pay, but must not receive tips for courtesies or good turns. A scout is brave. He has the courage to face danger in spite of fear, and has to stand up for the right against the coaxings of friends or the jeers and threats of enemies. And defeat does not down him. A scout is clean. He keeps clean in body and thought, stands for clean speech, clean sport, clean habits, and travels with a clean crowd. A scout is reverent. He is reverent toward God. He is faithful in his religious duties and respects the convictions of others in matters of custom and religion. The three classes of Scouts. There are three classes of Scouts among the Boy Scouts of America: the Tenderfoot, Second-Class Scout, and First-Class Scout. Before a boy can become a Tenderfoot, he must qualify for same. A Tenderfoot, therefore, is superior to the ordinary boy because of his training. To be a Tenderfoot means to occupy the lowest grade in Scouting. A Tenderfoot, on meeting certain requirements, may become a Second-Class Scout, and a Second-Class Scout, upon meeting another set of requirements, may become a First-Class Scout. The First-Class Scout may then qualify for the various merit badges, which are offered in another part of this chapter, for proficiency in Scouting. The requirements of the Tenderfoot, Second-Class Scout, and First-Class Scout are as follows. Tenderfoot. To become a Scout, a boy must be at least 12 years of age and must pass a test in the following. Know the Scout law, sign, salute, and significance of the badge. Know the composition and history of the national flag and customary forms of respect due to it. Tie 4 out of the following knots: square or a reef, sheep bend, bowline, fisherman's, sheep shank, halter, clove hitch, timber hitch, or 2 half hitches. He then takes the Scout oath, is enrolled as a Tenderfoot, is entitled to wear the Tenderfoot badge. Second-Class Scout. To become a Second-Class Scout, a Tenderfoot must pass, to the satisfaction of the recognized local Scout authorities, the following tests. At least 1 month's service as a Tenderfoot. Elementary first aid and bandaging. Know the general directions for first aid for injuries. No treatment for fainting, shock, fractures, bruises, sprains, injuries in which the skin is broken, burns, and scalds. Demonstrate how to carry injured, and the use of the triangular and roller bandages and tourniquet. Elementary signaling. Know the semaphore, or American Morse, or Maya alphabet. Track half a mile in 25 minutes, or if in town, describe satisfactorily the contents of one store window out of 4 observed for 1 minute each. Go a mile in 12 minutes at Scout's pace, about 50 steps running and 50 walking, alternately. Use properly knife or hatchet. Prove ability to build a fire in the open, using not more than 2 matches. Cook a quarter of a pound of meat and 2 potatoes in the open, without the ordinary kitchen cooking utensils. Earn a deposit at least $1 in a public bank. Know the 16 principal points of the compass. First-Class Scout. To become a First-Class Scout, the Second-Class Scout must pass the following tests. Swim 50 yards, earn and deposit at least $2 in a public bank, send and receive a message by semaphore, or American Morse, or Maya alphabet, 16 letters per minute, make a round trip alone or with another Scout to a point at least 7 miles away, going on foot or rowing boat, and write a satisfactory account of the trip and things observed. Advanced First Aid. Know the methods for panic prevention, what to do in case of fire and ice, electric and gas accidents, how to help in case of runaway horse, mad dog, or snake bite, treatment for dislocations, unconsciousness, poisoning, fainting, apoplexy, sunstroke, heat exhaustion, and freezing. No treatment for sunburn, ivy poisoning, bite and stings, nosebleed, earache, toothache, inflammation or grit in eye, cramp or stomach ache and chills. Demonstrate artificial respiration. Prepare and cook satisfactorily in the open without regular kitchen utensils 2 of the following articles as may be directed: eggs, bacon, hunter stew, fish, fowl, game, pancakes, whole cake, biscuit, hardtack or a twist baked on a stick. Explain to another boy the methods followed. Read a map correctly and draw from field notes made on the spot an intelligible rough sketch map, indicating by their proper marks important buildings, roads, trolley lines, main landmarks, principal elevations, etc. Point out a compass direction without the help of the compass. Use properly an axe for felling or trimming light timber. Produce an article of carpentry or cabinet making or metal work made by himself. Explain the method followed. Judge distance, size, number, height, and weight within 25%. Describe fully from observation 10 species of trees or plants, including poison ivy, by their bark, leaves, flowers, fruit, or scent, or 6 species of wild birds by their plumage, notes, tracks, or habits, or 6 species of native wild animals by their form, color, call, tracks, or habits. Find the North Star, and name and describe at least 3 constellations of stars. Furnish satisfactory evidence that he has put into practice in his daily life the principles of the Scout Oath and Law. Enlist a boy trained by himself in the requirements of a tenderfoot. Note: no deviation from above requirements will be permitted unless in extraordinary cases, such as physical inability and the written consent of the national headquarters has been obtained by the recognized local Scout authority. Patrol signs. Each troop of Boy Scouts is named after the place to which it belongs. For example, it is troop number 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. of New York or Chicago. Each patrol of the troop is named after an animal or bird, but may be given another kind of name if there is a valid reason. In this way, the 27th New York troop, for instance, may have several patrols, which may be respectively the ox, wolf, jackal, raven, buffalo, fox, panther, and rattlesnake. Each scout in a patrol has a number, the patrol leader being number 1, the assistant patrol leader number 2, and the other scouts the remaining consecutive numbers. Scouts in this way should work in pairs, numbers 3 and 4 together, 5 and 6 together, 7 and 8 together. Each scout in a patrol should be able to imitate the call of his patrol animal. That is, the scouts of the wolf patrol should be able to imitate a wolf. In this way, scouts of the same patrol can communicate with each other when in hiding or in the dark of night. It is not honorable for a scout to use the call of any other patrol except his own. The patrol leader calls up his patrol at will by sounding his whistle, by giving the call of the patrol. When the scout makes signs anywhere for others to read, he also draws the head of his animal. That is to say, if he were out scouting and wanted to shout that a certain road should not be followed by others, he would draw the sign, not to be followed, across it, and add the name of his patrol animal, in order to show which patrol discovered that the road was bad, and by adding his own number at the left of the head to show which scout had discovered it. Each patrol leader carries a small flag on the end of his staff, or staff, with the head of his patrol animal shown on both sides. Thus the Tigers of the 27th New York Troop should have a flag shown below. End of Section 3. Recording by PM438.
Section 4 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kangaroo 692. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Scoutcraft, Part 4. The Merit Badges. Result of work of Committee on Badges, Awards, and Equipment. Dr. George J. Fisher, Chairman. General George W. Wingate. Dr. C. Ward Crampton. Daniel Carter Beard. C. M. Connolly. A. Jameson. Ernest Thompson Seaton. When a boy has become a first-class scout, he may qualify for the merit badges. The examination for these badges should be given by the Court of Honor of the local council. This examination must not be given any boy who is not qualified as a first-class scout. After the boy has passed the examination, the local council may secure the merit badge for him by presenting the facts to the National Council. These badges are intended to stimulate the boy's interest in the life about him and are given for general knowledge. The wearing of these badges does not signify that a scout is qualified to make his living by the knowledge gained in securing the award. Scouts winning any of the following badges are entitled to place after their names the insignia of the badges won. For instance, if he has successfully passed the signaling and seamanship tests, he signs his name in this manner: James E. Ward, First Class Scout, Signaling, Seamanship. Agriculture. To obtain a merit badge for agriculture, a scout must 1. State different tests with grains. 2. Grow at least an acre of corn which produces 25% better than the general average. 3. Be able to identify and describe common weeds of the community and tell how best to eliminate them. 4. Be able to identify the common insects and tell how best to handle them. 5. Have a practical knowledge of plowing, cultivating, drilling, hedging, and draining. 6. Have a working knowledge of farm machinery, haymaking, reaping, loading, and stacking. 7. Have a general acquaintance of the routine seasonal work on the farm, including the care of cattle, horses, sheep, and pigs. 8. Have a knowledge of Campbell's soil culture principle, and a knowledge of dry farming and irrigation farming. Angling. To obtain a merit badge for angling, a scout must 1. Catch and name 10 different species of fish, salmon or trout to be taken with flies, bass, pickerel, or pike to be caught with rod or reel, muskellunge to be caught by trolling. 2. Make a bait rod of 3 joints, straight and sound, 14 ounces or less in weight, 10 feet or less in length, to stand a strain of 1.5 pounds at the tip, 13 pounds at the grip. 3. Make a jointed fly rod 8 to 10 feet long, 4 to 8 ounces in weight, capable of casting a fly 60 feet. 4. Name and describe 25 different species of fish found in North American waters and gave a complete list of the fishes ascertained by himself to inhabit a given body of water. 5. Give the history of the young of any species of wild fish from the time of hatching until the adult stage is reached. Archery. To obtain a merit badge for archery, a scout must 1. Make a bow and arrow which will shoot a distance of 100 feet with fair precision. 2. Make a total score of 350 with 60 shots in 1 or 2 meets, using standard 4-foot target at 40 yards or a 3-foot target at 30 yards. 3. Make a total score of 300 with 72 arrows using standard target at a distance of 50 yards. 4. Shoot so far and fast as to have 6 arrows in the air at once. Architecture. To obtain a merit badge for architecture, a scout must 1. Present a satisfactory freehand drawing. 2. Write an essay on the history of architecture and describe the 5 orders. 3. Submit an original design for a 2-story house and tell what material is necessary for its construction, giving detailed specifications. Art. To obtain a merit badge for art, a scout must 1. Draw and outline 2 simple objects, one composed of straight lines and one of curved lines, the 2 subjects to be grouped together a little below the eye. 2. Draw and outline 2 books a little below the eye, 1 book to be open, also a table or chair. 3. Make an outline in Egyptian ornament. 4. Make an outline a Greek or Renaissance ornament from a cast or copy. 5. Make an original arrangement or design using some detail of ornament. 6. Make a drawing from a group of 2 objects placed a little below the eye and show light and shade. 7. Draw a cylindrical object and a rectangular object grouped together a little below the eye and show light and shade. 8. Present a camp scene in color. Astronomy. To obtain a merit badge for astronomy, a scout must 1. Have a general knowledge of the nature and movements of stars. 2. Point out and name 6 principal constellations. Find the north by means of other stars than the pole star in case of that star being obscured by the clouds. And tell the hour of the night by the stars and moon. 3. Have a general knowledge of the positions and movements of the earth, sun, and moon, and of tides, eclipses, meteors, comets, sunspots, and planets. Athletics. To obtain a merit badge for athletics, a scout must 1. Write an acceptable article of not less than 500 words on how to train for an athletic event. 2. Give the rules for 1 track and 1 field event. 3. Make the required athletic standard according to his weight, classifications, and conditions as stated in Chapter 8. Automobiling. To obtain a merit badge for automobiling, a scout must 1. Demonstrate how to start a motor, explaining what precautions should be taken. 2. Take off and put on pneumatic tires. 3. Know the functions of the clutch, carburetor valves, magneto, spark plug, differential camshaft, and different speed gears, and be able to explain the difference between a 2- and 4-cycle motor. 4. Know how to put out burning gasoline or oil. 5. Have satisfactorily passed the requirements to receive a license to operate an automobile in the community in which he lives. Aviation. To obtain a merit badge for aviation, a scout must 1. Have a knowledge of the theory of aeroplanes, balloons, and dirigibles. 2. Have made a working model of an aeroplane or dirigible that will fly at least 25 yards, and have built a box kite that will fly. 3. Have a knowledge of the engines used for aeroplanes and dirigibles, and be able to describe the various types of aeroplanes and their records. Bee farming. To obtain a merit badge for bee farming, a scout must 1. Have a practical knowledge of swarming, hiving, hives, and general apiculture, including a knowledge of the use of artificial combs. 2. Describe different kinds of honey and tell from what sources gathered. Blacksmithing. To obtain a merit badge for blacksmithing, a scout must 1. Upset and weld a 1-inch iron rod. 2. Make a horseshoe. 3. Know how to tire a wheel, use a sledgehammer and forge, shoe a horse correctly, and rough shoe a horse. 4. Be able to temper iron and steel. Bugling. To obtain a merit badge for bugling, a scout must 1. Be able to sound properly on the bugle the customary United States Army calls. Business. To obtain a merit badge for business, a scout must 1. Write a satisfactory business and personal letter. 2. State fundamental principles of buying and selling. 3. Know simple bookkeeping. 4. Keep a complete and actual account of personal receipts and expenditures for 6 months. 5. State how much money would need to be invested at 5% to earn his weekly allowance of spending money for a year. Camping. To obtain a merit badge for camping, a scout must 1. Have slept in the open or under canvas at different times 50 nights. 2. Have put up a tent alone and ditched it. 3. Have made a bed of wild material and a fire without matches. 4. State how to choose a campsite and how to prepare for rain, how to build a latrine, toilet, and how to dispose of the camp garbage and refuse. 5. Know how to construct a raft. Carpentry. To obtain a merit badge for carpentry, a scout must 1. Know the proper way to drive, set, and clinch a nail. 2. Know the different kinds of chisels, planes, and saws, and how to sharpen and use them. 3. Know the use of the rule, square, level, plumb line, and miter. 4. Know how to use compasses for scribing both regular and irregular lines. 5. Make an article of furniture with 3 different standard joints or splices, with at least one surface of highly polished hard or decorative wood. All work to be done without assistance. Chemistry. To obtain a merit badge for chemistry, a scout must be able to pass the following test. 1. Define physical and chemical change, which occurs when salt is dissolved in water, milk sours, iron rusts, water boils, iron is magnetized, and mercuric oxide is heated above the boiling point of mercury. 2. Give correct tests for oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, chlorine, and carbon dioxide gases. 3. Could you use the above gases to extinguish fire? How? 4. Why can baking soda be used to put out a small fire? 5. Give tests for chloride, sulfide, sulfate, nitrate, and carbonate. 6. Give the names of 3 commercial forms of carbon. Tell how each is made and the purpose for which it is used. 7. What compound is formed when carbon is burned in air? 8. Tell process of making lime and mortar from limestone. 9. Why will fresh plaster harden quicker by burning charcoal in an open vessel near it? Civics. To obtain a merit badge in civics, a scout must 1. State the principal citizenship requirements of an elector in his state. 2. Know the principal features of the naturalization laws of the United States. 3. Know how President, Vice President, Senators, and Congressmen of the United States are elected in their terms of office. 4. Know the number of judges of the Supreme Court of the United States, how appointed, and their term of office. 5. Know the various administrative departments of government as represented in the President's cabinet. 6. Know how the governor, lieutenant governor, senators, representatives, or assemblymen of his state are elected, and their terms of office. 7. Know whether the judges of the principal courts in his state are appointed or elected, and the length of their terms. 8. Know how the principal officers in his town or city are elected, and for what terms. 9. Know the duties of the various city departments, such as fire, police, board of health, etc. 10. Draw a map of the town or city in which he lives, giving location of the principal public buildings and points of special interest. 11. Give satisfactory evidence that he is familiar with the provisions and history of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States. To obtain a merit badge in conservation, a scout must 1. Be able to recognize in the forest all important commercial trees in his neighborhood, distinguish the lumber from each, and tell for what purpose each is best suited. Tell the age of old blazes on trees which mark a boundary or trail. Recognize the difference in the forest between good and bad logging, giving reasons why one is good and another bad. Tell whether a tree is dying from injury by fire, by insects, by disease, or by a combination of these causes. Know what tools to use and how to fight fires in hilly or in flat country. Collect the seeds of 2 commercial trees, clean and store them, and know how and when to plant them. 2. Know the effect upon stream flow of the destruction of forests at headwaters. Know what are the 4 great uses of water in streams, what causes the pollution of streams, and how it can be best stopped, and how, in general, water power is developed. 3. Be able to tell for a given piece of farmland whether it is best suited for use as farm or forest, and why. Point out examples of erosion, and tell how to stop it. Give the reasons why a growing crop pointed out to him is successful or why not, and tell what crops should be grown in his neighborhood and why. 4. Know where the great coal fields are situated, and whether the use of coal is increasing, and if so, at what rate. Tell what are the great sources of waste of coal in the mines and in its use, and how they can be reduced. 5. Know the principal game birds and animals in his neighborhood, and seasons during which they are protected, the methods of protection, and the results. Recognize the track of any 2 of the following: rabbit, fox, deer, squirrel, wild turkey, ruffed grouse, and quail. Cooking. To obtain a merit badge for cooking, a scout must 1. Prove his ability to build a fireplace out of stone or sod or logs, light a fire, and cook in the open the following dishes in addition to those required for a first-class scout: camp stew, 2 vegetables, omelette, rice pudding. Know how to mix dough and bake bread in an oven. Be able to make tea, coffee, and cocoa, carve properly, and serve correctly to people at the table. Craftsmanship. To obtain a merit badge for craftsmanship, a scout must 1. Build and finish unassisted one of the following articles: a round, square, or octagonal taboret, round or square den or library table, hall or piano bench, rustic armchair or swing to be hung with chains, or rustic table. 2. He must also make plans or intelligent rough sketch drawing of the piece selected. Cycling. To obtain a merit badge for cycling, a scout must 1. Be able to ride a bicycle 50 miles in 10 hours. 2. Repair a puncture. 3. Take apart and clean bicycle and put together again properly. 4. Know how to make reports if sent out scouting on a road. 5. Be able to read a map and report correctly verbal messages. Dairying. To obtain a merit badge for dairying, a scout must 1. Understand the management of dairy cattle. 2. Be able to milk. 3. Understand the sterilization of milk and care of dairy utensils and appliances. 4. Test at least 5 cows for 10 days each with the Babcock test and make proper reports. Electricity. To obtain a merit badge for electricity, a scout must 1. Illustrate the experiment by which the laws of electrical attraction and repulsion are shown. 2. Name 3 uses of the direct current and tell how it differs from the alternating current. 3. Make a simple electromagnet. 4. Have an elementary knowledge of the action of simple battery cells and of the working of electric bells and telephones. 5. Be able to remedy fused wire and to repair broken electric connections. 6. Construct a machine to make static electricity or a wireless apparatus. 7. Have knowledge of the method of resuscitation and rescue of a person insensible from shock. Firemanship. To obtain a merit badge for firemanship, a scout must 1. Know how to turn in an alarm for fire. 2. Know how to enter burning buildings. 3. Know how to prevent panics and the spread of fire. 4. Understand the use of hose, unrolling, joining up, connecting 2 hydrants, use of nozzle, etc. 5. Understand the use of escapes, ladders, and chutes, and know the location of exits in buildings which he frequents. 6. Know how to improvise ropes and nets. 7. Know what to do in case of panic, understand the fireman's lift and drag, and know how to work in fumes. 8. Understand the use of fire extinguishers, how to rescue animals, how to save property, how to organize a bucket brigade, and how to aid the police in keeping back crowds. First aid. To obtain a merit badge for first aid, a scout must 1. Be able to demonstrate the Sylvester and Schaefer methods of resuscitation. 2. Carry a person down a ladder. 3. Bandage head and ankle. 4. Demonstrate the treatment of wound of the neck with severe arterial hemorrhage. 5. Treat mangling injury of the leg without severe hemorrhage. 6. Demonstrate treatment for rupture of varicose veins of the leg with severe hemorrhage. 7. Show treatment for bite of a finger by mad dog. 8. Demonstrate rescue of person in contact with electric wire. 9. Apply tourniquet to a principal artery. 10. State chief differences between carbolic poisoning and intoxication. 11. Explain what to do for snake bite. 12. Pass first aid test of American Red Cross Society. First aid to animals. To obtain a merit badge for first aid to animals, a scout must 1. Have a general knowledge of domestic and farm animals. 2. Be able to treat a horse for colic. 3. Describe symptoms and give treatment for the following wounds, fractures and sprains, exhaustion, choking, lameness. 4. Understand horseshoeing. Forestry. To obtain a merit badge for forestry, a scout must 1. Be able to identify 25 kinds of trees when in leaf or 15 kinds of deciduous broadleaf trees in winter, and tell some of the uses of each. 2. Identify 12 kinds of shrubs. 3. Collect and identify samples of 10 kinds of wood, and be able to tell some of their uses. 4. Determine the height and estimate the amount of timber, approximately in 5 trees of different sizes. 5. State laws for transplanting, grafting, spraying, and protecting trees. Gardening. To obtain a merit badge for gardening, a scout must 1. Dig and care for, during the season, a piece of ground containing not less than 144 square feet. 2. Know the names of a dozen plants pointed out in an ordinary garden. 3. Understand what is meant by pruning, grafting, and manuring. 4. Plant and grow successfully 6 kinds of vegetables or flowers from seeds or cuttings. 5. Cut grass with scythe under supervision. Handicraft. To obtain a merit badge for handicraft, a scout must 1. Be able to paint a door. 2. Whitewash a ceiling. 3. Repair gas fittings, sash lines, window and door fastenings. 4. Replace gas mantles, washers, and electric light bulbs. 5. Solder. 6. Hang pictures and curtains. 7. Repair blinds. 8. Fix curtains, portiere rods, blind fixtures. 9. Lay carpets and mend clothing and upholstery. 10. Repair furniture and china. 11. Sharpen knives. 12. Repair gates. 13. Fix screens on windows and doors. Horsemanship. To obtain a merit badge for horsemanship, a scout must 1. Demonstrate riding at a walk, trot, and gallop. 2. Know how to saddle and bridle a horse correctly. 3. Know how to water and feed and to what amount, and how to groom a horse properly. 4. Know how to harness a horse correctly in single or double harness and to drive. 5. Have a knowledge of the power of endurance of horses at work, and know the local regulations concerning driving. 6. Know the management and care of horses. 7. Be able to identify unsoundness and blemishes. 8. Know the evils of bearing or check reins, and of ill-fitting harness or saddlery. 9. Know 2 common causes of and proper remedies for lameness, and know to whom he should refer cases of cruelty and abuse. 10. Be able to judge as to the weight, height, and age of horses. Know 3 breeds and their general characteristics. Interpreting. To obtain a merit badge for interpreting, a scout must 1. Be able to carry on a simple conversation. 2. Write a simple letter on subject given by examiners. 3. Write and translate a passage from a book or newspaper in French, German, English, Italian, or any language that is not of his own country. Invention. To obtain a merit badge for invention, a scout must 1. Invent and patent some useful article. 2. Show a working drawing or model of the same. Leatherworking. To obtain a merit badge for leatherworking, a scout must 1. Have a knowledge of tanning and curing. 2. Be able to sole and heel a pair of boots, sewed or nailed, and generally repair boots and shoes. 3. Be able to dress a saddle, repair traces, stirrup leathers, etc., and know the various parts of harness. Life-saving. To obtain a merit badge for life-saving, a scout must 1. Be able to dive into from 7 to 10 feet of water, and bring from bottom to surface a loose bag of sand weighing 5 pounds. 2. Be able to swim 200 yards, 100 yards on back without using the hands, and 100 yards by any other stroke. 3. Swim 50 yards with clothes on, shirt, long trousers, and shoes as a minimum. 4. Demonstrate A. on land 5 methods of release. B. in the water 2 methods of release. C. the Schaefer method of resuscitation. Prone pressure. Machinery. To obtain a merit badge for machinery, a scout must 1. State the principles underlying the use and construction of the lathe, steam boiler, and engine, drill press, and planer. 2. Make a small wood or metal model illustrating the principles of either levers, gears, belted pulleys, or block and fall. Marksmanship. To obtain a merit badge for marksmanship, a scout must 1. Qualify as a marksman in accordance with the regulations of the National Rifle Association. Masonry. To obtain a merit badge for masonry, A scout must 1. Lay a straight wall with a corner. 2. Make mortar and describe process. 3. Use intelligently a plumb line, level, and trowel. 4. Build a stone oven. 5. Demonstrate a knowledge of various uses for cement. 6. Build a drywall. Mining. To obtain a merit badge for mining, a scout must 1. Know and name 50 minerals. 2. Know, name, and describe the 14 great divisions of the Earth's crust, according to Geikie. 3. Define watershed, delta, drift, fault, glacier, terrace, stratum, dip, and identify 10 different kinds of rock. 4. Describe methods for mine ventilation and safety devices. Music. To obtain a merit badge for music, a scout must 1. Be able to play a standard musical instrument satisfactorily. 2. Read simple music. 3. Write a satisfactory essay of not less than 500 words on the history of American music. Ornithology. To obtain a merit badge for ornithology, a scout must 1. Have a list of 100 different kinds of birds personally observed on exploration in the field. 2. Have identified beyond question by appearance or by note 45 different kinds of birds in one day. 3. Have made a good clear photograph of some wild bird, the bird image to be over 1/2 inch in length on the negative. 4. Have secured at least 2 tenants and bird boxes erected by himself. 5. Have daily notes on the nesting of a pair of wild birds from the time the first egg is laid until the young have left the nest. 6. Have attracted at least 3 kinds of birds, exclusive of the English sparrow, to a lunch counter, which he has supplied. Painting. To obtain a merit badge for painting, a scout must 1. Have knowledge of how to combine pigments in order to produce paints in shades and tints of color. 2. Know how to add positive colors to a base of white lead or of white zinc. 3. Understand the mixing of oils, turpentine, etc. to the proper consistency. 4. Paint a porch floor or other surface evenly and without lapse. 5. Know how and when to putty up nail holes and uneven surfaces. 6. Present for inspection a panel covered with 3 coats of paint, which panel must contain a border of molding, the body of the panel to be painted in one color. Pathfinding. To obtain a merit badge for pathfinding, a scout must 1. Know every lane, bypath, and shortcut for a distance of at least 2 miles in every direction around the local scouts' headquarters in the country. 2. Have a general knowledge of the district within a 5-mile radius of his local headquarters, so as to be able to guide people at any time by day or night. 3. Know the general direction and population of the 5 principal neighboring towns and be able to give strangers correct directions how to reach them. 4. Know in the country in the 2-mile radius approximately by the number of horses, cattle, sheep, and pigs owned on the 5 neighboring farms or in a town. Must know in a 1/2-mile radius what livery stables, garages, and blacksmiths there are. 5. Know the location of the nearest meat markets, bakeries, groceries, and drugstores. 6. Know where the nearest police station, hospital, doctor, fire alarm, fire hydrant, telegraph and telephone offices, and railroad stations are. 7. Know something of the history of the place, its principal public buildings, such as town or city hall, post office, schools, and churches. 8. As much as possible of the above information should be entered on a large-scale map. Personal health. To obtain a merit badge for personal health, the Scout must 1. Write a statement on the care of teeth. 2. State a principle to govern in eating, and state in the order of their importance 5 rules to govern the care of his health. 3. Be able to tell the difference in effect of a cold and hot bath. 4. Describe the effect of alcohol and tobacco on the growing boy. 5. Tell how to care for the feet on a march. 6. Describe a good healthful game and state its merit. 7. Describe the effects of walking as an exercise. 8. Tell how athletics may be overdone. Photography. To obtain a merit badge for photography, a Scout must 1. Have a knowledge of the theory and use of lenses, of the construction of cameras, and the action of developers. 2. Take, develop, and print 12 separate subjects, 3 interiors, 3 portraits, 3 landscapes, and 3 instantaneous action photos. 3. Make a recognizable photograph of any wild bird larger than a robin, while on its nest, or a wild animal in its native haunts, or a fish in the water. Pioneering. To obtain a merit badge for pioneering, a Scout must 1. Fell a 9-inch tree or pole in a prescribed direction neatly and quickly. 2. Tie 6 knots of knots quickly. 3. Lash spars properly together for scaffolding. 4. Build a modern bridge or derrick. 5. Make a camp kitchen. 6. Build a shack of one kind or another suitable for 3 occupants. Plumbing. To obtain a merit badge for plumbing, a Scout must 1. Be able to make wiped and brazed joints. 2. Repair a burst pipe. 3. Mend a ball or faucet tap. 4. Understand the ordinary hot and cold water system of a house. Poultry farming. To obtain a merit badge for poultry farming, a Scout must 1. Have a knowledge of incubators, foster mothers, sanitary fowl houses, and coops and runs. 2. Understand rearing, feeding, killing, and dressing of birds for market. 3. Be able to pack birds and eggs for market. 4. Raise a brood of not less than 10 chickens. 5. Report his observation and study of the hen, turkey, duck, and goose. Printing. To obtain a merit badge for printing, a Scout must 1. Know the names of 10 different kinds of type and 10 sizes of paper. 2. Be able to compose by hand or machines. 3. Understand the use of hand or power printing machines. 4. Print a handbill set up by himself. 5. Be able to read and mark proof correctly. Public health. To obtain a merit badge for public health, a Scout must 1. State what the chief causes of each of the following disease are: tuberculosis, typhoid, malaria. 2. Draw a diagram showing how the housefly carries disease. 3. Tell what should be done to a house which has been occupied by a person who has had a contagious disease. 4. Tell how a Scout may cooperate with the Board of Health in preventing disease. 5. Describe the method used in his community in disposing of garbage. 6. Tell how a city should protect its foods, milk, meat, and exposed foods. 7. Tell how to plan the sanitary care of a camp. 8. State the reason why school children should undergo a medical examination. Scholarship. Note: the requirements for the merit badge for scholarship had not been decided upon when this book was published. Information about same may be secured upon application to national headquarters. Sculpture. To obtain a merit badge for sculpture, a Scout must 1. Make a clay model from an antique design. 2. Make a drawing and a model from nature. These models to be faithful to the original and of artistic design. Seamanship. To obtain a merit badge for seamanship, a scout must 1. Be able to tie rapidly 6 different knots, 2. Splice ropes, 3. Use a palm and needle, 4. Fling a rope coil, 5. Be able to row, pull, scull, and steer a boat. Also bring a boat properly alongside and make fast. 6. Know how to box the compass, read a chart, and show use of parallel rules and dividers. 7. Be able to state direction by the stars and sun. 8. Swim 50 yards with shoes and clothes on. 9. Understand the general working of steam and hydraulic winches, and have a knowledge of weather wisdom and of tides. Signaling. To obtain a merit badge for signaling, a scout must 1. Send and receive a message in 2 of the following systems of signaling: semaphore, Morse, or Meyer, not fewer than 24 letters per minute. 2. Be able to give and read signals by sound. 3. Make correct smoke and fire signals. Stalking. To obtain a merit badge for stalking, a scout must 1. Make a series of 20 photographs of wild animals or birds from life and develop and print them. 2. Make a group of 60 species of wild flowers, ferns, or grasses, dried and mounted in a book and correctly named. 3. Make colored drawings of 20 flowers, ferns, or grasses, or 12 sketches from life of animals or birds, original sketches as well as the finished pictures to be submitted. Surveying. To obtain a merit badge for surveying, a scout must 1. Map correctly from the country itself the main features of half a mile of road, with 440 yards each side to a scale of 2 feet to the mile, and afterward draw same map from memory. 2. Be able to measure the height of a tree, telegraph pole, and church steeple, describing method adopted. 3. Measure width of a river. 4. Estimate distance apart of 2 objects, a known distance away and unapproachable. 5. Be able to measure a gradient. Swimming. To obtain a merit badge for swimming, a scout must 1. Be able to swim 100 yards. 2. Dive properly from the surface of the water. 3. Demonstrate breast, crawl, and side stroke. 4. Swim on the back 50 feet. Taxidermy. To obtain a merit badge for taxidermy, a scout must 1. Have a knowledge of the game laws of the state in which he lives. 2. Preserve and mount the skin of a game bird or animal killed in season. 3. Mount for a rug the pelt of some fur animal. End of Section 4. Recording by Kangaroo.
Section 5 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 5. Scoutcraft Part 5. Life Scout. The Life Scout badge will be given to all first-class scouts who have qualified for the following 5 merit badges: First Aid, Athletics, Life-Saving, Personal Health, and Public Health. Star Scout. The Star Scout badge will be given to the first-class scout who has qualified for 10 merit badges. The 10 include the list of badges under Life Scout. Eagle Scout. Any first-class scout qualifying for 21 merit badges will be entitled to wear the highest scout merit badge. This is an eagle's head in silver and represents the all-round perfect scout. Honor Medals. A boy who is awarded any one of the following medals is entitled to wear the same on the left breast. Bronze Medal. Cross in bronze with first-class scout badge superimposed upon it and suspended from a bar by a red ribbon. This is awarded to a scout who has saved life. Silver Medal. silver cross with first-class Scout badge superimposed upon it and suspended from bar by blue ribbon. This medal is awarded to a Scout who saves life with considerable risk to himself. Gold medal. Gold cross with first-class Scout badge superimposed upon it and suspended from bar by white ribbon. This medal is the highest possible award for service and heroism. It may be granted to a Scout who has saved life at the greatest possible risk to his own life, and also to anyone who has rendered service of peculiar merit to the Boy Scouts of America. The Honor Medal is a national honor and is awarded only by the National Council. To make application for one of these badges, the facts must be first investigated by the Court of Honor of the local council and presented by that body to the Court of Honor of the National Council. The local Court of Honor may at any time invite experts to share in their examinations and recommendations. When the National Court of Honor has passed upon the application, the proper medal will be awarded. Badges of rank. The following devices are used to distinguish the various ranks of Scouts. Patrol Leader. Patrol Leader. The Patrol Leader's arm badge consists of 2 bars, 1½ inches long and 3/8 inch wide, of white braid worn on the sleeve below the left shoulder. In addition, he may wear all oxidized silver tenderfoot, second class or first class Scout badge according to his rank. The assistant patrol leader wears 1 bar. Service stripes. For each year of service as a Boy Scout, he will be entitled to wear a stripe of white braid around the sleeve above the wrist, 3 stripes being changed for 1 red one. 5 years of scouting would be indicated by 1 red stripe and 2 white stripes. The star indicates the position for wearing merit badges. Scoutmaster. The badge of the Scout Commissioner, Scoutmaster, and Assistant Scoutmaster is the First Class Scouts badge reproduced in blue, green, and red respectively, and are worn on the sleeve below the left shoulder. Chief Scout. The badge of the Chief Scout is the First Class Scout badge with a 5-pointed star above it embroidered in silver. Chief Scout Surgeon. The badge of the Chief Scout Surgeon is the First Class Scout badge with a caduceus above it embroidered in green. The Chief Scout staff wear the badge of rank in the same manner as the Chief Scout. Chief Scout Woodsman. The badge of the Chief Scout Woodsman is the First Class Scout badge with 2 crossed axes above it embroidered in green. Chief Scout Stalker. The badge of the Chief Scout Stalker is the First Class Scout badge with an oak leaf above it embroidered in blue. Chief Scout Director of Health. The badge of the Chief Scout Director of Health is the First Class Scout badge with tongues of fire above it embroidered in red. Chief Scout Campmaster. The badge of the Chief Scout Campmaster is the First Class Scout badge with a moccasin above it embroidered in green. Chief Scout of Athletics. The badge of the Chief Scout Director of Athletics is a First Class Scout badge with a winged Mercury foot above it embroidered in green. Chief Scout Director of Chivalry. The badge of the Chief Scout Director of Chivalry is the First Class Scout badge with the Scout sign above it embroidered in gold. Chief Scout Citizen. The badge of the Chief Scout Citizen is the First Class Scout badge with the United States flag above it in silver. Appropriate badges for national and local councilmen may be secured from the national headquarters. Equipment. It should be clearly understood by all interested in the Scout movement that it is not necessary for a boy to have a uniform or any other special equipment to carry out the Scout program. There are a great many troops in the country which have made successful progress without any equipment whatever. However, for the convenience of boys who wish to secure a uniform or other equipment, the National Council has made arrangements with certain manufacturers to furnish such parts of the equipment as may be desired by the boys. Such arrangements have been made with these manufacturers only after a great number of representative firms have been given an opportunity to submit samples and prices, the prices quoted to be uniform throughout the country. These manufacturers are given the privilege of using for a limited period an imprint of the official badge as an indication that the Committee on Equipment is willing to recommend the use of that particular article. The official badge is fully protected by the U.S. patent laws, and anyone using it without express authority from national headquarters is subject to prosecution at law. Considerable difficulty has been experienced in the selection of the material used in making coats, breeches, and shirts. The material used in the Boy Scout coat, breeches, and shirt has been submitted to a 30-day sun test, the acid and strength test, and is guaranteed to be fast color and durable. To show the result of the selection made, the manufacturer of these articles have been given the privilege of using the imprint of the official seal and the right to use the official buttons. We recommend the purchase of the articles having this imprint through any local dealer or through national headquarters. However, where a local council exists, buttons will be supplied on order of the Executive Committee for use on such uniforms as the committee may desire to have made locally. In communities where no local council has been formed, they may be supplied on order of a registered scoutmaster. Prices of the buttons per set for coat is 15 cents, and per set for shirt 10 cents. Every effort is made to have all parts of the uniform and equipment available to scouts through local dealers. If such arrangements have not been made in a community, the national headquarters will be glad to help in making such an arrangement. Many scoutmasters prefer to order uniforms and other supplies direct from national headquarters. In order to cover the expense involved in handling these supplies, the manufacturers have agreed to allow national headquarters the same trade discount allowed to local dealers. Trade through national headquarters, if sufficiently large, will help to meet a part of the current expenses of the national organization. Any combination desired may be made from this list. A fairly complete equipment may be secured at the very nominal sum of $2.15. For instance, the summer equipment, which consists of hat 50 cents, shirt 75 cents, shorts 50 cents, belt 40 cents. Where it is desired to equip the members of the troop with a standard uniform, the following equipment is suggested: hat, shirt, coat, breeches or knickerbockers, belt, leggings or stockings, shoes, haversack. Any combinations may be made according to the resources of the boys forming the troop. However, it is recommended that each troop decide upon a definite combination to be worn by its members, so that all of the scouts in the troop may dress alike. Each boy should pay for his own supplies and equipment. Soliciting donations for this purpose should be prohibited. A complete list of all supplies and equipment with full information about places where the same can be secured is given in the appendix of this book. Knots Every Scout Should Know by Samuel A. Moffett, Boy Scouts of America. Every scout knows what a rope is. From the earliest moment of his play life he has used it in connection with most of his games. In camp life and on hikes he will be called upon to use it again and again. It is therefore not essential to describe here the formation of rope, its various sizes and strength. The important thing to know is how to use it to the best advantage. To do this, an intelligent understanding of the different knots and how to tie them is essential. Every day, sailors, explorers, mechanics, and mountain climbers risk their lives on the knots that they tie. Thousands of lives have been sacrificed to ill-made knots. The scout, therefore, should be prepared in an emergency or when necessity demands to tie the right knot in the right way. There are 3 qualities to a good knot. 1. Rapidity with which it can be tied. 2. Its ability to hold fast when pulled tight. And 3. The readiness with which it can be undone. The following knots recommended to scouts are the most serviceable because they meet the above requirements and will be of great help in Scoutcraft. If the tenderfoot will follow closely the various steps indicated in the diagrams, he will have little difficulty in reproducing them at pleasure. In practicing knot tying, a short piece of hemp rope may be used. To protect the ends from fraying, a scout should know how to whip them. The commonest method of whipping is as follows. Lay the end of a piece of twine along the end of the rope. Hold it to the rope with the thumb of your left hand, while you wind the standing part around it and the rope until the end of the twine has been covered. Then with the other end of the twine lay a loop back on the end of the rope and continue winding the twine upon this second end until all is taken up. The end is then pulled back tight and cut off close to the rope. For the sake of clearness, a scout must constantly keep in mind these three principal parts of the rope. The standing part. The long, unused portion of the rope on which he works. The bight. The loop formed whenever the rope is turned back upon itself, and the end, the part he uses in leading. Before proceeding with the tenderfoot requirements, a scout should first learn the two primary knots, the overhand and figure of 8 knots. The overhand knot. Start with the position shown in the preceding diagram. Back the end around the standing part and up through the bight and draw tight. The figure of 8 knot. Make a bight as before. Then lead the end around back of the standing part and down through the bight. After these preliminary steps, the prospective tenderfoot may proceed to learn the required knots. Square or reef knot. The commonest knot for tying two ropes together. Frequently used in first aid bandaging. Never slips or jams. Easy to untie. False reef or granny. If the ends are not crossed correctly when making the reef knot, the false reef or granny is the result. This knot is always bad. Sheet bend or weaver's knot. This knot is used in bending the sheet to the clew of a sail or in tying two rope ends together. Make a bight with one rope, AB, then pass end C of other rope up through and around the entire bight and bend it under its own standing part. The bowline, a noose that neither jams nor slips, used in lowering a person from a burning building, etc. Form a small loop on the standing part, leaving the end long enough for the size of the noose required. Pass the end up through the bight around the standing part and down through the bight again. To tighten, hold noose in position and pull standing part. Halter, slip, or running knot. A bight is first formed and an overhand knot made with the end around the standing part. Sheepshank. Used for shortening ropes. Gather up the amount to be shortened, then make a half hitch round each of the bends, as shown in the diagram. Clove hitch. Used to fasten one pole to another in fitting up scaffolding. This knot holds snugly. It is not liable to slip laterally. Hold the standing part in left hand, then pass the rope around the pole, cross the standing part, make a second turn around the pole, and pass the end under the last turn. The fisherman's bend. Used aboard yachts for bending on the gaff topsail halyards. It consists of 2 turns around a spar or ring, then a half hitch around the standing part and through the turns on the spar, and another half hitch above it around the standing part. Timber hitch. Used in hauling timber. Pass the end of the rope around the timber. Then lead it around its standing part and bring it back to make 2 or more turns on its own part. The strain will hold it securely. 2 half hitches. Useful because they're easily made and will not slip under any strain. Their formation is sufficiently indicated by the diagram. Blackwall hitch. Used to secure a rope to a hook. The standing part, when hauled tight, holds the end firmly. Becket hitch. For joining a cord to a rope. May be easily made from diagram. The fisherman's knot. Used for tying silkworm gut for fishing purposes. It never slips, is easily unloosed by pulling the 2 short ends. The 2 ropes are laid alongside one another, then with each end an overhand knot is made around the standing part of the other. Pull the standing parts to tighten. Carrick bend. Used in uniting hawsers for towing. It is easily untied by pushing the loops inwards. Turn the end of one rope A over its standing part B to form a loop. Pass the end of the other rope across the bight thus formed, back of the standing part B over the end A, then under the bight at C, passing it over its own standing part and under the bight again at D. The mariner's compass. Boxing the compass consists in enumerating the points, beginning with north and working around the circle as follows. North, north by east, north northeast, northeast by north, northeast, northeast by east, east northeast, east by north, east, east by south, east southeast, southeast by east, southeast, southeast by south, south southeast, south by east, south. South by west, south southwest, southwest by south, southwest, southwest by west, west southwest, west by south, west. West by north, west northwest, northwest by west, northwest, northwest by north, north northwest, north by west, north. Notes. End of section 5. Scoutcraft, part 5.
Section 6 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arthur Flavel. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America, Section 6. Chapter 2, Woodcraft. Woodlore by Ernest Thompson Seton, Chief Scout. The Watch for a Compass. From Boy Scouts of America by Ernest Thompson Seton. Copyright 1910 by Doubleday, Page & Company. The watch is often used to give the compass point exactly. Thus, point the hour hand to the sun. Then, in the morning, halfway between the hour hand and noon is due south. If afternoon, one must reckon halfway backward. Thus, at 8 a.m., point the hour hand to the sun and reckon forward halfway to noon. The south is at 10. If at 4 p.m., point the hour hand at the sun and reckon back halfway. The south is at 2 o'clock. The halfway is because the sun makes a course of 24 hours, and the clock of but 12. If we had a rational timepiece of 24 hours, it would fit in much better with all nature, and with the hour hand pointed to the sun, would make 12 o'clock noon always south. If you cannot see the sun, get into a clear open space. Hold your knife point upright on your watch dial, and it will cast a faint shadow, showing where the sun really is, unless the clouds are very heavy. Finding your latitude by the stars. The use of the stars to the scout is chiefly to guide him by showing the north, but the white man has carried the use a step farther. He makes the pole star tell him not only where the north is, but where he himself is. From the pole star, he can learn his latitude. It is reckoned an exploit to take one's latitude from the North Star with a cartwheel or with 2 sticks and a bucket of water. The first attempt I made was with 2 sticks and a bucket of water. I arranged the bucket in the daytime so that it could be filled from rim to rim, that is, it was level, and that gave me the horizon line. Next, I fastened my 2 sticks together at an adjustable angle. Then, laying 1 stick across the bucket as a base, I raised the other till the 2 sight notches on its upper edge were in straight line for the pole star. The sticks were now fastened at this angle and put away till the morning. On a smooth board, the board is allowable because it can be found either far on the plains when you have your wagon, or on the ship at sea, I mapped out, first, a right angle by the old plan of measuring off a triangle whose sides were 6, 8, and 10 inches, and applied the star angle to this. By a process of equal subdivision, I got 45 degrees, 22.5 degrees, finally 40 degrees, which seemed to be the latitude of my camp. Subsequent looking it up showed it to be 41 degrees, 10 minutes. Of course, it is hard to imagine that the boys will ever be so placed that it is important for them to take their latitude with homemade implements. But it is also hard to imagine circumstances under which it would be necessary to know that the sun is 92 million miles away. It is very sure, however, that a boy who has once done this has a larger idea of the world and its geography, and it is likely to help him in realizing that there is some meaning to the lines and figures on the border of his school maps, and that they are not put there merely to add to his perplexities. Sundial or hunter's clock. To make a Scout's sundial, prepare a smooth board about 15 inches across, with a circle divided into 24 equal parts, and a temporarily hinged pointer, whose upper edge is in the middle of the dial. Place on some dead-level solid post or stump in the open. At night, fix the dial so that the 12 o'clock line points exactly to north, as determined by the pole star. Then, using 2 temporary sighting sticks of exactly the same height so as to permit sighting clear above the edge of the board, set the pointer exactly pointing to the pole star, that is, the same angle as the latitude of the place, and fix it there immovably. Then remove the 2 sighting sticks. As a timepiece, this dial will be found roughly correct for that latitude. The angle of the pointer or style must be changed for each latitude. Building a Log Cabin, from Country Life in America, May 1905. There are as many different kinds of log cabins as of any other architecture. It is best to begin with the simplest. The tools needed are a sharp axe, a crosscut saw, an inch auger, and a spade. It is possible to get along with nothing but an axe. Many settlers had no other tool, but the spade, saw, and auger saved much work. For the site, select a high, dry place in or near the woods, and close to the drinking water. It should be a sunny place, and with a view, preferably one facing south or east. Clear off and level the ground. Then bring your logs. These are more picturesque with the bark left on, but last longer peeled. 8 feet by 12 feet outside makes a good cabin for 3 or 4 boys. Cut and carry about 12 logs, each 10 feet long, and 12 more, each 14 feet long. The log should be at least 6 inches through. Softwood is preferable, as it is easier to handle. The 4 ground logs, or sills at least, should be of cedar, chestnut, or other wood that does not rot. Lay 2 of the 14-foot logs on the ground at the places for the long sides and 7 feet apart. Then, across them, at the end, lay 2 short ones, 11 feet apart. This leaves about a foot projecting from each log. Roll the last 2 into their resting places and flatten them till they sit firmly. It is of prime importance that each log rest immovably on the one below. Now cut the upper part of each end log to an edge over each corner. Refer to Figure 1. Next, put on 2 long logs, roll them into the middle, taking care to change off so the big end at a given corner may be followed next time by the small end, and ensure the corner rising evenly. Roll one of these large logs close to where it is to be placed, and then cut on its upper surface at each end a notch corresponding with the ridge on the log it is to ride on. When ready, half a roll drops it into place. The log should be 1 to 3 inches above the one under it and should not touch except at the ends. Repeat the process now with the other sides, then the 2 ends, etc., always keeping the line of the corner plumb. As the walls rise, it will be found necessary to skid the larger logs, that is, rolling them up on 2 long logs or skids leaning against the wall. Refer to Figure 2. When the logs are in place to the height of 4.5 feet from the ground, it is time to decide where the door and window are to be, and at that place, While the next long log is lying on top, bottom up, cut out a piece 4 feet long and 4 inches deep. Roll this log into place. Refer to Figure 3. One more log above this, or certainly 2, will make your shanty high enough for boys. Put on final end logs, then 2 others across the shanty. Refer to Figure 4. Roll up the biggest, strongest log of all for the ridge. Sometimes 2 are used side by side. It should lie along the middle of the 4 cross pieces shown in Figure 4. The 2 cross logs, B and C, and the ridge log should be very strong, as the roof is heavy. Now we are ready to cut the doorway and window. First, drive in blocks of wood between each of the logs, all the way down from A to the ground, and from B down to D and C to E. Refer to Figure 5. Saw down now from A halfway through the ground log F, then from B down to halfway through the log D. Now continue from G, cutting down to half through the ground log. Use the axe to split out the upper half of the ground log between the saw cuts and also the upper half of the log D. Hew a flat piece of soft wood, 5 or 6 inches wide, about 2 inches thick, and as long as the height of this doorway. Set it up against the ends of the logs A to F. Bore an auger hole through it into the end of each log. These holes must not be in line lest they split the jamb, including the top and bottom ones, and drive into each a pin of oak. This holds all safely. Do the same on the other side, H to E, and put a small one down BD, which is the side of the window. Now we're ready to finish the roof. Use the axe to bevel off the corners of the 4 cross logs, A and B. Refer to Figure 6. Then get a lot of strong poles about 5 feet long and lay them close together along the 2 sides of the roof till it is covered with poles, putting a very heavy one or a small log on the outer edge of each and fastening it down with a pin into the ridge log. Cut 2 long poles and lay one on each of the lower ends of the roof poles as at A, B, and C. Refer to Figure 7, pinning them to the side logs. Cover this roof with a foot of hay or straw or grass, and cover that again evenly with about 4 inches of stiff clay. Pack this down. It will soon squeeze all that foot of straw down to a little more than an inch, and will make a warm and watertight roof. As the clay is very heavy, it is wise, before going inside, to test the roof by jumping on it. If it gives too much, it will be well to add a center prop. Now for the door. Hew out planks. 2 should be enough. Fasten these together with 2 cross pieces and 1 angle piece using oak pegs instead of nails, if you wish to be truly primitive. For these, the hole should be bored partway with a gimlet, and a peg used larger than the hole. The lower end of the back plank is left projecting in a point. Refer to Figure 8. This point fits into a hole pecked with a point or bored with an auger into the door sill. Bore another hole near the top of the door, A, and a corresponding one through the door jamb between 2 logs. Set the door in place. A strip of rawhide leather, a limber willow branch, or a strip of hickory put through the auger hole of the door and wedged into the hole in the jamb makes a truly wildwood hinge. A peg in the front jamb prevents the door going too far out, and a string and peg inside answer for a latch. The window opening may be closed with a glass sash, with a piece of muslin, or with rawhide of an animal scraped clear of hair and stretched on a frame. It now remains to chink and plaster the place. Chinking is best done from the inside. Long triangular strips and blocks of wood are driven in between the logs and fastened there with oak pins driven into the lower log till nothing but small crannies remain. Some cabins are finished with moss plugged into all the crannies, but mud worked into plaster does better. It should be put on the outside first and afterward finished from the inside. It is best done really with 2 plasterers working together, one inside and one out. This completes the shanty, but a bunk and fireplace are usually added. The fireplace may be in one corner or in the middle of the end. It is easiest to make in the former. Across the corner, peg 3 angle braces, each about 3 feet long. These are to prevent the chimney falling forward. Now begin to build with stone, using mud as mortar. A fireplace this shape. Refer to Figure 9. Make the opening about 18 inches across, carrying it up 2 feet high, drawing it in a little, and then lay a long stone across the front, after which build up the flue behind the corner braces right up to the roof. The top corner piece carries the rafter that may be cut off to let the flue out. Build the chimney up outside as high as the highest part of the ridge. But the ideal fireplace is made with the chimney on the outside of the cabin, at the middle of the end farthest from the door. For this, you must cut a hole in the end log, like a big, low window, pegging a jamb on the ends as before. With stones and mud, you now build a fireplace inside the shanty, with the big chimney carried up outside, always taking care that there are several inches of mud or stone between the fire and any of the logs. In country where stone cannot be found, the fireplace is often built of mud, sustained by an outside cribbing of logs. If the flue is fair size, that is, say 1/4 the size of the fireplace opening, it will be sure to draw. The bunk should be made before the chinks are plastered, as the hammering is apt to loosen the mud. Cut 8 or 10 poles a foot longer than you need the bunk. Cut the end of each into a flat board and drive these between the long logs at the right height and place for the bunk, supporting the other end on a crosspiece from a post to the wall. Put a very big pole on the outer side, and all is ready for the bed. Most woodsmen make this of small fir boughs. There are 2 other well-known ways of cornering the logs. One is simply flattening the logs where they touch. This, as well as the first one, is known in the backwoods of Canada as hogpen finish. The really skillful woodsmen of the North always dovetail the corners and saw them flush. Refer to Figure 10. Sometimes it is desirable to make a higher gable than that which one ridge log can make. Then it is made thus. Refer to Figure 11. This is as much slope as a clay roof should have. With any more, the clay would wash off. This is the simplest way to build a log cabin, but it illustrates all the main principles of log building. Shingle roofs and gables, broad piazzas outside, and modern fitting inside are often added nowadays in summer camps. But it must be clear that the more towny you make the cabin, the less woodsy it is, and less likely to be the complete rest and change that is desired. For fuller instructions, see Log Cabins and Cottages by William S. Wicks, 1900, publisher Forest and Stream, New York. Also, The Jack of All Trades by Dan C. Beard, Scribner's, and Field and Forest Handybook. End of Section 6.
Section 7, Woodcraft, Part 2 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Debbie Baker Robinson, Davie, Florida. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 7, Woodcraft, Part 2. Measuring distances. See Two Little Savages, 1903. The height of a tree is easily measured when on a level, open place by measuring the length of its shadow, then comparing that with your own shadow or that of a 10-foot pole. Thus, the 10-foot pole is casting a 15-foot shadow, and the tree's shadow is 150 feet long. Apply the simple rule of 3. 15 is to 150 as 10 is to x equals 100. But it is seldom so easy, and the good old rule of the triangle can be safely counted on. Get 100 or more feet from your tree on open ground as nearly as possible on the level of its base. Set up a 10-foot pole, A, B. Then mark the spot where the exact line from the top of the tree over the top of the pole touches the ground, C. Now measure the distance from that spot, C, to the foot of the 10-foot pole, B. Suppose it is 20 feet. Measure also the distance from that spot, C, to the base of the tree, D. Suppose it is 120 feet. Then your problem is 20 is to 10 as 120 is to x equals 60. i.e., if at that angle 20 feet from the eye gives 10 feet elevation, 120 feet must give 60. To make a right angle, make a triangle whose sides are exactly 6, 8, and 10 feet or inches each, or multiples of these. The angle opposite the 10 must be a true right angle. There are many ways of measuring distance across rivers, etc., without crossing. The simplest, perhaps, is by the equilateral triangle. Cut 3 poles of exactly equal length. Peg them together into a triangle. Lay this on the bank of the river so one side points to some point on the opposite bank. Drive in 3 pegs to mark the exact points of this triangle, A, B, C. Then move it along the bank until you find a place, F, E, G, where its base is on line with the 2 pegs where the base used to be, and one side in line with the point across the river, D. The width of the river is 7/8 of the base of this great triangle. Another method is by the isosceles triangle. Make a right-angled triangle as above, with sides 6, 8, and 10 feet, A, B, C. Then, after firmly fixing the right angle, cut down the 8-foot side to 6 feet and saw off the 10-foot side to fit. Place this with the side DB on the riverbank in line with the side object X across. Put 3 pegs to mark the 3 corner places. Then take the triangle along the bank in the direction of C until C, D are in line with the side object, while B, C is in line with the pegs B, C. Then the length of the long base, B, C, will equal the distance from B to X. To measure the space between 2 distant objects, D and E. Line AB on one, then move this right-angled triangle until FG is lined on the other, with BG in line with GH. BG equals the space between D and E then. If the distance is considerable, it may be measured sometimes by sound. Thus, when a gun is fired, a man is chopping, or a dog barking, count the seconds between the sight and the hearing of the sound, and multiply by 1,100 feet, which is the distance sound travels in a second. Occasionally, the distance of an upright bank, cliff, or building can be measured by the echo. Half the seconds between shout and echo, multiplied by 1,100, gives the distance in feet. The usual way to estimate long distances is by the time they take to cover. Thus, a good canoe on dead water goes 4 to 5 miles an hour. A man afoot walks 3½ miles an hour on good roads. A pack train goes 2½ miles an hour, or perhaps 1½ on the mountain trails. A man's thumb is 1 inch wide. Span of thumb and longest finger 9 inches. Brisk walking pace is 1 yard for men. What to do when lost in the woods. Ladies' Home Journal, October, 1902. Did you ever get lost in the woods? I once asked a company of 20 campers. Some answered, yes, once or twice. Others said, many a time. Only 2 said, no, never. Then I said, turning to the 2, I know that all the others here have had plenty of experience, and that you 2 are the tenderfeet and never lived in the woods. It is quite certain to come sooner or later. If you go camping, you will get lost in the woods. Hunters, Indians, yes, birds and beasts get lost at times. You can avoid it for long by always taking your bearings and noting the landscape before leaving the camp, and this you should always do. But still you will get lost sometime, and it is well to be ready for it by carrying matches, knife, and compass. When you do miss your way, the first thing to remember is, like the Indian, you are not lost. It is the teepee that is lost. It isn't serious. It cannot be so unless you do something foolish. The first and most natural thing to do is to get on a hill, up a tree, or other high lookout, and seek for some landmark near camp. You may be sure of this much. You are not nearly so far from camp as you think you are. Your friends will soon find you. You can help them best by signaling. The worst thing you can do is to get frightened. The truly dangerous enemy is not the cold or the hunger so much as the fear. It is fear that robs the wanderer of his judgment and of his limb power. It is fear that turns the passing experience into a final tragedy. Only keep cool, and all will be well. If there is snow on the ground, you can follow your back track. If you see no landmark, look for the smoke of the fire. Shout from time to time and wait, for though you have been away for hours, it is quite possible you are within earshot of your friends. If you happen to have a gun, fire it off twice in quick succession on your high lookout, then wait and listen. Do this several times and wait plenty long enough, perhaps an hour. If this brings no help, send up a distress signal, that is, make 2 smoke fires by smothering 2 bright fires with green leaves and rotten wood, and keep them at least 50 feet apart, or the wind will confuse them. 2 shots, or 2 smokes, are usually understood to mean, "I am in trouble." Those in camp on seeing this should send up 1 smoke, which means, "Camp is here." If you have a dog or a horse with you, you may depend upon it he can bring you out all right, but usually you will have to rely on yourself. The simplest plan, when there is fresh snow and no wind, is to follow your own track back. No matter how far around or how crooked it may be, it will certainly bring you out safely. If you are sure of the general direction to the camp and determined to keep moving, leave a note pinned on a tree if you have paper. If not, write with charcoal on a piece of wood, and also make a good smoke, so that you can come back to this spot if you choose. But make certain that the fire cannot run, by clearing the ground around it and by banking it around with sods. And mark your course by breaking or cutting a twig every 50 feet. You can keep straight by the sun, the moon, or the stars, but when they are unseen, you must be guided by the compass. I do not believe much in guidance by what are called nature's compass signs. It is usual to say, for example, that the north side of the tree has the most moss, or the south side the most limbs, etc. While these are true in general, there are so many exceptions that when alarmed and in doubt as to which is north, one is not in a frame of mind to decide with certainty on such fine points. If a strong west wind, for example, was blowing when you left camp, and has blown ever since, you can be pretty sure it is still a west wind, but the only safe and certain natural compass guides are the sun, moon, and stars. The pole, or North Star, and the Great Bear, also called the Dipper and the Pointers, should be known to every boy as they are to every Indian. The Pointers always point out the pole star. Of course, they go around it once in 24 hours, so this makes a kind of clock. The stars then will enable you to keep straight if you travel. But thick woods, fog, or clouds are apt to come up, and without something to guide, you are sure to go around in a circle. Old woodsmen commonly follow down the streams. These are certain to bring you out somewhere, but the very worst traveling is along the edges of the streams, and they take you a long way around. All things considered, it is usually best to stay right where you are, especially if in a wild country where there is no chance of finding a farmhouse. Make yourself comfortable for the night by gathering plenty of good wood while it is daylight, and building a windscreen on 3 sides with the fire in front and something to keep you off the ground. Do not worry, but keep up a good fire, and when day comes, renew your 2 smokes and wait. A good fire is the best friend of a lost man. I have been lost a number of times, but always got out without serious trouble, because I kept cool. The worst losing I ever got was after I had been so long in the West that I qualified to act as a professional guide and was engaged by a lot of Eastern farmers looking for land locations. This was in the October of 1883 on the upper Assiniboine. The main body of the farmers had remained behind. I had gone ahead with 2 of them. I took them over hundreds of miles of wild country. As we went northward, the country improved. We were traveling with oxen, and it was our custom to let them graze for 2 hours at noon. One warm day, while the oxen were feeding, we went in our shirt sleeves to a distant butte that promised a lookout. We forgot about the lateness till the sun got low. Even then I could have got back to camp, but clouds came up and darkness fell quickly. Knowing the general direction, I kept on, and after half an hour's tramp we came to a canyon I had never seen before. I got out my compass and a match and found that I had been circling, as one is sure to do in the dark. I corrected the course and led off again. After another brief turn, I struck another match and learned from the compass that I was again circling. This was discouraging, but with corrected course we again tramped. I was leading, and suddenly the dark ground 10 feet ahead of me turned gray. I could not make it out, so went cautiously nearer. I lay down, reached forth, and then slowly made sure that we were on the edge of a steep precipice. I backed off, and frankly told the men I did not know where we were. I got out my matchbox and compass and found I had but 1 match left. "Any of you got any matches?" I asked. "No, left 'em all in our coats," was their answer. "Well," said I have 1. Shall I use it to get a new course from the compass, or shall we make a fire and stay here till morning?" All voted to camp for the night. There was now a cold rain. We groped into a hollow where we got some dead wood, and by using our knives got some dry chips from the inside of a log. When all was ready, we gathered close around, and I got out the 1 match. I was about to strike it when the younger of the men said, "Say, Seaton, you are not a smoker. Jack is. Hadn't you better give him that match?" There was sense in this. I have never in my life smoked. Jack was an old stager and an adept with matches. I handed it to him. Rip, fizz! And in a minute we had a fire. With the help of the firelight, we now found plenty of dead wood. We made 3 blazing fires side by side, and after an hour we removed the center one, then raked away all the hot ashes, and all laid down together on the warm ground. When the morning came, the rain ceased. We stretched our stiffened limbs and made for camp. Yes, there it was in plain view 2 miles away across a fearful canyon. 3 steps more on that gloomy night, and we should have been over the edge of that canyon and dashed to the bottom. End of Section 7, Woodcraft, Part 2. Recording by Debbie Baker Robinson, Davie, Florida.
Section 8 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arthur Flavel. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 8. How to make fire by rubbing sticks. "How do Indians make a fire without matches?" asked a boy who loved to play Indian. Most of us have heard the answer to this. The Indians used a flint and steel, as our own fathers and mothers did 100 years ago, and before they had flint and steel, they used rubbing sticks. We've all read about bringing fire out of 2 sticks by rubbing them together. I tried it once for an hour, and I know now I never would have got it in 1,000 years as I was doing it. Others have had the same experience. Consequently, most persons look upon this as a sort of fairy tale, or, if they believe it to be true, they think it is so difficult as to be worth no second thought. All scouts, I find, are surprised and greatly interested to learn that not only is it possible, it is easy to make a friction fire if you know how, and hopeless if you don't. I have taught many boys and men, including some Indians, to do it, and some have grown so expert that they make it nearly as quickly as with an old-fashioned sulphur match. When I first learned from Walter Huff, who learned from the Indians, it took me from 5 to 10 minutes to get a blazing fire. Not half an hour, as some books have it. But later I got it down to a minute, then to 31 seconds, from the time of taking up the rubbing sticks to having a fine blaze, the time in getting the first spark being about 6 seconds. My early efforts were inspired by book accounts of Indian methods, but unfortunately I have never yet seen a book account that was accurate enough to guide anyone successfully in the art of fire-making. All omit one or other of the absolute essentials, or dwell on some triviality. The impression they leave on those who know is that the writers did not. The surest and easiest method of making a friction fire is by use of the bow drill. 2 sticks, 2 tools, and some tinder are needed. The 2 sticks are the drill and the fireboard, or fire block. The books generally tell us that these must be of different kinds of wood. This is a mistake. I have uniformly gotten the best results with 2 pieces of the same kind, all the better indeed if they are parts of the same stick. What kind of wood? This is a very important question, as woods that are too hard, too soft, too wet, too oily, too gummy, or too resinous will not produce fire. The wood should be soft enough to wear away, else it produces no punk, and hard enough to wear slowly, or the heat is not enough to light the punk, and of course it should be highly inflammable. Those that I have had the best luck with are the balsam fir, cottonwood roots, tamarack, European larch, red cedar, white cedar, Oregon cedar, basswood, cypress, and sometimes second-growth white pine. It should always be a dry, sound stick, brash, but not in the least punky. In each part of the country there seems to be a kind of wood well suited for fire-making. The eastern Indians use cedar. The northern Indians, cedar or balsam fir. The plains Indians use cottonwood or sagebrush roots. Perhaps the most reliable of all is dry and seasoned balsam fir. Either the species in the North Woods or in the Rockies will do. It gives a fine big spark or coal in about 7 seconds. When in the grinding the dust that runs out of the notch is coarse and brown, it means that the wood is too soft. When it is very fine and scanty, it means that the wood is too hard. Refer to the illustration, The Rubbing Sticks for Fire-Making. 1. The simplest kind of bow. A bent stick with a stout leather thong fastened at each end. It is about 27 inches long and 5/8 inch thick. 2. A more elaborate bow with a hole at each end for the thong. At the handle end it goes through a disc of wood. This is to tighten the thong by pressure of the hand against the disc while using. 3. Simplest kind of drill socket. A pine or hemlock knot with a shallow hole or pit in it. 3A is underview of the same. It is about 4½ inches long. 4. A more elaborate drill socket. A pebble cemented with gum in a wooden holder. 4A is the underview of the same. 5. A very elaborate drill socket. It is made of tulip wood, carved to represent the thunderbird. It has eyes of green feldspar cemented in with resin. On the underside, in 5A, is seen in the middle a soapstone socket let into the wood and fastened with pine gum, and on the head a hole kept filled with grease, to grease the top of the drill before use. 6. The drill. 12 to 18 inches long and about 3/4 inch thick. It is roughly 8-sided, so the thong will not slip, and pointed at each end. The best wood for the drill is old, dry brash, but not punky balsam fir or cottonwood roots, but basswood, white cedar, red cedar, tamarack, and sometimes even white pine will do. 7. Fireboard or block. About 3/4 inch thick and any length handy. A is the notch with pit just begun. B shows the pit after once using and in good trim for the second time. C shows the pit bored through and now useless. The notch is 1/2 inch wide and 3/4 inch deep. 8 shows the way of using the sticks. The block A is held down with 1 foot. The end of the drill B is put in the pit. The drill socket C is held on top in the left hand. One end of the bow D is held in the right hand, while the bow is drawn back and forth. 9 is a little wooden fire pan, not essential but convenient. Its thin edge is put under the notch to catch the powder that falls. I have made many experiments to determine whether there is anything in the idea that it is better to have the block and drill of different woods, but no hybrid combination was so successful as 2 of a kind. The drill and the bow and socket are fully described in the illustration. The preparing of the fireboard is one of the most important things. At the edge, cut a notch 1/2 inch wide and about 3/4 of an inch deep. At the top of this notch, make a pit or shallow hole, and the board is ready. The importance of this notch is such that it is useless to try firemaking without it. While these are the essentials, it is well to get ready also some tinder. I have tried a great many different kinds of lint and punk, including a number that were artificially prepared, soaked with saltpeter or other combustibles. But these are not really fair play. The true woodcrafter limits himself to the things that he can get in the woods, and in all my recent firemaking I have contented myself with the tinder used for ages by the red men, that is, cedar wood, finely shredded between 2 stones. Some use the fringes that grow on birch, improving it by rubbing it in powdered charcoal. Now that he has the tools and the material ready, it will be an easy matter for the matchless castaway to produce a fire. Pass the leather thong once around the drill, and this should make the thong taut. Put the lower point of the drill in the pit at the top of the notch in the fireboard, and hold the socket with the left hand on top of the drill. The notch of the fireboard should be resting on a chip or a thin wooden tray. Hold the bow by the handle in the right hand, steady the board under the left foot, and the left arm against the left knee. Now, draw the bow back and forth with steady, even strokes its full length. This causes the drill to turn in the pit and bore into the wood. Ground-up wood runs out of the side of the notch, falling on the chip or tray. At first it is brown. In 2 or 3 seconds it turns black, and then smokes. In 5 or 6 seconds it is giving off a cloud of smoke. A few more vigorous strokes of the bow, and now it will be found that the smoke still comes from the pile of black wood dust on the chip. Fan this gently with the hand, the smoke increases, and in a few seconds you see a glowing coal in the middle of the dust. There are never any visible flying sparks. Now take a liberal pinch of the cedar tinder, about a teaspoonful. Wrap this in some bark fiber or shredded rope to keep it from blowing away. Hold it down on the coal, and lifting tray and all, blow or fan it until in a few seconds it blazes. Carefully pile over it the shreds of birch bark or splinters of fat pine prepared beforehand, and the fire is made. If you have the right wood, and still cannot get the fire, it is likely because you do not hold the drill steady or have not cut the side notch quite into the middle point of the little fire pit. The advantages of learning this method are threefold. First, fire making by friction is an interesting experiment in woodcraft. Second, a boy is better equipped having learned it. He can never afterward freeze to death for lack of matches if he has wood and an old shoelace. Third, for the very reason that it is difficult compared with matches, it tends to prevent the boys making unnecessary fires, and thus reduces the danger of their setting the woods ablaze or of smoking the forbidden cigarette. There is such fascination in making the rubbing stick fire that one of my Western cooks, becoming an expert, gave up the use of matches for a time and lit his morning fire with the fire drill, and indeed he did not find it much slower than the usual way. Walter Huff told me a story of an Apache Indian who scoffed at the matches of white men, and claimed that he could light a fire with rubbing sticks faster than Huff could with matches. So each made ready. They were waiting for the word go when the Indian said, "Wait, I see if him right." He gave a few strokes with the drill and called, "Stop, stop, him no good." He rearranged the sticks and tried a few more strokes. Just as Mr. Huff was going to strike the match, he said, "Stop, stop, him no good." He did this 3 times before he called, "Ready." Then the word go was given. The white man struck the slow, sizzling match. The Indian gave half a dozen twirls to the drill, the smoke burst forth, he covered it with tinder, fanned a few seconds, and then a bright flame arose, just before the white man got his twigs ablaze. So the Indian won, but it was by an Indian trick. For the 3 times when he pretended to be trying it, he was really warming up the wood, that is, doing a large part of the work. I'm afraid that deft as he was, he would have lost in a fair race. Yet this incident shows at least that in the point of speed, the old rubbing sticks are not very far behind the matches, as one might have supposed. It is indeed a wonder that the soldiers at West Point are not taught this simple trick, when it is so easily learned, and might someday be the one thing to save the lives of many of them. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 9. Woodcraft, Part 4. Archery. No woodcraft education is complete without a knowledge of archery. It is a pity that this noble sport has fallen into disuse. We shall find it essential to some of our best games. The modern hunting gun is an irresistible weapon of wholesale murder, and is just as deadly no matter who pulls the trigger. It spreads terror as well as death by its loud discharge, and it leaves little clue as to who is responsible for the shot. Its deadly range is so fearfully great as to put all game at the mercy of the clumsiest tyro. Woodcraft, the oldest of all sciences and one of the best, has steadily declined since the coming of the gun, and it is entirely due to this same unbridled power that America has lost so many of her fine game animals. The bow is a far less destructive weapon, and to succeed at all in the chase, the bowman must be a double-reed forester. The bow is silent, and it sends the arrow with exactly the same power that the bowman's arm puts into it, no more, no less. So it is really his own power that speeds the arrow. There is no question as to which hunter has the right to the game, or is responsible for the shot when the arrow is there to tell. The gun stands for little skill, irresistible force supplied from an outside source, overwhelming unfair odds, and sure death to the victim. The bow, on the other hand, stands for all that is clever and fine in woodcraft, so no guns or firearms of any kind are allowed in our Boy Scout camp.
The Indian's bow was short because, though less efficient, it was easier to carry than a long one. Yet it did not lack power. It is said that the arrowhead sometimes appeared on the far side of the buffalo it was fired into, and there is a tradition that Wanata, a Sioux chief, once shot his arrow through a cow buffalo and killed her calf that was running on the other side. But the long bow is more effective than the short one. The old English bowman, the best the world has ever seen, always shot with a long bow. The finest bows and arrows are those made by the professional makers, but there is no reason why each boy should not make his own. According to several authorities, the best bow woods are mulberry, Osage orange, sassafras, southern cedar, black locust, apple, black walnut, slippery elm, ironwood, mountain ash, hickory, California yew, and hemlock. Take a perfectly sound, straight, well-seasoned stick 5 or 6 feet long. Your bow should be about as long as yourself. Mark off a 5-inch space in the middle for the handle. Leave this round and a full inch thick. Shave down the rest, flat on one side for the front, and round on the other for the back, until it is about 1 inch wide and 3/4 of an inch thick. Next the handle, tapering to about 1/2 that at the ends, which are then knocked, nicked, or notched, as shown in cut 1. These notches are for the string, which is to be put on early. Draw the bow now, flat side out, not more than the proper distance, and note carefully which end bends the most. Then shave down the other side until it bends evenly. The middle scarcely bends at all. The perfect shape when bent is shown in cut 2. Trim the bow down to your strength, and finish smoothly with sandpaper and glass. It should be straight when unstrung, and unstrung when not in use. Fancy curved bows are weak affairs. The bow for our boy should require a power of 15 or 20 pounds, shown on a spring balance, to draw the string 23 inches from the bow, not more. The best string is of hemp or linen. It should be about 5 inches from the middle of the bow when strung. Cut 2. The notches for the string should be 2/3 the depth of the string. If you have not a bought string, make one of strong unbleached linen thread twisted together. At one end the string, which is heaviest at the ends, should be fast knotted to the bow notch, cut 5. At the other it should have a loop, as shown in cut 4. In the middle it should be lashed with fine silk and wax for 5 inches, and the exact place marked where the arrow fits it. The arrow is more important than the bow. Anyone can make a bow. Few can make an arrow, for as the Seminole Indian expressed it to Maurice Thompson, "Any stick do for bow. Good arrow, much heap work. Ugh." Hiawatha went all the way to Dakota to see the famous arrow maker. In England, when the bow was the gun of the country, the bow maker was called a bowyer, and the arrow maker a fletcher, from the Norman fletche, an arrow. So when men began to use surnames, those who excelled in arrow making were proud to be called the fletchers, but to make a good bow was not a notable achievement, hence few took bowyer as their name. The first thing about an arrow is that it must be perfectly straight. Straight as an arrow refers to the arrow itself, not to its flight. That is always curved. The archery outfit. Not all on scale. 1. The 5-foot bow as finished, with sections at the point shown. 2. The bow braced or strung. 3. The bow unstrung, showing the loop slipped down. 4. The loop that is used on the upper end of the bow. 5. The timber hitch always used on the lower end or notch of the bow. 6. A turkey feather with split midrib, all ready to lash on. 7. End view of arrow, showing notch and arrangement of 3 feathers. 8. Part of arrow, showing feathering and lashing. 9. Sanger hunting arrow with wooden point, 25 inches long. 10. Sanger war arrow with nail point and extra long feathers, It is also 25 inches long. 11. Quiver with Indian design, 20 inches long. 12. The bracer or arm guard of heavy leather for left arm with 2 laces to tie it on. It is 6 inches long. The Indians made arrows of reeds and of straight shoots of viburnum or arrow wood and of elder, but we make better arrows out of the solid heartwood of hard pine for target use and of hickory or ash for hunting. The arrow should be 25 inches long, round, and 3/8 of an inch thick, and have 3 feathers set as shown in cut 6, about an inch from the notch. The feather B that stands out at right angles to notch A should always be away from the bow in shooting. This is called the cock feather, and it is usually marked or colored in some way to be quickly distinguished. Correct form in shooting. The diagram at bottom is to show the centers of the heels in line with target. Turkey and goosewing feathers are the best that grow in our country for arrow feathers. The Indians mostly use turkey. With a sharp knife, cut a strip of the midrib on which is the vein of the feather. Make 3 pieces, each 2 to 3 inches long. White men glue these onto the arrow. The Indians leave the midrib projecting at each end, and by these lash the feathers without gluing. The lashed feathers stand the weather better than the glued, but do not fly so well. The Indians use sharp flint arrowheads for war and for big game, but for birds and small game they make arrowheads with a knob of hard wood, or the knuckle bone of some small animal. The best arrowheads for our purpose are like the ferrule of an umbrella top. They receive the end of the shaft into them and keep it from splitting. One of the best arrows I ever shot with was 28 inches long, 5/16 of an inch thick, and had a ferrule head and very small feathers. The finishing touch of an arrow is painting it. This is done for several purposes. First, to preserve it from damp, which would twist the arrow and soften the glue that holds the feathers. Second, each hunter paints all his arrows with his mark so as to know them. Third, they are thus made bright colored to help in finding them when lost. There are 4 other things required by our archer: a smooth, hard arm guard, or bracer, usually of hard leather. The Indians who use one make it of wood, grass, or rawhide. In photographs of famous Indians you may often see this on the left wrist, and will remember that it was there as a protection from the blow of the bow cord. Some archers can shoot with the wrist bent, so as to need no guard. The 3 middle fingers of the right hand also need protection. An old leather glove, with thumb and little finger cut away, will do very well for this, though the ready-made tips at the archery stores are more convenient. Some archers who practice all their lives can shoot without protecting the fingers. The bow case and quiver are important. Any kind of cover that will keep them from the rain and hang on your back will do, but there are many little things that help to make them handy. When the cover is off, the arrows should project 3 or 4 inches, so that they may be more easily drawn out. The Indians often carried very beautiful quivers of buckskin ornamented with quills and beads. One day out west I saw an Omaha brave with a bow case and quiver covered with very odd material, a piece of common red and white cotton print. When allowed to examine it, I felt some other material underneath the print. After a little dickering he sold me bow, arrows, quiver, and all for a couple of dollars. I then ripped open the print and found my first suspicions confirmed, for underneath the quiver was of buckskin, beautifully embroidered, with red feathers and porcupine quills of deep red and turquoise blue. The Indian was as much puzzled by my preference for the quill work as I was by his for the cotton print. The standard target for men is 4 feet across with a 9-inch bull's eye, and around that 4 rings, each 4 3/4 inches wide. The bull's eye counts 9, the other rings 7, 5, 3, 1. The bought targets are made of straw, but a good target may be made of a box filled with sods, or a bank covered with sacking on which are painted the usual rings. Now comes the most important point of all, how to shoot. There are several ways of holding an arrow, but only one good one. Most boys know the ordinary finger and thumb pinch or grip. This is all very well for a toy bow, but a hunter's bow cannot be drawn that way. No one has strength enough in his fingers for it. The true archer's grip for the arrow is shown in the cut. The thumb and little finger have nothing to do with it. The archer's grip. As in golf and all such things, there is a right form. You attend to your end of the arrow's flight, and the other will take care of itself. Stand perfectly straight. Plant your feet with the centers of the two heels in line with the target. Cut page 78. Grasp the bow in the middle with the left hand and place the arrow on the string at the left side of the bow. Hold the bow plumb and draw as above till the notch of the arrow is right under your eye and the head of the arrow back to the bow. The right elbow must be in the same line with the arrow. Let go the arrow by straightening the fingers a little, turning the hand outward at the bottom and drawing it back 1 inch. Always do this in exactly the same way, and your shooting will be even. Your left hand should not move a hair's breadth until the arrow strikes the target. To begin shooting, put the target very near, within 15 or 20 yards. But the proper shooting distance when the archer is in good practice is 40 yards for a 4-foot target and 30 yards for a 3-foot target. A good shot, shooting 12 arrows at this, should score 50. The Indians generally used their bows at short range, so that it was easy to hit the mark. Rapid firing was important. In their archery competitions, therefore, the prize was given to the one who could have the most arrows in the air at once. Their record, according to Kathrine, was 8. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arthur Flavel. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 10. The Stars as Seen with the Naked Eye. The chief works referred to in this are C. Flammarion's Popular Astronomy, Gore's translation, and Garrett P. Service's Astronomy with an Opera Glass. Those who wish to go farther a sky are referred to these books. Whether he expects to use them as guides or not, every boy should learn the principal constellations and the important stars. A non-scientific friend said to me once, "I'm always glad that I learned the principal star groups when I was young. I have never forgotten them, and no matter in what strange country I find myself, I can always look up at night and see the old familiar stars that shone on me in my home in my own country." All American boys know the Dipper or Great Bear. This is perhaps the most important star group in our sky because of its size, peculiar form, and the fact that it never sets in our latitude, and last, that it always points out the pole star, and for this reason it is sometimes known as the Pointers. It is called the Dipper because it is shaped like a dipper with a long bent handle. Why it is called the Great Bear is not so easy to explain. The classical legend has it that the nymph Callisto, having violated her vow, was changed by Diana into a bear, which after death was immortalized in the sky by Zeus. Another suggestion is that the earliest astronomers, the Chaldeans, called these stars the Shining Ones, and their word happened to be very like the Greek arctos, a bear. Another explanation, I do not know who is authority for either, is that vessels in olden days were named for animals, etc. They bore at the prow the carved effigy of the namesake, and if the Great Bear, for example, made several very happy voyages by setting out when a certain constellation was in the ascendant, that constellation might become known as the Great Bear's constellation. Certainly there is nothing in its shape to justify the name. Very few of the constellations, indeed, are like the thing they are called after. Their names were usually given for some fanciful association with the namesake, rather than for resemblance to it. The pole star is really the most important of the stars in our sky. It marks the north at all times. It alone is fixed in the heavens. All the other stars seem to swing around it once in 24 hours. It is in the end of the little bear's tail. But the pole star, or Polaris, is not a very bright one, and it would be hard to identify but for the help of the Dipper or pointers. The outside, alpha and beta, of the Dipper points nearly to Polaris, at a distance equal to 3 1/2 times the space that separates these two stars of the Dipper's outer side. Various Indians call the pole star the home star, and the star that never moves, and the Dipper they called the broken back. The last star but one in the Dipper, away from the pole, that is, the star at the bend of the handle, is known to astronomers as Mizar, one of the horses. Just above it, and tucked close in, is a smaller star known to astronomers as Alcor, or the rider. The Indians call these two the old squaw and the papoose on her back. In the Old World, from very ancient times, these have been used as tests of eyesight. To be able to see Alcor with the naked eye means that one has excellent eyesight. So also on the plains, the old folks would ask the children at night, "Can you see the papoose on the old squaw's back?" And when the youngsters saw it, and proved that he did by a right description, they rejoiced that he had the eyesight which is the first requisite of a good hunter. The Great Bear is also to be remembered as the pointers for another reason. It is the hour hand of the woodman's clock. It goes once around the North Star in about 24 hours, the same way as the sun, and for the same reason, that it is the earth that is going round and leaving them behind. The time in going around is not exactly 24 hours, so that the position of the pointers varies with the seasons, but as a rule, this for woodcraft purposes is near enough. The bowl of the Dipper swings 1 1/2 times the width of the opening, i.e. 15 degrees, in 1 hour. If it went a quarter of the circle, that would mean you had slept a quarter of a day, or 6 hours. Each 15 days, the stars seem to be an hour earlier. In 3 months, they gain 1/4 of the circle, and in a year, gain the whole circle. According to Flammarion, there are about 7,000 stars visible to the naked eye, and of those, but 19 are stars of the first magnitude. 13 of them are visible in the latitude of New York, the other 6 belong to the south polar region of the sky. Here is Flammarion's arrangement of them in order of seeming brightness. Those that can be seen in the southern hemisphere only are in brackets. 1. Sirius, the dog star. 2. In the southern hemisphere, Canopus of Argo. 3. Southern hemisphere, Alpha of the Centaur. 4. Arcturus of Bootes. 5. Vega of the Lyre. 6. Rigel of Orion's Foot. 7. Capella of Auriga. 8. Procyon, or the Little Dog Star. 9. Betelgeuse of Orion's right shoulder. 10. Southern hemisphere, Beta of the Centaur. 11. Southern hemisphere, Achernar of Eridanus. 12. Aldebaran of Taurus, the bull's right eye. 13. Antares of Scorpio. 14. Southern hemisphere, Alpha of the Southern Cross. 15. Altair of the Eagle. 16. Spica of Virgo. 17. Fomalhaut of the Southern Fish. 18. Southern hemisphere, Beta of the Southern Cross. 19. Regulus of the lion. Orion. Orion, with its striking array of brilliant stars, Betelgeuse, Rigel, the three kings, etc., is generally admitted to be the finest constellation in the heavens. Orion was the hunter giant who went to heaven when he died, and now marches around the great dome, but is seen only in the winter, because during the summer he passes over during daytime. Thus he is still the hunter's constellation. The three stars of his belt are called the Three Kings. Sirius, the great dog star, is in the head of Orion's hound, and following farther back is the little dog star, Procyon. In old charts of the stars, Orion is shown with his hound hunting the bull Taurus. Pleiades. Pleiades can be seen in winter as a cluster of small stars between Aldebaran and Algol, or a line drawn from the back bottom through the front rim of the dipper. About 2 dipper lengths touches this little group. They are not far from Aldebaran, being on the shoulder of the bull, of which Aldebaran is the right eye. They may be considered the 7 arrow wounds made by Orion. They are nearer the pole star than Aldebaran is, and on the side away from the dipper. Also, they are nearly on a line between Beta of the dipper, front-bottom, and Capella. Service tells us that the Pleiades have a supposed connection with the Great Pyramid, because about 2170 B.C., when the beginning of spring coincided with the culmination of the Pleiades at midnight, that wonderful group of stars was visible just at midnight through the mysterious southward-pointing passage of the pyramid. The Moon. The Moon is 1/5 the diameter of the Earth, and about 1/50th of the bulk, and is about 250,000 miles away. Its course, while very irregular, is nearly the same as the apparent course of the Sun. But in winter the full moon is at an altitude in the sky near the limit attained by the Sun in summer, and even at certain times 5 degrees higher. It is the contrary in summer, a season when the moon remains very low. The moon goes around the earth in 27 1/4 days. It loses nearly 3/4 of an hour each night. That is, it rises that much later. Birdcraft, by the National Association of Audubon Societies. Any boy who cares enough for outdoors to be a scout is sure to want a good acquaintance with the birds. Even dull people cannot help taking notice of our little brothers of the air, on account of their beauty, their songs, and their wondrous flight. But most folks never take the trouble to try and learn the names of any except a few common birds. Scouts whose eyes are sharp and ears are keen will find the study of birds a fascinating sport, which may prove to be the best fun that the woods provide. Knowing the birds. It is no easy matter, this trying to get to know the birds. But scouts are not looking for the easiest jobs, and it is great sport for them to follow some shy songster through the briery thicket until a really good look can be had. To sit stock still for half an hour to watch some unknown bird come home to her nest, or to wriggle on all fours through the grass to have a glimpse over the top of the knoll at ducks in the pool beyond. The only equipment necessary for bird study is an opera or field glass, a notebook, and a good bird reference book. As soon as you get a good look at a strange bird, notice its colors and markings, and then, if it moves, follow it up until you have seen practically all of its most prominent features. It will be impossible to carry these facts in your head, and unless some definite memorandum is made at the time, you will probably be hopelessly perplexed when you go to consult the bird book later. As it is hard to jot down satisfactory notes in the field, while catching fleeting glimpses of some timid bird, a handy little booklet has been prepared in which observations can be recorded very rapidly. These can be procured for 15 cents apiece from the National Association of Audubon Societies, 1974 Broadway, New York City. Location, date, hour, weather, wind. Size: smaller than wren, between wren and sparrow, between sparrow and robin, between robin and crow, larger than crow. Scene: near ground or high up, in heavy woods, bushy places, orchard, garden, swamp, open country, near water. Name, order, family, genus, species. Each booklet contains outline figures of the 5 leading types of birds. 1. Small perching birds. 2. Hawks. 3. Snipes. 4. Herons. 5. Ducks. On the page opposite is a list of numbers corresponding to colors. You can quickly mark on the outline the proper numbers and note with your pencil any marks on the bird. Then check the other data on the page, add any additional memoranda, and you have your bird in the hand, ready to take back and look up at your leisure. Careful observation. Notice particularly the range of the birds in your reference book, and eliminate all those not stated as occurring in your territory. Notice, too, dates of the birds coming and going, and do not expect to find species at any other time of year than within the dates mentioned. By thus narrowing down the possibilities, the task is much simplified. As a final resort, the National Association of Audubon Societies stands ready to help all Scouts who are positively stumped, and if the descriptive slips are mailed with return envelopes to the Secretary of the Association, 1974 Broadway, New York City, an identification will be made if the information furnished renders it in any way possible. The next time you see a bird that you have once identified, you will probably remember its name, and in this way you will be surprised to find how rapidly your bird acquaintance will grow. After a time, even the flight of a bird or its song will be enough to reveal an old acquaintance, just as you can often recognize a boy friend by his walk or the sound of his voice, without seeing his face. And what a new joy in life there is for anybody that really knows the birds about him. He can pick from the medley of bird songs the notes of the individual singers. He knows when to look for old friends of the year before. No countryside is ever lonely for him, for he finds birds everywhere, and knows that at any moment he may make some rare discovery or see a bird before unknown to him. Bird lists. A Scout should make a list of all the birds he has positively identified. This is his life list and is added to year by year. In addition, he will keep daily lists of the birds seen on special trips in the field. 2 or more patrols can enjoy a friendly rivalry by covering different regions and seeing which can observe the largest variety of birds. Hundreds of well-known ornithologists often have the fun of this kind of competition, sending in their list to a central bureau. As many as 120 different kinds of birds have been counted in a single day by one energetic band of bird lovers. Such a list is, however, attainable only under exceptionally favorable circumstances and by skilled observers who know their country thoroughly. For most Scouts, 30 to 40 species on a summer day and 50 to 60 during the spring migration would be regarded as a good list. End of Section 10.
Section 11 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 11. Woodcraft Part 6. Nesting Season. Undoubtedly the most interesting season to study birds is during the nesting period, which is at its height in June. It takes a pair of sharp eyes to find most birds' nests in the first place, and once found there are dozens of interesting little incidents which it is a delight to watch. Only a foolish Scout would rob himself of his chance to observe the secrets of nest life by stealing the contents, or would take any delight in piling up a collection of eggshells whose value at its best is almost nothing, and whose acquisition is necessarily accompanied by genuine heart pangs on the part of the rightful owners. It is more exciting to try to hide yourself near the nest so skillfully that the birds will carry on their domestic duties as though you were not near. A blind made of green cloth and set up near the nest like a little tent will often give opportunity for very close observation. It is surprising how near many birds will allow one to come in this way. Even though the blind looks very strange and out of place, the birds soon seem to get used to it, so long as it is motionless and the inmate cannot be seen. A simple type of blind can be constructed by sewing the edges of long pieces of green cloth together, drawing in the top with a cord, and then draping it over an open umbrella. How to photograph. From such a hiding place, photographs can often be secured of timid birds at their nests. In attempting to take photographs, it must be remembered that cameras of the pocket variety or fixed box type are almost useless. Most of them cannot be worked without special attachments at closer range than 6 feet, and even if the focus is correctly guessed, the image is apt to be very small. In this work it is far better to invest in a cheap camera, second-hand if need be, with which one can obtain a definite image on the ground glass where the plate or film is to be. Focus the camera on some spot where it is expected the bird will come. Usually this is on the nest or young, sometimes it is the food, a favorite perch or some form of decoy. The next requisite is patience. If the coveted opportunity arrives, set off the shutter by hand in the blind, or, where this is not possible, by means of a long thread, after carefully hiding the camera with boughs, leaves, sods, etc. How to know. An idea of the details of a bird's life which a scout may come to know may be had from the following table. 1. Description: size, form, color, and markings. 2. Haunts: upland, lowland, lakes, rivers, woods, fields, etc. 3. Movements: slow or active, hops, walks, creeps, swims, tail wagged, etc. 4. Appearance: alert, listless, crest erect, tail drooped, etc. 5. Disposition: solitary, flocking, wary, unsuspicious, etc. 6. Flight: slow, rapid, direct, undulating, soaring, sailing, flapping, etc. 7. Song: pleasing, unattractive, long, short, loud, faint, sung from the ground, from a perch, in the air, etc. Season of song. 8. Call notes: of surprise, alarm, protest, warning, signaling, etc. 9. Season: spring, fall, summer, winter, with times of arrival and departure and variations in numbers. 10. Food: berries, insects, seeds, etc. How secured. 11. Mating: habits during courtship. 12. Nesting: choice of site, material, construction, eggs, incubation, etc. 13. The young: food and care of, time in the nest, notes, actions, flights, etc. So varied is a bird's life that there is still plenty to be learned about even our common birds. It is quite possible for a scout to discover some facts that have never yet been published in books. What one boy did. A boy once originated the idea of varying the usual bird's nesting craze into a systematic study of the breeding of our common birds. In one spring he found within the limits of a single village 170 robins' nests. 100 were in suitable situations on private places, 41 were in woods, swamps, and orchards, 8 were placed under bridges, 2 being under the iron girders of the railroad bridge, 4 were in quarries, 16 were in barns, sheds, under piazzas, etc., and 1 was on the ground at the foot of a bush. In addition to searching out the birds in their natural haunts, there is a great fascination in trying to attract them to our homes. During winter evenings, Boy Scouts can busy themselves making nesting boxes. Even an old cigar box or a tomato can with a hole in it the size of a quarter will satisfy a house wren. Other boxes which are suitable for bluebirds, chickadees, tree swallows, purple martins, and starlings will, if set up in March, often have tenants the very first season. In many cases it is feasible to have hinged doors or sides on the nesting boxes, so that they may occasionally be opened and the progress of events within observed. It is needless to add, however, that great caution must be exercised to prevent desertion of the nest, or other disturbance of the bird's home life. Under favourable circumstances, even some of the shyer inhabitants of the woods, such as woodpeckers, owls, and ducks, can be induced to patronize artificial cavities if they are made right and erected right. Caring for birds. Another way of attracting birds in summer is by providing drinking and bathing places. A little artificial pool, protected from cats, will be a source of joy to the birds and of delight to the observer from morning to night. Apply to the National Association of Audubon Societies for information as to where ready-made nest boxes and fountains can be procured, also books on this subject, as well as on the subject of making friends of the birds through feeding. The bird lunch counter. How best to feed the birds is almost an art in itself. A winter lunch counter spread with suet, nuts, hempseed, meat, and crumbs will attract nuthatches, chickadees, downy and hairy woodpeckers, creepers, blue jays, etc. Canary seed, buckwheat, oats, and hay chaff scattered on the ground beneath will provide an irresistible banquet for other feathered boarders. A feeding place of this sort can be arranged for convenient observation from a window, and afford no end of diversion and instruction. But whether close at home or far afield, the great secret of success in such work is regularity. Begin to put the food out early in November, and let the birds get to know that they are always sure to find a supply of dainties in a certain spot, and the news will soon spread among them. In wintry weather especially, it is amazing what can be accomplished by feeding the birds regularly, and at least the following birds have been induced to feed from the human hand: chickadee, white-breasted nuthatch, red-breasted nuthatch, brown creeper, Carolina wren, cardinal, evening grosbeak, tufted titmouse, Canada jay, Florida jay, Oregon jay, and redpoll. Even in spring, untiring patience has resulted in the gratification of this supreme ambition of the bird lover, and bluebird, robin, catbird, chipping sparrow, ovenbird, brown thrasher, and yellow-throated vireo have been known to feed from the hand of a trusted friend, even with plenty of food all around. What scout can add to this list? Protecting the birds. Many a boy thinks that just because a bird is alive and moves, it is a proper target for his air rifle or his slingshot. Let us be thankful that there has now arisen a new class of boys, the scouts who, like the knights of old, are champions of the defenseless, even the birds. Scouts are the birds' police, and woe betide the lad who is caught with a nest and eggs, or the limp corpse of some feathered songster that he has slaughtered. Scouts know that there is no value in birds that are shot, except a few scientific specimens collected by trained museum experts. Scouts will not commend a farmer for shooting a hawk or an owl as a harmful bird, even though it were seen to capture a young chicken. They will post themselves on the subject, and find that most hawks and owls feed chiefly on field mice and large insects injurious to the farmer's crops, and that thus, in spite of an occasional toll on the poultry, they are as a whole of tremendous value. The way the birds help mankind is little short of a marvel. A band of nuthatches worked all winter in a pear orchard near Rochester, and rid the trees of a certain insect that had entirely destroyed the crop of the previous summer. A pair of rose-breasted grosbeaks were seen to feed their nest of youngsters 426 times in a day, each time with a bill full of potato bugs or other insects. A professor in Washington counted 250 tent caterpillars in the stomach of a dead yellow-billed cuckoo, and what appeals to us even more, 500 bloodthirsty mosquitoes inside of one nighthawk. It must not be forgotten that large city parks are among the best places for observing birds. As an example of what can be accomplished even with limited opportunities, there was a boy who happened to know where some owls roosted. Now, all owls swallow their prey whole, and in digesting this food they disgorge the skulls, bones, fur, and feathers in the form of hard, dry pellets. This boy used to go out on Saturday or Sunday afternoon and bring home his pockets full of pellets, and then in the evening he would break them apart. In this way he learned exactly what the owls had been eating, without killing them, and he even discovered the skulls of certain field mice that naturalists had never known existed in that region. He let the owl be his collector. Patrol work. It is a good idea to keep at patrol headquarters a large sheet on the wall, where a list of the year's bird observations can be tabulated. Each time a new bird is seen, its name is added, together with the initial of the observer, and after that its various occurrences are noted opposite its name. The keenest-eyed scouts are those whose initials appear most frequently in the table. In addition, the tables will show the appearance and relative abundance of birds in a given locality. For patrols of young boys, a plan of tacking up a colored picture of each bird as soon as it is thoroughly known has been found very successful, and the result provides a way to decorate the headquarters. Such pictures can be obtained very cheaply from the Parry Pictures Co., Boston, Massachusetts, or the National Association of Audubon Societies, 1974 Broadway, New York City. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America, Section 13. Mollusca, Shells and Shellfish, by Dr. William Healy Dahl of the United States Geological Survey. Figure 1. White-lipped snail, Polygyra albolabris. Among the shy and retiring animals which inhabit our woods and waters, or the borders of the sea, without making themselves conspicuous to man except when he seeks the larger ones for food, are the mollusca, usually confounded with crabs and crayfish under the popular name of shellfish, except the few which have no external shell, which are generally called slugs. Hardly any part of the world, except deserts, is without them, but shy as they are, it takes pretty sharp eyes to find them. Some come out of their hiding places only at night, and nearly all our American kinds live under cover of some sort. The mollusks can be conveniently divided into three groups: those which inhabit fresh water, those which breathe air and live on dry land, and lastly, those which are confined to the sea. The land shells, or snails, have generally thin shells of spiral form and live upon vegetable matter, many of them laying small eggs which look like minute pearls. Their hiding places are under leaves in shady or moist places, under the bark of dead trees or stumps, or under loose stone. They creep slowly and are most active after rain. Some of our larger kinds are an inch or two in diameter, the white-lipped, but from this size there are others diminishing in size to the smallest, which are hardly larger than the head of a pin. In collecting them, the little ones may be allowed to dry up. The big ones must be killed in boiling water, when the animal can be pulled out with a hook made of a crooked pin, leaving the shell clean and perfect. The slugs are not attractive on account of the slime which they throw out, and can only be kept in spirits. Some of the species found in California are as large as a small cigar, but those of the states east of the Rocky Mountains are smaller and have mostly been introduced from Europe, where they do a lot of mischief by eating such garden plants as lettuce. Many of the freshwater snails are abundant in brooks and ponds, and their relations, the freshwater mussels, are often very numerous in shallow rivers. They have a shell frequently beautifully pearly, white, or purple, and sometimes have the brown outer skin prettily streaked with bright green. Figure 2, Whelk, Buccinum amatum. Figure 3, Pond Snail, Limnaea palustris. The principal freshwater snails are the pond snail, the Limnaea, the Physa, which is remarkable for having the coil turned to the left instead of the right, and the orb snail, Planorbis, which has its coil flat. All of these lay minute eggs in a mass of transparent jelly, and are to be found on lily pads and other water plants, or crawling on the bottom, while the mussels bury themselves more or less in the mud, or lie on the gravelly bottom of streams. There is also a very numerous tribe of small bivalve shells, varying from half an inch to very minute in size, which are also mud lovers and are known as Spherium or Pisidium, having no common English name, since only those who hunt for them know of their existence. On the seashore, everybody knows the mussel, Mytilus, the soft clam, the round clam, and the oyster, as these are sought for food, but there is a multitude of smaller bivalves which are not so well known. The seashells, best known on the coast north of Chesapeake Bay, are the whelk, Buccinum, the sand snail, or Natica, which bores the round holes often found in clam shells on the beach, in order to suck the juices of its neighbors, and the various kinds of periwinkles, rock snails, or Littorina, found by the millions on the rocks between tides. These, as well as the limpets, small boat-shaped or slipper-shaped conical shells, found in similar places, are vegetable feeders. Altogether there are several hundred kinds found on the seashore and the water near the shore, and a collection of them will not only contain many curious, pretty, and interesting things, but will have the advantage of requiring no preservative to keep them in good condition after the animal has been taken out. Figure 4, Orb Shell, Planorbis trivalvus. Figure 5, Black Mussel, Mytilus. Figure 6, Bubble Snail, Physa heterostropha. The squids, cuttlefishes, octopus, and their allies are also mollusks, but not so accessible to the ordinary collector, and can only be kept in spirits. Books which may help the collector to identify the shells he may find are, for the land and freshwater shells, Mollusks of the Chicago area, and The Limnaea of North America by F. C. Baker, published by the Chicago Academy of Sciences. For the American marine shells, Bulletin No. 37, published by the United States National Museum at Washington. For shells in general, the Shell Book, published by Doubleday, Page & Company, Garden City, New York. On the Pacific Coast, the West Coast Shells by Professor Josiah Keep of Mills College will be found very useful. Reptiles by Dr. Leonhard Stejneger, Curator, National Museum. By reptiles, we understand properly a certain class of vertebrate or backboned animals, which on the whole may be described as possessing scales or horny shields, since most of them may be distinguished by this outer covering,
as the mammals by their hair and the birds by their feathers. Such animals as thousand-legs, scorpions, tarantulas, etc., though often erroneously referred to as reptiles, do not concern us in this connection. Among the living reptiles we distinguish 4 separate groups: the crocodiles, the turtles, the lizards, and the snakes. The crocodiles resemble lizards in shape, but are very much larger and live only in the tropics and the adjacent regions of the temperate zone. To this order belongs our North American alligator, which inhabits the states bordering the Gulf of Mexico and the coast country along the Atlantic Ocean as far north as North Carolina. They are hunted for their skin, which furnishes an excellent leather for traveling bags, purses, etc., and because of the incessant pursuit, are now becoming quite rare in many localities where formerly they were numerous. The American crocodile, very much like the one occurring in the river Nile, is also found at the extreme southern end of Florida. The turtles are easily recognized by the bony covering which encases their body, and into which most species can withdraw their heads and legs for protection. This bony box is usually covered with horny plates, but in a large group, the so-called soft-shelled turtles, the outer covering is a soft skin, thus forming a notable exception to the rule that reptiles are characterized by being covered with scales or plates. While most of the turtles live in fresh water or on land, a few species pass their lives in the open ocean, only coming ashore during the breeding season to deposit their eggs. Some of these marine turtles grow to an enormous size, sometimes reaching a weight of over 800 pounds. One of them is much sought for on account of the delicacy of its flesh, another because of the thickness and beauty of its horny plates, which furnish the so-called tortoise-shell, an important article of commerce. Turtles appear to reach a very old age, specimens having been known to have lived several hundred years. The box tortoise of our woods, the musk turtles, the snapping turtles, are familiar examples of this order, while the terrapin, which lives in brackish ponds and swamps along our sea-coasts, is famous as a table delicacy. Picture Harlequin snake. The lizards are 4-legged reptiles, usually of small size, living on the ground or in the trees, very rarely voluntarily entering water. The so-called water lizards are not lizards at all, but belong to the salamanders and are distinguished by having a naked body not covered with scales. Most of the true lizards are of very graceful form, exceedingly quick at running. Others display the most gorgeous coloration, which in many of them, such as the chameleons, changes according to the light or the temperature or the mood of the animal. Not all of them have 4 legs, however, there being a strong tendency to develop legless species, which then externally become so much like snakes that they are told apart with some difficulty. Thus, our so-called glass snake, common in the southern states, is not a snake at all, but a lizard, as we may easily see by observing the ear openings on each side of the head, as no snake has ears. This beautiful animal is also known as the joint snake, and both names have reference to the exceeding brittleness of its long tail, which often breaks in many pieces in the hands of the enemy trying to capture the lizard. That these pieces ever join and heal together is, of course, a silly fable. As a matter of fact, the body in a comparatively short time grows a new tail, which, however, is much shorter and stumpier than the old one. The new piece is often of a different color from the rest of the body, and greatly resembles a horn, being conical and pointed, and has thus given rise to another equally silly fable, viz., that of the horn snake or hoop snake, which is said to have a sting in its tail and to be deadly poisonous. The lizards are all perfectly harmless, except the sluggish Gila monster, pronounced Gila, named from the Gila River in Arizona, which lives in the deserts of Arizona and Mexico, and whose bite may be fatal to man. The poison glands are situated at the point of the lower jaw, and the venom is taken up by the wound while the animal hangs on to its victim with the tenacity of a bulldog. All the other lizards are harmless, in spite of the dreadful stories told about the deadly quality of some of the species in various parts of the country. Picture rattlesnake palate. The snakes form the last group of the reptiles. Universally legless, though some of the boas and pythons have distinct outer rudiments of hind limbs, they are not easily mistaken, and it is perhaps well so, for unless one is an expert at distinguishing between the poisonous and the harmless kind, it is just as well to keep at a respectful distance from them. It is safest not to interfere with them, especially as those that are not poisonous are usually very useful in destroying rats and mice and other vermin, except perhaps those living in trees and feeding on eggs and young birds, which certainly do not deserve our protection. Of course, the rattlesnake is not to be mistaken. The horny appendix to its tail, with which it sounds the warning of its presence, is enough to distinguish it. It should here be explained that both lizards and snakes, at various intervals, shed the outer layer of their skin, the so-called epidermis. This transparent layer, after a certain length of time, loosens and is usually stripped off whole by the animal crawling out of it and turning it inside out, as a tight glove is turned. Now, at the end of a rattlesnake's tail there is a horny cap which is called the button, and being narrowed at the base and more strongly built than the rest of the epidermis, it is not shed with the rest of the skin, but remains attached. Thus, for each shedding, a new joint or ring is added to the rattle. How often the shedding takes place depends on various circumstances and may occur an uncertain number of times each year. Such a rattle, loose jointed as it is rather brittle, and the tip of the sounding instrument is easily broken and lost. It will therefore be easily understood that the common notion that a rattlesnake's age can be told by the number of rings in its rattle is absolutely erroneous. Another equally common and equally erroneous notion relates to the tongue of the snake, which the ignorant often term its sting, and which they believe to be the death-dealing instrument. Of course, the soft forked tongue, which constantly darts out and in of the snake's mouth, is perfectly harmless. It serves rather as a feeler than as a taste organ. The wound is inflicted by a pair of large, curved teeth, or fangs, in the upper jaw. These fangs are hollow and connected by a duct with the gland on the side of the head in which the poison is formed. Pressure on this gland at the time of the strike, for our poisonous snakes strike rather than bite, squirts the poison into the wound like a hypodermic syringe. The fangs, when shed or damaged, are replaced within a short time with new ones, so that a poisonous snake can only be made harmless for a short period by breaking them off. Only in exceptional cases need snake bites prove fatal. It is estimated that in North America, only about 2 persons in 100 bitten are killed by the poison, though many more die from carelessness or bad treatment, the worst of which is the filling up with whiskey, which aids the poison rather than counteracts it. The essential things in case of snake bite are 1. Keeping one's wits. 2. Tying a string or the like tightly around the wounded limb between the wound and the heart, and loosening it about once in 15 minutes, so as to admit the poison slowly into the circulation. 3. Making the wound bleed freely by enlarging it with a knife or otherwise. 4. If permanganate of potash be handy, it should at once be applied to the wound. 5. Treat the wound as antiseptically as it is possible with the means at hand, and hurry to a doctor. Picture Copperhead. The danger depends greatly on the amount of the poison injected, hence upon the size of the snake. It is for this reason that the big Florida rattlesnakes, which grow to 6 feet and over, are more to be feared than are other poisonous snakes. Of these we have in our country, besides the rattlesnakes, the water moccasin, or cottonmouth, the copperhead, and the coral snake. The latter is a bright-colored snake of red, yellow, and black rings, found in the south, but it is usually small and not aggressive, so that but few cases of poisoning are known. The other two are common enough, the former from Norfolk, Virginia, south, the other all over the eastern country from Texas to Massachusetts. They are usually confounded, however, with two perfectly harmless snakes, the cottonmouth with the common water snake, the copperhead with the so-called spreading adder. But as their differences have to be learned from actual inspection, and are very hard to express in a description which would help to identify living specimens, it is wisest to keep away from all of them. See The Poisonous Snakes of North America by Leonard Stejneger, published by Government Printing Office, Washington. Picture water moccasin. End of section 12. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Section 13 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Woodcraft Part 8. Insects and Butterflies. United States Bureau of Entomology. Illustrations are copies from Comstock's How to Know the Butterflies through courtesy of D. Appleton and Company. There is an advantage in the study of insects over most other branches of nature, excepting perhaps plants, in that there is plenty of material. You may have to tramp miles to see a certain bird or wild animal, but if you will sit down on the first patch of grass, you're sure to see something going on in the insect world. Butterflies. Nearly all insects go through several different stages. The young bird is very much like its parent, so is the young squirrel, or a young snake, or a young fish, or a young snail. But with most of the insects, the young is very different from its parents. All butterflies and moths lay eggs, and these hatch into caterpillars, which when full grown transform to what are called pupae or chrysalids, nearly motionless objects with all of the parts soldered together under an enveloping sheath. With some of the moths, the pupae are surrounded by silk cocoons spun by the caterpillars just before finally transforming to pupae. With all butterflies, the chrysalids are naked, except with one species which occurs in Central America, in which there is a common silk cocoon. With the moths, the larger parts spin cocoons, but some of them, like the owlet moths whose larvae are the cutworms, have naked pupae, usually under the surface of the ground. It is not difficult to study the transformations of the butterflies and moths, and it is always very interesting to feed a caterpillar until it transforms, in order to see what kind of butterfly or moth comes out of the chrysalis. Take the monarch butterfly, for example. This is a large, reddish-brown butterfly, a strong flyer, which is seen often flying about in the spring and again in the late summer and autumn. This is one of the most remarkable butterflies in America. It is found all over the United States. It is one of the strongest flyers that we know. It passes the winter in the southern states as an adult butterfly, probably hidden away in cracks under the bark of trees or elsewhere. When spring comes, the butterflies come out and begin to fly toward the north. Wherever they find the milkweed plant, they stop and lay some eggs on the leaves. The caterpillars issue from the eggs, feed on the milkweed, transform to chrysalids. Then the butterflies issue and continue the northward flight, stopping to lay eggs farther north on other milkweeds. By the end of June or July, some of these southern butterflies have found their way north into Canada and begin the return flight southward. Along in early August, they will be seen at summer resorts in the Catskill Mountains, and by the end of October, they will have traveled far down into the southern states where they passed the winter. The caterpillar of the monarch or milkweed butterfly is a very striking creature. It is nearly 2 inches long when fully grown. Its head is yellow striped with black. Its body is white with narrow black and yellow cross stripes on each segment. On the back of the second segment of the thorax there is a pair of black, whiplash-like filaments, and on the 8th joint there is a similar shorter pair. When this caterpillar gets ready to transform to chrysalis, it hangs itself off by its tail end, the skin splits and gradually draws back, and the chrysalis itself is revealed, pale pea-green in color with golden spots. Anyone by hunting over a patch of milkweed anywhere in the United States during the summer is quite apt to find these caterpillars feeding. It will be easy to watch them and see them transform, and eventually to get the butterfly. The same thing may be done with any one of the 652 different kinds of butterflies in the United States. Moths. When it comes to moths, there is much greater variety. Instead of 652, there are 5,970 in Dr. Dreyer's big catalogue. Perhaps the most interesting of these caterpillars are the big native silkworms, like those of the Cecropia moth, the Luna moth, the Polyphemus moth, or the Promethea moth. These caterpillars are very large and are to be found feeding upon the leaves of different trees, and all spin strong silken cocoons. People have tried to reel these cocoons, thinking they might be able to use the silk to make silk cloth as with the domestic silkworm of commerce, but they have been unable to reel them properly. The Polyphemus moth, for example, has been experimented with a great deal. It is found over a greater part of the United States, and its caterpillar feeds upon a great variety of trees and shrubs, such as oak, butternut, hickory, basswood, elm, maple, birch, chestnut, sycamore, and many others. The caterpillar is light green and has raised lines of silvery white on the side. It grows to a very large size and spins a dense, hard cocoon, usually attached to leaves. There are 2 generations in the southern states and 1 in the northern states. The moth which comes out of the cocoon has a wing spread of fully 5 inches. It is reddish-gray or somewhat buff in color, with darker bands near the edge of the wings, which themselves are pinkish on the outside and with a large clear spot near the center of the forewing, and a regular eye spot, clear in part and blue in the rest, in the center of the hind wing. One wishing to know about butterflies and moths should consult a book entitled How to Know the Butterflies by Professor J. H. Comstock of Cornell University and his wife, Mrs. Comstock, published by D. Appleton & Co. of New York, or The Butterfly Book by Dr. W. J. Holland of Pittsburgh, published by Doubleday, Page & Co. of New York, and The Moth Book, also by Dr. Holland, and published by the same firm. Other insects. There are many more different kinds of insects than there are of flowering plants, and if we were to add together all of the different kinds of birds, mammals, reptiles, fishes, crabs, mollusks, and all of the lower forms of animal life, they would not altogether amount to so many different kinds as there are insects. This makes the classification of insects quite complicated. There are 18 or 19 main orders, and each one is subdivided almost indefinitely. There is not one of these that is not full of interest. The habits of ants, for example, living in communities by themselves, afford a tremendous opportunity for interesting observation. A good book about them has been recently written by Dr. W. M. Wheeler of Harvard, entitled Ants, Their Structure, Development, and Behavior, published by the Columbia University Press, New York. Many insects live in the water, and to follow their life histories in small homemade aquaria is one of the most interesting occupations one could have, and there is a lot to be learned about these insects. Go to any stagnant pool, and you will find it swarming with animal life. Larvae or wigglers of mosquitoes and a number of other aquatic insects will be found feeding upon these wigglers. Water bugs of different kinds will be found, and the life histories of most of these were until quite recently almost unknown. Beetles and wasps. The order Coleoptera, comprising what we know as beetles, has thousands of species, each one with its own distinctive mode of life, some of them feeding upon other insects, others boring into wood, others feeding upon flowers, others upon leaves, and so on in endless variety. The wasps also will bear study. Here too there is a great variety, some of them building the paper nests known to everyone, others burrowing into the surface of the ground and storing up in these burrows grasshoppers and other insects for food for their young, which are grub-like in form. Others still burrowing into the twigs of bushes, and others making mud nests attached to the trunks of trees or to the clapboards of houses or outbuildings. This is just a hint at the endless variety of habits of insects. The United States National Museum publishes a bulletin by Mr. Nathan Banks entitled Directions for Collecting and Preserving Insects, which gives a general outline of the classification and should be possessed by everyone who wishes to take up the study from the beginning. Fishes, by Dr. Hugh M. Smith, Deputy Commissioner, United States Fisheries. There is no more fascinating and profitable study than the fish life of the lakes, ponds, rivers, brooks, bays, estuaries, and coasts of the United States. And no more important service can be rendered our American boys than to teach them to become familiar with our native food and game fishes, to realize their needs, and by example and precept to endeavor to secure for the fishes fair consideration and treatment. Classes of fish. Fishes may be roughly classified as 1. Freshwater, 2. Migratory between fresh and salt water, and 3. Marine. Among the families of American freshwater fishes that are conspicuous on account of their size, abundance, or economic importance, or all of these, there may be mentioned the sturgeons, the catfishes, the suckers, the minnows or carps, the pikes, the killifishes, the trouts, salmons, and whitefishes, the perches, and the basses, and sunfishes. Migratory fish. The migratory fishes fall into two groups, the anadromous and the catatomus. The anadromous fishes pass most of their lives in the sea, run upstream only for the purpose of spawning, and constitute the most valuable of our river fishes. In this group are the shads and the alewives or river herrings, the white perch, the striped bass or rockfish, some of the sturgeons, and the Atlantic salmon, all of which go back to sea after spawning, and the Pacific salmons, 5 species, all of which die after spawning. Of the catadromous fishes, there is a single example in our waters, the common eel. It spends most of its life in the fresh waters and sometimes becomes permanently landlocked there, and runs down to the sea to spawn, laying its eggs offshore in deep water. Marine fish. The marine fishes that are found in the coastal waters of the United States number many hundred species, some of them of great value as food. Among the most important are cod, haddock, hake, halibut, flounder, herring, bluefish, mackerel, weakfish or squetegee, mullet, snapper, drum, and rockfishes. Studying fish. The study of living fishes is most entertaining, and is rendered somewhat difficult by the medium in which they live, by their shyness, and by the necessity of approaching closely in order to obtain any accurate view. The spawning, feeding, swimming, and other habits of very few of our fishes are so well known that further information thereon is not needed, and the Boy Scouts' patience, skill, and powers of observation will be reflected in the records that may be and should be kept about the different fishes met with. Fishes may be studied from a bank, wharf, or boat, or by wading, and the view of the bottom and the fishes on or adjacent thereto may be greatly improved by the use of a water bucket, an ordinary wooden pail whose bottom is replaced by a piece of window glass. A more elaborate arrangement for observation is to provide at the bow of a rowboat a glass bottom box over which may be thrown a hood so that the student is invisible to the fishes. Identification of specimens. While many of the fishes in a given section are easily recognizable, there are in every water fishes which, on account of their small size, rarity, retiring habits, or close similarity to other fishes, are unknown to the average boy. These latter fishes often afford the most interesting subjects for study, and in all parts of the country it is possible for energetic observers and collectors to add to the list of fishes already recorded from particular districts. When fishes cannot be identified in the field, the larger ones may be sketched and notes taken on their color, while the smaller ones may be preserved with salt, formalin, or any kind of spirits. Specimens and drawings may be forwarded for identification to the zoological department of the local state university, to the State Fish Commission, to the Bureau of Fisheries, Washington, D.C., or to the United States National Museum in the same city. Angling. This most delightful of outdoor pastimes requires for its enjoyment no elaborate or expensive paraphernalia. A rod cut on the spot, a cork float, an ordinary hook baited with angleworm, grasshopper, grub, mayfly, or any of a dozen other handy lures will answer for most occasions. At the same time, the joys of fishing will often be increased if one possesses and learns how to use a light jointed rod with reel, fine line, and artificial baits. The necessary equipment for scientific angling is so light and compact that it should form a part of the outfit of everyone who spends much time in the open air. It should be the invariable practice of anglers to return to the water all uninjured fish that are not needed for food or study. It is not all of fishing to fish, and no thoughtful boy who has the interests of the country at heart and no lover of nature will go fishing merely for the purpose of catching the longest possible string of fish, thus placing himself in the class of anglers properly known as fish hogs. Special service by Boy Scouts. Valuable service may be rendered by Boy Scouts in all parts of the country by bringing to the attention of the proper state, county, or municipal authorities matters affecting the welfare of the fishes. Among the subjects that should be reported to fish commissioners, fish wardens, or local fish officers are 1. All cases noticed where fish are being killed by dynamite, poisons, or other illegal and improper means. 2. Threatened destruction of fish by the drying of streams and ponds. 3. The existence of obstructions to the passage of fish on their way to their spawning grounds. All dams in streams in which are migratory fish should have fishways or fish ladders. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 14. Aquarium. William Leland Stowell, M.D. Every boy should have an aquarium. The aquarium will give 10 times as much pleasure as annoyance, and the longer time you have one undisturbed, the greater will be its revelations. A simple tank can be made from a large water bottle or demijohn. File a line around the top and carefully break it off. For the backyard, cut a paint barrel in two or coat a tub inside with spar varnish. Anything that will hold a few gallons of water, 2 inches of clean sand, and some water plants, will be a suitable home for fish and other creatures. A boy handy with tools can make a frame and with plate glass and proper cement construct a large tank. Starting the aquarium. You can balance your aquarium by plenty of plants. As they grow, they give off oxygen, which purifies the water and is breathed by the fish. The water need not be changed for years. The swamps and slow streams afford great numbers of plants. If you know the plants, get pondweeds, Canadian waterweed, Ludwigia, willow moss, or tape grass. Look in the dictionary for official names of the plants or get special books from the library. Take some tape grass, Vallisneria, to your teacher or doctor and ask him to show you under his microscope how the sap flows and the green coloring matter is deposited. The simplest form of vegetation is algae, which grows on the sides of the tank. Lest this grow too thick, put in a few snails. Watch the snails' eggs develop in clusters. Buy, if you cannot find, banded swamp snails that give birth to their young instead of laying eggs. Any pond or stream will furnish fish that are beautiful or interesting to watch, e.g., killies, sunfish, catfish, carp, shiners, black-nosed dace, minnows, the mud minnow that seems to stand on its tail, darters, etc. If you get your supply from dealers, buy goldfish, of which there are several varieties, fan-tailed, comets, fringe-tails, and telescope-eyed. Mirror carp are lively. Paradise fish are as beautiful as butterflies. Picture: a balanced aquarium. Fish nests. Everyone knows something of fish nests. Did you ever watch sticklebacks build their barrel-like nest, or the paradise fish, his floating nest, and the father fish take all the care of the young? Did you ever see the newt roll her eggs in small leaves, or the caddisfly make a case of bits of stick, leaves, and stand? For a real marvel, watch a pair of diving spiders weave their balloon-like nest under water and actually carry air down to it so that the young may be dry, though submerged. Put in a few freshwater clams and insects in variety, water boatmen, diving spiders, and whirligigs. A tank of beetles will be full of interest. Always add 2 or 3 tadpoles as scavengers, and watch their legs grow out as the tail grows short and they become frogs. You can find or buy a variety of turtles, which will soon be tame and eat from your fingers. Do not keep turtles with fish. On every hike or tramp, carry a wide-mouthed bottle for specimens and a piece of rubber cloth in which to bring home water plants. Fish can be carried wrapped in damp moss for hours and will be found well and lively when put in the aquarium. Fish food. Fish require very little food other than the minute creatures that develop in the water. The dealers supply proper foods for aquaria, or you can prepare your own. Fine vermicelli is good for goldfish. Scraped lean beef is just what the sunfish and paradise fish want. Ant eggs suit many fish, and powdered dog biscuit will fill many mouths. It is evident that an article so brief as this is only suggestive. The libraries contain many books, of which 2 are recommended. Home Aquarium and How to Care for It, by Eugene Smith, 1902, published by Dutton, New York. Book of Aquaria, by Bateman and Bennett, 1890, published by L. Upcott Gill, 170 Strand, W.C., London. Rocks and Pebbles. United States Geological Survey. Geologists study the materials of the Earth's crust, the processes continually changing its surface, and the forms and structures thus produced. In a day's tramp, one may see much under each of these heads. The Earth's crust is made up chiefly of the hard rocks, which outcrop in many places, but are largely covered by thin, loose surface materials. Rocks may be igneous, which have cooled from a melted condition, or sedimentary, which are made of layers spread one upon another by water currents or waves, or by winds. Igneous rocks, while still molten, have been forced into other rocks from below, or poured out on the surface from volcanoes. They are chiefly made of crystals of various minerals, such as quartz, feldspar, mica, and pyrite. Granite often contains large crystals of feldspar or mica. Some igneous rocks, especially lavas, are glassy. Others are so fine-grained that the crystals cannot be seen. In places, one may find veins filling cracks in the rocks, and made of material deposited from solution in water. Many valuable minerals and ores occur in such veins, and fine specimens can sometimes be obtained from them. Picture fold in stratified rock. Picture wearing the soft and hard beds by rain and wind. Picture quartz vein in rock. Sedimentary rock are formed of material usually derived from the breaking up and wearing away of older rocks. When first deposited, the materials are loose, but later, when covered by other beds, they become hardened into solid rock. If the layers were of sand, the rock is sandstone. If of clay, it is shale. Rocks made of layers of pebbles are called conglomerate or pudding stone. Those of limy material, derived perhaps from shells, are limestone. Many sedimentary rocks contain fossils, which are the shells or bones of animals, or the stems and leaves of plants living in former times, and buried by successive beds of sand or mud spread over them. Much of the land is covered by a thin surface deposit of clay, sand, or gravel, which is yet loose material and which shows the mode of formation of sedimentary rocks. Some rocks have undergone, since their formation, great pressure or heat, and have been much changed. They are called metamorphic rocks. Some are now made of crystals, though at first they were not. In others, the minerals have become arranged in layers closely resembling the beds of sedimentary rocks. Still others, like slate, tend to split into thin plates. The earth's surface is continually being changed. The outcropping hard rock is worn away by wind and rain, and is broken up by frost, by solution of some minerals, etc. The loose material formed is blown away or washed away by rain and deposited elsewhere by streams in gravel bars, sand beds, and mud flats. The streams cut away their beds, aided by the sand and pebbles washed along. Thus, the hills are being worn down and the valleys deepened and widened, and the materials of the land are slowly being moved toward the sea, again to be deposited in beds. Picture wave-cut cliff with beach and spit built by waves and currents. Along the coast, the waves, with the pebbles washed out, are wearing away the land and spreading out its materials in new beds elsewhere. The shore is being cut back in some places and built out in others. Rivers bring down sand and mud and build deltas or bars at their mouths. Volcanoes pour out melted rock on the surface, and much fine material is blown out in eruptions. Swamps are filled by dead vegetable matter and by sand and mud washed in. These materials form new rocks and build up the surface. Thus, the two processes, the wearing down in some places and the building up in others, are tending to bring the surface to a uniform level. Another process, so slow that it can be observed only through long periods of time, tends to deform the earth's crust and to make the surface more irregular. In times past, layers of rock, once horizontal, have been bent and folded into great arches and troughs, and large areas of the earth's surface have been raised high above sea level. Picture rock ledge rounded smooth and scratched by ice. Picture sand dune with wind rippled surface. At almost any rock outcrop, the result of the breaking up process may be seen. The outer portion is softer, more easily broken, and of different color from the fresh rock, as shown by breaking open a large piece. The wearing away of the land surface is well shown in rain gullies, and the carrying along and depositing of sand and gravel may be seen in almost any stream. In the northern states and Canada, which at one time were covered by a great sheet of ice, moving southward and grinding off the surface over which it passed, most of the rock outcrops are smoothly rounded, and many show scratches made by pebbles dragged along by the ice. The hills, too, have smoother and rounder outlines as compared with those farther south, where the land has been carved only by rain and streams. Along the coast, the wearing away of the land by waves is shown at cliffs, found where the coast is high, and by the abundant pebbles on the beaches, which are built of material torn from the land by the waves. Sandbars and tidal flats show the deposition of material brought by streams and spread out by currents. Sand dunes and barrens illustrate the carrying and spreading out of fine material by the wind. Picture slab containing fossil shells. Picture conglomerate or pudding stone. In many regions, the beds of sedimentary rocks, which must have been nearly horizontal when formed, are now found sloping at various angles or standing on edge, the result of slow deforming of these beds at an earlier time. As some beds are more easily worn away than others, the hills and valleys in such regions owe their form and position largely to the different extent to which the harder and softer beds have been worn down by weather and by streams. The irregular line of many coasts is likewise due to the different hardness of the rocks along the shore. It is by the study of the rocks and of the remains of life found in them, by observing the way in which the surface of the earth is being changed and examining the results of those changes, and by concluding that similar results were produced in former times in the same way, that geologists are able to read much of the past history of the earth, uncounted years before there were men upon it. End of section 14. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Section 15 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathrine. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 15. Woodcraft, Part 10. Plants, Ferns, and Grasses by Dr. L. C. Corbett, Horticulturist, United States Bureau of Plant Industry. The appearance of the blossoms and fruits of the fields and forests in any locality note the advent and progress of the seasons more accurately than does the calendar. Plants and seeds which have lain asleep during the winter are awakened not by the birth of a month, but by the return of heat and moisture in proper proportions. This may be early one year and late another, but no matter what the calendar says, the plants respond to the call and give evidence of spring, summer, or autumn, as the case may be. The surface of the earth is not flat. We have valleys and we have mountains. We have torrid and we have temperate zones. The plant life of the world has been adjusted to these varied conditions, and as a result we have plants with certain characteristics growing in the tropics at sea level, but a very different class of plants with different habits and characteristics inhabiting the elevated regions of this same zone. It must be remembered that even under the tropics, some of the highest mountains carry a perpetual snowcap. There is therefore all possible gradations of climate from sea level to the top of such mountains, even at the equator, and plant life is as a result as varied as is climate. Each zone, whether determined by latitude or by altitude, possesses a distinctive flora. But altitude and latitude are not the only factors which have been instrumental in determining the plants found in any particular locality. This old earth of ours has not always been as we see her today. The nature we know and observe is quite different from that which existed in earlier ages of the earth's history. The plants, the trees, and the flowers that existed upon the earth during the age when our coal was being deposited were very different from those we now have. There has been a change, but, strange as it may seem, there are in some places upon the earth today some of the same species of plants which were abundant during the coal-forming periods. These are among the oldest representatives of the plant world now extant. Then we are told that there was a period when the north temperate zone was covered with a great ice field which crowded down as far as southern Pennsylvania and central Ohio. This naturally brought about a profound change in the location and character of the plants of this region. There are in the Black Hills of Dakota species of plants which have no relatives anywhere in the prairie region, and no means is known by which these representatives of a Rocky Mountain family could find their way into the Black Hills, save that previous to the Ice Age, this species was generally scattered over the territory, and that during the Ice Age, the species was perpetuated in the hills, but was killed out between there and the Rocky Mountains where it is found in abundance. These are some of the natural reasons for the existence of varied plants in different localities. They are sufficient to explain the reason for the existence of local floras. But nature has provided untold ways for the perpetuation as well as the dispersal of plants, for the purpose of, so far as possible, enabling the plants of the world to take possession of all parts of the earth's surface. If this adjustment were complete, the plants would be practically alike all over the surface of the earth, but we have already explained why this cannot be, and why we have a different flora in each zone, whether it be marked by lines of latitude or height of the mountains. Plants are perpetuated by seeds, by bulbs, and by woody parts. Some seeds are highly perishable and must be sown as soon as ripe. Others remain years without losing their power to produce plants. Some grow as soon as they come in contact with the soil. Others must fall, be buried, and frozen before they will germinate. Some plants are perpetuated by bulbs, tubers, or roots in which a supply of food material is stored away to carry the plant over a period when its above-ground parts cannot thrive, owing to frost or drought. Upon the return of favorable conditions, these resting parts throw out shoots and again make the round of growth, usually producing both seeds and underground parts for the preservation of the species. There are both wild and cultivated plants in nearly all sections which illustrate these methods of preservation. Besides plants which have bulbs, tubers, or perennial roots, we have the large woody plants which live many years and so perpetuate themselves, not only as individuals the same as plants with perennial roots, but they too, as a rule, produce seeds for the multiplication of their kind. The agencies which serve to spread plants about over the earth's surface are very varied and interesting. Nature has provided seeds with many appendages which assist in their dispersal. Some seeds have wings, and some parachutes to take advantage of the wind. Some seeds are provided with hooks and stickers by which they become attached to the fur of animals, and are in this way enabled to steal a free ride. Other seeds are provided with edible coverings to attract birds, but the seeds themselves are hard and not digestible. The fruit is eaten and the seeds rejected, and so plants are scattered. Besides these methods of perpetuation and dispersal, some plants are perpetuated as well as dispersed by vegetative reproduction, i.e., by cuttings, as in the case of willows, by runners, as in the case of strawberry, and by stolons, as with the black raspberry. For further information on this point, see Bailey's Lessons with Plants. Some plant characteristics, however, of greatest interest to the scout may be enumerated. Plants not only mark zones, but they indicate soils with certain characteristics, and the crop-wise say that the soil on which chestnut abounds is suitable for buckwheat or peaches. Plants also indicate the influence of local conditions such as lakes, ponds, or even variations in contour. A knowledge of the local flora of a region will at once tell one whether he is upon a northern or southern hillside by the plants of the area. A creek bottom will abound with species not to be found on the hillside, but species common to both plain and mountain will mark the progress of the season up the slope. In the north temperate zone the moss, if any, will be found growing upon the north side of the tree trunk. Each 100 feet of elevation in a given latitude makes from 1 to 2 days difference in time of blooming of plants. The character of the vegetation of a region is an index to its climate. Certain plants are adapted to frigid regions, others to temperate, and still others to tropical areas. Some plants are adapted to humid sections, while others are admirably adjusted to desert conditions. A knowledge of these differences in plants will be of the greatest value to the scout, and if this is supplemented by information about the value and uses of the various plant products, many hardships can be avoided. Many plants produce valuable juices, gums, and resins, while others yield us valuable timber for building and cabinet uses. While it is impossible to even suggest the great variety of plants found within the confines of the United States, the following books on botany will be found helpful in each of the different sections for which they are designed. Bibliography. For the botany of the northeastern United States, use New Manual of Botany, 7th edition, Asa Gray. Illustrated Flora of the United States and Canada, N.L. Britton and Honorary Addison Brown. For the botany of the southern United States, use Flora of the Southern United States, A.W. Chapman. Southern Wild Flowers and Trees, Alice Lounsbury. For the botany of the Rocky Mountain region, use New Manual of Botany of the Central Rocky Mountains, John M. Coulter, revised by Avon Nelson. Rocky Mountain Wildflower Studies, Burton O. Longyear. The Trees of California, Willis Lynn Jepson. For general information regarding the shrubby plants in the United States, use Our Shrubs of the United States, Austin C. Apgar. Our Northern Shrubs, Harriet Louise Keeler. For the wild flowers outside of those already mentioned for the southern United States and the Rocky Mountain region, use Our Garden Flowers, Harriet Louise Keeler. How to Know the Wild Flowers, Frances Theodora Parsons. Field Book of American Wild Flowers, F. Schuyler Matthews. For the ferns and grasses it will be found worthwhile to consult How to Know the Ferns, Frances Theodora Parsons. The Fern Collector's Guide, Willard Nelson Clute. New England Ferns and Their Common Allies, Helen Eastman. The Grasses, Sedges, and Rushes of the North United States, Edward Noble. For the study of the monarchs of our forests, the following books will be found exceedingly useful. Manual of the Trees of North America, Charles Sprague Sargent. Trees of the Northern United States, Austin C. Apgar. Handbook of the Trees of the Northern United States and Canada, Romain Beck Ho. North American Trees, N. L. Britton. Familiar Trees and Their Leaves, 1911, F. Schuyler Matthews. Besides these, several states have issued through their state experiment station bulletins dealing with the local plant inhabitants. In some instances, these publications cover forest trees, grasses, and shrubs, either native or introduced. Several of the educational institutions, as well as the experiment stations, now regularly issue nature study leaflets or bulletins which treat of popular subjects of interest in connection with outdoor things. It would be well to write the state experiment station in your state for literature of this nature. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Boy Scouts Handbook, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 16. Woodcraft, Part 11. Mushrooms, Fungi, and Toadstools by Ernest Thompson Seton, Chief Scout, revised by Dr. C.C. Curtis. There are thousands of different kinds of toadstools or mushrooms in the world. Most of them are good to eat, yet all have a bad reputation, because some are deadly poisonous. False tests. First of all, let us dispose of some ancient false tests that have led many into disaster. Cooking or otherwise trying with silver proves absolutely nothing. It is believed by many that the poisonous mushrooms turn silver black. Some do, some do not, and some eatable ones do. There is nothing in it. Bright colors on the cap also mean nothing. Many gorgeous toadstools are wholesome food. But the color of the pores means a great deal, and this is determined by laying the fungus cap gills down on gray paper for 6 or 8 hours under a glass. Poisonous toadstools. Of all the poisonous kinds, the deadliest are the Amanitas. Not only are they widespread and abundant, but they are unhappily much like the ordinary table mushrooms. They have, however, 1 or 2 strong marks. Their stalk always grows out of a poison cup, which shows either as a cup or as a bulb. They have white or yellow gills and white spores. The worst are these: Death Cup, Destroying Angel, Sure Death, or Deadly Amanita. Amanita phalloides. 1½ to 5 inches across the cup, 3 to 7 inches high. White, green, yellowish olive, or grayish brown. Smooth but sticky when moist. Gills white. Spores white. On the stem is an annulus or ring just below the cap. Fly Amanita. Amanita muscaria. About the same size, mostly yellow, but ranging from orange-red to or almost white, usually with raised white spots or scales on the top. Gills white or tinged yellow, spores white, flesh white. Hated Amanita. Amanita spreta. 4 to 6 inches high, cap 3 to 5 inches across. White, tinged with brown in places, especially in the middle of the cap, where it sometimes has a bump. There are over a score more of Amanitas varying in size and color, but all have the general style of mushrooms, and the label marks of poison, that is, white or yellow gills, a poison cup, and white spores. Emetic Russula. Russula emetica. In a less degree, this russula is poisonous. It is a short-stemmed mushroom, 2 to 4 inches high, about the size of the fly Amanita. Its cap is rosy red, pinkish when young, dark red when older, fading to straw color in age. Its gills and spores are white. Its peppery taste, when raw, is a fair notice of danger. Symptoms of poisoning: vomiting and purging, the discharge of the bowels being watery with small flakes suspended and sometimes containing blood, cramps in the extremities. The pulse is very slow and strong at first, but later weak and rapid. Sometimes sweat and saliva pour out. Dizziness, faintness, and blindness, the skin clammy, cold, and bluish, or livid. Temperature low with dreadful tetanic convulsions, and finally stupor. Remedy: take an emetic at once and send for a physician with instructions to bring hypodermic syringe and atropine sulfate. The dose is 1/180th of a grain, and doses should be continued heroically until 1/20th of a grain is administered, or until, in the physician's opinion, a proper quantity has been injected. Where the victim is critically ill, the 1/20th of a grain may be administered. McIlvaine and macadam. Wholesome toadstools. Important notice. Experimenting with mushrooms is dangerous. It is better not to eat them unless gathered under expert direction. The common mushroom, Agaricus campestris, known at once by its general shape and smell, its pink or brown gills, white flesh, brown spores, and solid stem. Coprinus. Also belonging to the guild or true mushroom family are the ink caps of the genus. They grow on dung piles and rich ground. They spring up overnight and perish in a day. In the last stage the gills turn as black as ink. Inky coprinus, Coprinus atramentarius. This is a species illustrated. The example was from the woods. Often it is less tall and graceful. The cap is 1 inch to 3 inches in diameter, grayish or grayish-brown, sometimes tinged lead color. Wash and stew. Stew or bake from 20 to 30 minutes after thorough washing, being the recognized mode. All the calavaris or coral mushrooms are good, except Calavaria dichotoma, which is white, and has its branches divided in pairs at each fork. It grows on the ground under beeches and is slightly poisonous. It is rare. The delicious morel, Morchella deliciosa. 1½ to 3 inches high, greenish with brown hollows. There are several kindred species of various colors. This is known by the cylindrical shape of its cap. Wash, slice, and stew. Puffballs, Lycoperdacai. The next important and safe group are the puffballs before they begin to puff. All our puffballs, when young and solid white inside, are good wholesome food. Some of them, like the brain puffball or the giant puffball, are occasionally a foot in diameter, and yield flesh enough to feed 12 persons. They are well known to all who live in the country. Their smooth, rounded exterior, without special features except the roots, and their solid white interior are easily remembered. Peel, slice, and fry. Bibliography. The following are standard and beautifully illustrated works on mushroom and toadstools. They have been freely used for guidance and illustrations in the preparation of the above. Edible Fungi of New York, by Charles H. Peck, published by New York State Museum, Albany, 1900. The Mushroom Book, by Nina L. Marshall, published 1902 at New York by Doubleday, Page & Co., $3.50. 1,000 American Fungi, by McIlvaine and Macadam, published by the Bobbs Merrill Company of Indianapolis, 1902, $3. Add 40 cents express. Mushrooms, G. F. Atkinson, Holt & Co. The Mushroom, M. E. Hard, The Ohio Library Co., Columbus, Ohio. Common North American trees. White pine, Pinus strobus, a noble evergreen tree up to 175 feet high. This is the famous pine of New England, the lumberman's price. Its leaves are in bunches of 5 and are 3 to 5 inches long, cones 4 to 6 inches long. Wood pale, soft, straight-grained, easily split. Newfoundland to Manitoba and south to Illinois. There are many different kinds of pines. They are best distinguished by their cones. Hemlock, Tsuga canadensis. Evergreen, 60 to 70 feet high. Wood pale, soft, coarse, splintery, not durable. Bark full of tannin. Leaves 1/2 to 3/4 inches long. Cones about the same. Its knots are so hard that they quickly turn the edge of an axe or gap it, as a stone might. These are probably the hardest vegetable growth in our woods. Its topmost twig usually points easterly. Nova Scotia to Minnesota, south to Delaware and Michigan. Red cedar, Juniperus virginiana. Evergreen, any height up to 100 feet. Wood, heart a beautiful bright red. Sapwood nearly white. Soft, weak, but extremely durable as posts, etc. Makes a good bow. The tiny scale-like leaves are 3 to 6 to the inch. The berry-like cones are light blue and 1/4 inch in diameter. It is found in dry places from Nova Scotia to Florida and west to British Columbia. Cottonwood, Populus deliotus. Small and rare in the northeast, but abundant and large in the west, even 150 feet high. Leaves 3 to 6 inches long. Found from Quebec to Florida and west to the mountains. Shagbark or white hickory, Hickoria ovata. A tall forest tree up to 120 feet high, known at once by the great angular slabs of bark hanging partly detached from its main trunk, forced off by the growth of wood, but too tough to fall. Its leaves are 8 to 14 inches long, with 5 to 7 broad leaflets. Black walnut, Juglans nigra. A magnificent forest tree up to 150 feet high. Wood, a dark purplish brown or gray. Hard, close-grained, strong, very durable in weather or groundwork, and heavy. Fruit round, 1 3/4 inches through. Leaflets 13 to 23 and 3 to 5 inches long. Found from Canada to the Gulf. White walnut or butternut, Juglans cinerea. A much smaller tree than the last, rarely 100 feet high, with much smoother bark, leaves similar but larger and coarser, compound of fewer leaflets, but the leaflet stalks and the new twigs are covered with sticky down. Leaves 15 to 30 inches long, leaflets 11 to 19 in number and 3 to 5 inches long. Fruit oblong, 2 to 3 inches long. New Brunswick in Dakota and south to Mississippi. Common birch or aspen-leaved birch. Betula populifolia. A small tree on dry and poor soil, rarely 50 feet high. Wood soft, close-grained, not strong, splits in drying, useless for weather or groundwork. A cubic foot weighs 36 pounds. Leaves 2 to 3 inches long. It has a black triangular scar at each armpit. The canoe birch is without these black marks. New Brunswick to Ontario to Pennsylvania and Delaware. Black birch, sweet birch, or mahogany birch. Betula lenta. The largest of the birches, a great tree, in northern forests up to 80 feet high. The bark is scarcely birchy, rather like that of cherry, very dark and aromatic. Leaves 2.5 to 6 inches long. Newfoundland to West Ontario and south to Tennessee. Beech, Fagus americana. In all North America there is but one species of beech. It is a noble forest tree, 70 to 80 and occasionally 120 feet high, readily distinguished by its smooth, ashy gray bark. Leaves 3 to 4 inches long. It shares with hickory and sugar maple the honor of being a perfect firewood. Nova Scotia to Wisconsin, south to Florida and Texas. Chestnut, Castanea dentata. A noble tree, 60 to 80 or even 100 feet high. The most delicious of nuts. Leaves 6 to 8 inches long. Maine to Michigan and south to Tennessee. Red oak, Quercus rubra. A fine forest tree, 70 to 80 or even 140 feet high. Hard, strong, coarse-grained, heavy. It checks, warps, and does not stand for weather or groundwork. The acorn takes 2 seasons to ripen. Leaves 4 to 8 inches long. Nova Scotia to Minnesota, south to Texas and Florida. White oak, Quercus alba. A grand forest tree, over 100 up to 150 feet high. Wood pale, strong, tough, fine-grained, durable and heavy, valuable timber. Called white from pale color of bark and wood. Leaves 5 to 9 inches long. Acorns ripen in 1 season. Maine to Minnesota, Florida and Texas. White elm or swamp elm, Ulmus americana. A tall, splendid forest tree, commonly 100, occasionally 120 feet high. Wood reddish-brown, hard, strong, tough, very hard to split, coarse, heavy. Soon roots near the ground. Leaves 2 to 5 inches long. Flowers in early spring before leafing. Abundant. Newfoundland and Manitoba to Texas. Sycamore, plane tree, buttonbull, or buttonwood. Platanus occidentalis. One of the largest of our trees, up to 140 feet high, commonly hollow. Little use for weather work. Famous for shedding its bark as well as its leaves. Leaves 4 to 9 inches long. Canada to Gulf. Black or yellow locust silver chain. Robinia pseudocacia. A tall forest tree up to 80 feet high. Leaves 8 to 14 inches long. Leaflets 9 to 19. 1 to 2 inches long. Pods 2 to 4 inches long. 4 to 7 seeded. This is the commonest locust so often seen about old lawns. Red, scarlet, water, or swamp maple. Acer rubrum. A fine tall tree, often over 100 feet high. Noted for its flaming crimson foliage in fall, as well as its red leaf stalks, flowers, and fruit earlier. Leaves 2 to 6 inches long. Like all the maples, it produces sugar, though in this case not much. Western North America. The sugar maple is a larger, finer tree. White ash. Fraxinus americana. A fine tree on moist soil, 70 to 80 or even 130 feet high. Yellow in autumn, noted for being last to leaf and first to shed in the forest. Called white for the silvery underside of the leaves. These are 8 to 12 inches long, each leaflet 3 to 6 inches long. Nova Scotia to Texas. For a full unbotanical account of 120 of our finest trees, with their uses of wood, their properties, and the curious and interesting things about them, see The Forester's Manual, or Forest Trees That Every Scout Should Know, by Ernest Thompson Seton. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnne. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 17. Native Wild Animals. Every scout ought to know the principal wild animals that are found in North America. He need not know them as a naturalist, but as a hunter, as a camper. Here is a brief account of 24 of them, and those who wish to know more will find the fullest possible account in Life Histories of North America by E.T. Seaton, Scribner's 1909. These 2 volumes are found in all large libraries. Elk or Wapiti, Cervus canadensis. This is smaller than the moose. It stands 4 to 5 feet at the shoulder and weighs 400 to 800 pounds. It is known by its rounded horns and the patch of yellowish white on the rump and tail. At one time this splendid animal was found throughout temperate America, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, north to Massachusetts, the Ottawa River, the Peace River, and British Columbia, and south to Georgia, Texas, and Southern California. It is now exterminated except in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Vancouver Island, Washington, Wyoming, and a few localities in the mountain states and in parks where it has been reintroduced. The elk of Washington is very dark in color. That of the Southwest is very pale and small. White-tailed deer, Odocoilus virginianus. This is the best known of the common deer of America. It is distinguished by the forward bent of the horns, with the snags pointing backward, and by its long tail, which is brown or blackish above and pure white below. Its face is gray, its throat white. A fair-sized buck weighs 200 pounds, live weight. A few have been taken of over 350 pounds weight. In the southern states they run much smaller. Several varieties have been described. It was found formerly in all the timber states east of the Rockies, also in Ontario, south of Lake Nipissing, in South Quebec and South New Brunswick. At present it is exterminated in the highly cultivated states of the Middle West, but has spread into northern Ontario, New Brunswick, and Manitoba. Mule deer, Odocoilus hemionus. This is the commonest deer of the hill country in the center of the continent. It's found in the mountains from Mexico to British Columbia and northeasterly Saskatchewan and the Lake of the Woods. It is known by its double-forked horns, its large ears, the dark patch on the forehead, and the rest of the face being whitish. Also by its tail, which is white with a black bunch on the end. This is a larger deer than the white tail. There are several varieties of it in the south and the west. Moose, Alces americanus. This is the largest of the deer tribe. It stands 5.5 feet to 6.5 feet at the withers and weighs 800 to 1,000 pounds. It is readily distinguished by its flat horns and pendulous hairy muzzle. It is found in all the heavily timbered regions of Canada and Alaska, and enters the United States in Maine, Adirondacks, Minnesota, Montana, Iowa, and northwestern Wyoming. Those of Alaska are of gigantic stature. In all our deer, the antlers are grown and shed each year, reaching perfection in autumn for the mating season. They are found in the males only, except in the caribou, in which species the females also have small horns. Antelope, Antilocapra americana. The antelope is famous as the swiftest quadruped native in America. It is a small creature, less than a common deer. A fair-sized buck weighs about 100 pounds. It is known by its rich buff color with pure white patches, by having only 2 hoofs on each foot, and by the horns which are of true horn, like those of a goat, but have a snag or branch and are shed each year. In the female the horns are little points about 1 inch long. Formerly the antelope abounded on all the high plains from Manitoba to Mexico and west to Oregon and California. It is now reduced to a few straggling bands in the central and wildest part of the region. Mountain goat, Ariamnos montanus. The mountain goat is known at once by its pure white coat of wool and hair, its black horns, and peculiar shape. It is about the size of a common deer. That is, a full-grown male weighs 250 to 300 pounds, the female a third less. It is famous for its wonderful power as a rock climber and mountaineer. It is known in the higher Rockies, chiefly above timberlines, from central Idaho to Alaska. Woodchuck, Marmota monax. The common woodchuck is a grizzly brown on the back, chestnut on the breast, blackish on the crown and paws, and whitish on the cheeks. Its short ears and bushy tail are important characteristics. It measures about 24 inches, of which the tail is 5.5 inches, and weighs 5 to 10 pounds. It is found in all the wooded parts of Canada, from the Rockies to the Atlantic, and south in the eastern states, to about 40 degrees latitude. Beaver, Castor canadensis. The beaver is known by its great size, weighing from 25 to 50 pounds, its chestnut color, darker on the crown, its webbed feet, and its broad, flat, naked, scaly tail. The pelt of this animal is a valuable fur. The creature is famous for building dams and digging canals. It was found wherever there was water and timber in North America north of Mexico, but is now exterminated in much highly settled regions. Muskrat, Fibrous zebethicus. The muskrat is about the size of a cat, that is, it is 21 inches long, of which the tail is 10 inches. In color it somewhat resembles the beaver, but its feet are not conspicuously webbed. Its tail is long and flattened vertically, not horizontally. This abundant animal is found throughout North America, within the limit of trees, wherever there is fresh water. It is the most abundant on the market. Jackrabbit, Lepus californicus. The jackrabbit, famous for its speed and its ears, is known by its size, which about doubles that of a common rabbit, and the jet-black stripe running from its back onto its tail. It is found on the plains from Nebraska to Oregon and south to Mexico. There are several different varieties. Cottontail, Civilegus floridanus. The common eastern cottontail is known from the snowshoe by its smaller feet and its much larger, longer tail, which is gray above and snow white underneath. Sometimes the common tame rabbit resembles the cottontail in general color, but the latter has the top of its tail black. The cottontails do not turn white in winter. They are found in most parts of the United States, entering Canada only in the Ontario Principal and southern Saskatchewan. Cougar or panther. Felis cougar. The cougar has been called the American lion. It is the largest cat in the Western world except the jaguar or American tiger. It is known by its unspotted brown coat, its long, heavy tail, and its size. A male cougar weighs 150 to 200 pounds. A few have been taken over that. The females are a third smaller. The young in first coat have black spots. The cougar never attacks man but preys on deer, horses, calves, etc. There are several different forms. One or other of these is, or was, found from Ottawa, Minnesota, and Vancouver Island to Patagonia. Wildcat or bobcat. Lynx rufus. This is somewhat like the Canada lynx, but it is more spotted, has smaller feet, and the tail has several dark bars above and is pure white on the underside of the tip. There are several species of bobcats. They cover the temperate states and enter Canada in Ontario, going north to Lake Simcoe. Fox. Vulpes fulvus. The fox is about 4 feet from snout to tail tip. Of this, the tail is 16 inches or more. It stands about 15 inches at the shoulder. It rarely weighs over 15 pounds, and sometimes barely 10. The fox is known by its bright, sandy red coat, black ears and paws, its white throat, and the white tip at the end of the tail. At a distance, the fox's ears and tail look very large. The silver or black fox is a mere color streak with black coat and white tail tip. Red foxes are found throughout the heavily tempered parts of North America, north of latitude 35 degrees. Gray wolf. Canis occidentalis. The wolf is simply a big wild dog with exceptionally strong jaws and general gray color, becoming dirty white on the underpart. The wolf is found in all parts of North America, except where settlements has driven it out, and varies in color with locality. The Florida wolves are black, Texan wolves are reddish, and Arctic wolves are white. Wolves weigh from 75 to 120 pounds and are distinguishable from coyotes by the heavy muscle and jaws, greater size, and comparatively small tail, which is often held aloft. Wolves nowadays rarely molest man. Coyote. Canis latrans. The common coyote is like a small and delicate edition of the gray wolf. It is much smaller, weighing only 20 to 30 pounds, and is distinguished by its sharp fox-like muzzle and large, bushy tail, which is rarely raised to the level. In color it is much like the ordinary gray wolf, but usually more tinged with yellow. It is found in all the interior country from Wisconsin to Oregon and from Mexico to Great Slave Lake. There are several different varieties. It never attacks man. Otter. Lutra canadensis. The otter is a large water weasel with close, dense, shiny fur and webbed feet. It is known by its color, dark brown above shaded into dark gray below and white on the cheeks without any markings, and by its size. It is about 40 feet long and weighs about 20 pounds. It is found throughout North America within the limit of trees. Its fur is very valuable. It feeds on fish. Weasel. Putorius noveboracensis. The common weasel of New England is about the size of a big rat. That is, it is 16 inches long and all brown with the exception of white chin, throat, breast, and paws, and black tip to the tail. In winter it turns white except the tail tip. That does not change. The whole continent is inhabited by weasels of one kind or another. To the north there is a smaller kind with shorter tail. On the prairies, a large kind with a very long tail. But all are of the same general style and habits. A very small one, the least weasel, is only 6 inches long. It is found chiefly in Canada. Mink. Putorius bison. The mink is simply a water weasel. It is known by its size, larger than that of a common weasel, as it is 24 inches long, of which the tail is 7 inches. Also by its deep brown color, all over except the throat and chin, which are pure white. Its fur is brown, harder and glossier than that of the marten, and worth about a quarter as much. It does not turn white in the winter. One form or another of mink is found all over the unarid parts of North America, from the North Tree limits to the Gulf of Mexico. Skunk, Mephitis maphitica. The skunk is known at once by its black coat with white stripes, its immense bushy tail tipped with white, and its size, nearly that of a cat. It weighs 3 to 7 pounds. It ranges from Virginia to Hudson Bay. In the northwest is a larger kind weighing twice as much, and with black tip to tail. Various kinds range over the continent south of latitude 55 degrees. It is harmless and beautiful. The smell gun for which it is famous is a liquid musk. This is never used except in the extreme of self-defense. Badger, Taxidia taxus. The common badger is known by its general whitish-gray color, the black and white markings on the head, the black paws, and the strong claws for digging. It weighs from 12 to 22 pounds. That is, it is about the size of a coon. It is found in all of the prairie and plain states from the Saskatchewan Valley to Mexico and from Wisconsin to the Pacific. Raccoon, Procyon loader. The coon looks like a small gray bear with a bushy ringed tail and a large black patch on each eye. Its paws look like hands, and it has the full number of 5 fingers and toes on each extremity. It is found in all wooded regions from Manitoba south to Mexico and from Atlantic to Pacific, except the desert and Rocky Mountain regions. Opossum, Doddelphis marsupilus. The opossum is famous for carrying its young in a pouch in front of the body. It may be known by its sturdy white woolly fur, its long, naked, prehensile tail, its hand-like paws, its white face and sharp muzzle, and the naked pink and blue ears. In size it resembles a cat. The possum is found from Connecticut to Florida and westerly to California. Gray squirrel, Sciurus carolinensis. America is particularly rich in squirrels. Not counting ground squirrels or chipmunks, we have over 75 different forms on this continent. The widest spread is probably the red squirrel, but the best known in the United States is the common gray squirrel. Its gray coat, white breast, and immense bushy tail are familiar to all Eastern children. It is found in most of the hardwood timber east of the Mississippi and south of the Ottawa River and the state of Maine. Most of the nut trees in the woods of this region were planted by the gray squirrel. Black bear, Ursus americanus. This is the common bear of America. It is known at once by its jet black color and brown nose. Its claws are short, rarely over 1 inch long, and curved, serving better as climbers than do the long claws of the grizzly. 200 pounds would be a good-sized female, 300 a male, but Florida black bears have been taken weighing 500 pounds. Sometimes freaks with cinnamon brown coats are found. This bear is found throughout North America wherever there is timber. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 18. Chapter 3. Campcraft. In treating of camping, there has been an intentional omission of the long-term camp. This is treated extensively in the books of reference given at the close of this chapter. Hiking an Overnight Camp by H. W. Gibson, Boys' Work Secretary, Young Men's Christian Association, Massachusetts and Rhode Island. Several things should be remembered when going on a hike. First, avoid long distances. A foot-weary, muscle-tired, and temper-tried, hungry group of boys is surely not desirable. There are a lot of false notions about courage and bravery and grit that read well in print, but fail miserably in practice, and long hikes for boys is one of the most glaring of these notions. Second, have a leader who will set a good, easy pace, say 2 or 3 miles an hour, prevent the boys from excessive water drinking, and assign the duties of pitching camp, etc. Third, observe these 2 rules given by an old woodsman. 1. Never walk over anything you can walk around. 2. Never step on anything that you can step over. Every time you step on anything, you lift the weight of your body. Why lift extra weight when tramping? Fourth, carry with you only the things absolutely needed. Rolled in blankets, poncho army style. Before starting on a hike, study carefully the road maps and take them with you on the walk for frequent reference. The best maps are those of the United States Geological Survey, costing 5 cents each. The map is published in atlas sheets, each sheet representing a small, quadrangular district. Send to the Superintendent of Documents at Washington, D.C. for a list. For tramping, the boy needs the right kind of a shoe, or the trip will be a miserable failure. A light-soled or a light-built shoe is not suited for mountain work, or even for an ordinary hike. The feet will blister and become road-weary. The shoe must be neither too big, too small, nor too heavy, and be amply broad to give the toes plenty of room. The shoe should be watertight. A medium-weight, high-topped lace shoe is about right. Bathing the feet at the springs and streams along the road will be refreshing, if not indulged in too frequently. See chapter on health and endurance for care of the feet and proper way of walking. It is well to carry a spare shirt hanging down the back with the sleeves tied around the neck. Change when the shirt you are wearing becomes too wet with perspiration. The most practical and inexpensive pack is the one made for the Boy Scouts of America. Price 60 cents. It is about 14 by 20 inches square and 6 inches thick, made of waterproof canvas with shoulder straps, and will easily hold everything needed for a tramping trip. A few simple remedies for bruises, cuts, etc. should be taken along by the leader. You may not need them, and some may poke fun at them, but as the old lady said, you can't always sometimes tell. The amount and kind of provisions must be determined by the locality and habitation. The lean-to. Figure 1. Frame of lean-to. Reach the place where you are going to spend the night in plenty of time to build your lean-to and make your bed for the night. Select your camping spot with reference to water, wood, drainage, and material for your lean-to. Choose a dry, level place, the ground just sloping enough to ensure the water running away from your lean-to in case of rain. In building your lean-to, look for a couple of good trees, standing from 8 to 10 feet apart, with branches from 6 to 8 feet above the ground. By studying the illustration, number 1, you will be able to build a very serviceable shack, affording protection from the dews and rain. While 2 or more boys are building the shack, another should be gathering firewood and preparing the meal, while another should be cutting and bringing in as many soft, thick tips of trees as possible for the roof of the shack and the beds. How to thatch the lean-to is shown in illustration number 2. If the campsite is to be used for several days, 2 lean-tos may be built facing each other, about 6 feet apart. This will make a very comfortable camp, as a small fire can be built between the 2, thus giving warmth and light. Figure 2, Method of Thatching. The bed. On the floor of your lean-to, lay a thick layer of the fans or branches of a balsam or hemlock, with the convex side up, and the butts of the stems toward the foot of the bed. Now thatch this over with more fans by thrusting the butt ends through the first layer at a slight angle toward the head of the bed, so that the soft tips will curve toward the foot of the bed, and be sure to make the head of your bed away from the opening of the lean-to, and the foot toward the opening. Over this bed, spread your rubber blankets or ponchos with rubber side down, your sleeping blanket on top, and you will be surprised how soft, springy, and fragrant a bed you have, upon which to rest your weary frame and sing with the poet. Then the pine boughs croon me a lullaby, and trickle the white moonbeams to my face on the balsam where I lie, while the owl hoots at my dreams. J. George Frederick. Hot stone wrinkle. If the night bids fair to be cold, place a number of stones about 6 or 8 inches in diameter near the fire, so that they will get hot. These can then be placed at the feet, back, etc., as needed, and will be found good bed warmers. When a stone loses its heat, it is replaced near the fire, and a hot one taken. If too hot, wrap the stone in a shirt or sweater, or wait for it to cool off. Boys desire adventure. This desire may be gratified by the establishment of night watchers, in relays of 2 boys each, every 2 hours. Their imaginations will be stirred by the resistless attraction of the campfire and the sound of the creatures that creep at night. Observation practice. Many boys have excellent eyes, but see not, and good ears, but hear not, all because they have not been trained to observe or to hear quickly. A good method of teaching observation while on a hike or tramp is to have each boy jot down in a small notebook or diary of the trip the different kinds of trees, birds, animals, tracks, nature of roads, fences, peculiar rock formation, smells of plants, etc., and thus be able to tell what he saw or heard to the boys upon his return to the permanent camp or to his home. Camera snapshots. One of the party should take a small folding camera. Photographs of the trip are always of great pleasure and memory revivers. A practical and convenient method of carrying small folding cameras represents an ordinary belt to which a strap with a buckle has been attached, which is run through the loops at the back of the camera case. The camera may be pushed around the belt to the point where it will be least in the way. Camp lamp. A very convenient lamp to use on a hike is the Baldwin Camp Lamp, made by John Simmons Company, 13 Franklin Street, New York City. It weighs only 5 ounces when full, is charged with carbide, and is but 4 3/4 inches high. It projects a strong light 150 feet through the woods. A stiff wind will not blow it out. It can be worn comfortably in your hat or belt. Handy articles. A boy of ingenuity can make a number of convenient things. A good drinking cup may be made from a piece of bark cut in parallelogram shape, twisted into pyramid form, and fastened with a split stick. A flat piece of bark may serve as a plate. A pot lifter may be made from a green stick about 18 inches long, allowing a few inches of a stout branch to remain. By reversing the same kind of stick and driving a small nail near the other end, or cutting a notch in it, it may be used to suspend a kettle over a fire. A novel candlestick is made by opening the blade of a knife and jabbing it into a tree. Upon the other upturned blade, put a candle. A green stick having a split which will hold a piece of bread or meat makes an excellent broiler. Don't pierce the bread or meat. Driving a good-sized stake into the ground at an angle of 45 degrees and cutting a notch on which may be suspended a kettle over a fire will provide a way of boiling water quickly. Building the fireplace. Take 2 or 3 stones and build a fireplace. A stick first shaved and then whittled for shavings, a lighted match, a little blaze, some bark and dry twigs added, a few small sticks. Place the griddle over the fire, and you are ready to cook the most appetizing griddle cakes. After the cakes are cooked, fry slices of bacon upon the griddle. In the surplus fat, fry slices of bread, then some thinly sliced raw potatoes, done to a delicious brown. Here is a breakfast capable of making the mouth of a camper water. Another way. Place the green logs side by side, closer together at one end than the other. Build the fire between. On the logs, over the fire, you can rest a frying pan, kettle, etc. To start the fire, have some light, dry wood split up fine. When sticks begin to blaze, add a few more of larger size and continue until you have a good fire. To prevent the rekindling of the fire after it is apparently out, pour water over it and soak the earth for the space of 2 or 3 feet around it. This is very important, for many forest fires have started through failure to observe this caution. Cooking receipts. Cooking for hikes and overnight camps. The following tested receipts are given for those who go on hikes and overnight camps. Griddle cakes. Beat 1 egg, tablespoonful of sugar, 1 cup diluted condensed milk or new milk. Mix enough self-raising flour to make a thick cream batter. Grease the griddle with rind or slices of bacon for each batch of cakes. Be sure to have the griddle hot. Bacon. Slice bacon quite thin. Remove the rind, which makes slices curl up. Fry on griddle or put on a sharp end of a stick and hold over the hot coals. Or better yet, remove the griddle and put on a clean, flat rock in its place. When hot, lay the slices of bacon on the rock and broil. Keep turning so as to brown on both sides. Canned salmon on toast. Dip slices of stale bread into smoking hot lard. They will brown at once. Drain them. Heat a pint of salmon, picked into flakes, season with salt and pepper, and turn in a tablespoonful of melted butter. Heat in a pan. Stir in 1 egg, beaten light, with 3 tablespoonfuls evaporated milk, not thinned. Pour the mixture on the fried bread. Roast potatoes. Wash and dry potatoes thoroughly. Bury them deep in a good bed of coals. Cover them with hot coals until well done. It will take about 40 minutes for them to bake. Then pass a sharpened hardwood sliver through them from end to end, and let the steam escape, and use immediately, as a roast potato soon becomes soggy and bitter. Baked fresh fish. Clean well. Small fish should be fried whole, with the backbone severed to prevent curling up. Large fish should be cut into pieces, and ribs loosened from backbone so as to lie flat in pan. Rub the pieces in cornmeal or powdered crumbs, thinly and evenly. That browns them. Fry in plenty of hot fat to a golden brown, sprinkling lightly with salt just as the color turns. If fish has not been wiped dry, it will absorb too much grease. If the frying fat is not very hot when fish are put in, they will be soggy with it. Frog's legs. First, after skinning, soak them an hour in cold water, to which vinegar has been added, or put them for 2 minutes into scalding water that has vinegar in it. Drain, wipe dry, and cook. To fry, roll in flour, season with salt and pepper, and fry not too rapidly, preferably in butter or oil. Watercress is a good relish with them. To griddle, prepare 3 tablespoonsful melted butter, 1/2 tablespoonful salt, and a pinch or 2 of pepper, into which dip the frog's legs, then roll in fresh breadcrumbs and broil for 3 minutes on each side. Eggs. Boiled. Have water to boiling point. Place eggs in carefully. Boil steadily for 3 minutes if you wish them soft. If wanted hard-boiled, put them in cold water, bring to a boil, and keep it up for 20 minutes. The yolk will then be mealy and wholesome. Fried. Melt some butter or fat in frying pan. When it hisses, drop in eggs carefully. Fry them 3 minutes. Scrambled. First, stir the eggs up, and after putting some butter in the frying pan, stir the eggs in it after adding a little condensed milk. Poached. First, put in the frying pan sufficient diluted condensed milk, which has been thinned with enough water to float the eggs in, and let them simmer 3 or 4 minutes. Serve the eggs on slices of buttered toast, pouring on enough of the milk to moisten the toast. Coffee. For every cup of water, allow a tablespoonful of ground coffee. Then add 1 extra. Have water come to boiling point first. Add coffee. Hold it just below boiling point for 5 minutes, and settle with 1/4 of a cup of cold water. Serve. Some prefer to put the coffee in a small muslin bag, loosely tied. Cocoa. Allow a teaspoonful of cocoa for every cup of boiling water. Mix the powdered cocoa with water or boiled milk, with sugar to taste. Boil 2 or 3 minutes. These receipts have been tried out. Biscuit and bread making have been purposely omitted. Take bread and crackers with you from camp. Amateur biscuits are not conducive to good digestion or happiness. Pack butter in small jar. Cocoa, sugar, and coffee in small cans or heavy paper. Also, salt and pepper. Wrap bread in a moist cloth to prevent drying up. Bacon and dried or chipped beef in wax paper. Pickles can be purchased, put up in small bottles. Use the empty bottle as candlestick. Sample menu for an overnight camp in a day hike or tramp. Breakfast: griddle cakes, fried bacon and potatoes, bread, coffee, preserves. Dinner: creamed salmon on toast, baked potatoes, bread, pickles, fruit. Supper: fried eggs, creamed or chipped beef, cheese, bread, cocoa. Ration list for 6 boys, 3 meals. 2 pounds bacon, sliced thin. 1 pound butter. 1 dozen eggs. ½ pound cocoa. ½ pound coffee. 1 pound sugar. 3 cans salmon. 24 potatoes. 2 cans condensed milk. 1 small package of self-raising flour. Salt and pepper. Utensils: small griddle, small stew pan, small coffee pot, large spoon, plate and cup, matches and candle. Dishwashing: first, fill the frying pan with water. Place over the fire and let it boil. Pour out water and you will find the pan has practically cleaned itself. Clean the griddle with sand and water. Greasy knives and forks may be cleaned by jabbing them into the ground. After all grease is gotten rid of, wash in hot water and dry with cloth. Don't use the cloth first and get it greasy. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 19. Campcraft, Part 2. Leadership. The most important thing about a camping party is that it should always have the best of leadership. No group of boys should go camping by themselves. The first thing a patrol of scouts should do when it has determined to camp is to insist upon the scoutmaster accompanying the members of the patrol. The reason for this is that there is less likely to be accidents of the kind that will break up your camp and drive you home to the town or city. When the scoutmaster is one of the party, all of the boys can go in swimming when the proper time comes for such exercise, and the scoutmaster can stay upon the bank or sit in the boat for the purpose of preventing accidents by drowning. There are also 101 things which will occur in camp when the need of a man's help will show itself. A scout ought to insist on his scoutmaster going to camp. The scoutmaster and patrol leader should be present in order to settle the many questions which must, of necessity, arise, so that there may be no need of differences or quarrels over disputed points, which would be sure to spoil the outing. Scout Camp Program. In a scout camp, there will be a regular daily program, something similar to the following: 6:30 a.m. turn out, bathe, etc. 7 o'clock a.m. Breakfast. 8 o'clock a.m. Air bedding in sun, if possible, and clean campground. 9 o'clock a.m. Scouting games and practice. 11 o'clock a.m. Swimming. 12 o'clock p.m. Dinner. 1 o'clock p.m. Talk by leader. 2 o'clock p.m. Water games, etc. 6 o'clock p.m. Supper. 7:30 p.m. Evening council around campfire. Order of business. 1. Opening council. 2. Roll call. 3. Record of last council. 4. Reports of scouts. 5. Leftover business. 6. Complaints. 7. Honors. 8. New scouts. 9. New business. 10. Challenges. 11. Social doings, songs, dances, stories. 12. Closing council. Devotional services when desired. 8:45. Lights out. Water supply. Dr. Charles E.A. Winslow, the noted biologist, is authority for the following statement. Quote, "The source of danger in water is always human or animal pollution. Occasionally, we find water which is bad to drink on account of passage through the ground, or on account of passage through lead pipes. But the danger is never from ordinary decomposing vegetable matter. If you have to choose between a bright, clear stream, which may be polluted at some point above, and a pond full of dead leaves and peaty matter, but which you can inspect all around and find free from contamination, choose the pond. Even in the woods, it is not easy to find surface waters that are surely protected, and streams particularly are dangerous sources of water supply. We have not got rid of the idea that running water purifies itself. It is standing water which purifies itself, if anything does, for in stagnation there is much more chance for the disease germs to die out. Better than either a pond or stream, unless you can carry out a rather careful exploration of their surroundings, is groundwater from a well or spring, though that again is not necessarily safe. If the well is in good, sandy soil, with no cracks or fissures, even water that has been polluted may be well purified and safe to drink. In a clayey or rocky region, on the other hand, contaminating material may travel for a considerable distance under the ground. Even if the well is protected below, a very important point to look after is the pollution from the surface. I believe more cases of typhoid fever from wells are due to surface pollution than to the character of the water itself. There is danger which can, of course, be done away with by protection of the well from surface drainage, by seeing that the surface wash is not allowed to drain toward it, and that it is protected by a tight covering from the entrance of its own waste water. If good water cannot be secured in any of these ways, it must in some way be purified. Boiling will surely destroy all disease germs." End quote. The Indians had a way of purifying water from a pond or swamp by digging a hole about 1 foot across and down about 6 inches below the water level, a few feet from the pond. After it was filled with water, they baled it out quickly, repeating the baling process about 3 times. After the third baling, the hole would fill with filtered water. Try it. Sanitation. A most important matter when in camp and away from modern conveniences is that of sanitation. This includes not only care as to personal cleanliness, but also as to the water supply and the proper disposal of all refuse through burial or burning. Carelessness in these matters has been the cause of serious illness to entire camps, and brought about many deaths. In many instances, the loss of life in the armies has been greater through disease in the camp than on the battlefields. Typhoid fever is one of the greatest dangers in camping, and is caused by unclean habits, polluted water, and contaminated milk and food. The armies of the world have given this disease the most careful study, with the result that flies have been found to be its greatest spreaders. Not only should all sources of water supply be carefully examined, an analysis obtained if possible before use, but great care should also be taken, when in the vicinity of such a supply, not to pollute it in any way. In districts where typhoid is at all prevalent, it is advisable for each scout to be immunized before going to camp. A scout's honor will not permit him to disobey in the slightest particular the sanitary rules of his camp. He will do his part well. He will do everything in his power to make his camp clean, sanitary, and healthful from every standpoint. General hints. 2 flannel shirts are better than 2 overcoats. Don't wring out flannels or woolens. Wash in cold water, very soapy. Hang them up dripping wet, and they will not shrink. If you keep your head from getting hot and your feet dry, there will be little danger of sickness. If your head gets too hot, put green leaves inside of your hat. If your throat is parched and you cannot get water, put a pebble in your mouth. This will start the saliva and quench the thirst. Water hints. If you work your hands like paddles and kick your feet, you can stay above water for some time, even with your clothes on. It requires a little courage and enough strength not to lose your head. Many boy swimmers make the mistake of going into the water too soon after eating. The stomach and digestive organs are busy preparing the food for the blood and body. Suddenly they are called upon to care for the work of the swimmer. The change is too quick for the organs. The process of digestion stops. Congestion is apt to follow, and then paralyzing cramps. Indian bathing precaution. The Indians have a method of protecting themselves from cramps. Coming to a bathing pool, an Indian swimmer, after stripping off and before entering the water, vigorously rubs the pit of the stomach with the dry palm of his hands. This rubbing probably takes a minute. Then he dashes cold water all over his stomach and continues the rubbing for another minute. And after that, he is ready for his plunge. If the water in which you are going to swim is cold, try this method before plunging into the water. Good bathing rule. The rule in most camps regarding entering the water is as follows. Quote, "No one of the party shall enter the water for swimming or bathing, except at the time and place designated and in the presence of a leader." End quote. Laxity in the observance of this rule will result disastrously. Clouds. Every cloud is a weather sign. Low clouds, swiftly moving, indicate coolness and rain. Hard-edged clouds, wind. Rolled or jagged clouds, strong wind. Mackerel sky, 12 hours day. Look out for rain when a slack rope tightens. Smoke beats downward. Sun is red in the morning. There is a pale yellow or greenish sunset. Rains. Rain with east wind is lengthy. A sudden shower is soon over. A slow rain lasts long. Rain before 7, clear before 11. A circle round the moon means storm. The evening red, the morning gray, sets the traveler on his way. The evening gray, the morning red, brings down showers upon his head. When the grass is dry at night, look for rain before the light. When the grass is dry at morning light, look for rain before the night. Clear. When the dew is on the grass, rain will never come to pass. A heavy morning fog generally indicates a clear day. East wind brings rain. West wind brings clear, bright, and cool weather. North wind brings cold. South wind brings heat. Direction of the wind. The way to find which way the wind is blowing is to throw up little bits of dry grass, or to hold up a handful of light dust and let it fall, or to suck your thumb, wet it all around, and let the wind blow over it, and the cold side of it will then tell you which way the wind is blowing. Weather flags. The United States Weather Bureau publishes a classification of clouds in colors which may be had for the asking. If you are near one of the weather signal stations, daily bulletins will be sent to camp upon request. Also, the weather map. A set of flag signals run up each day will create interest. The flags are easily made or may be purchased. Keep a daily record of temperature. A boy in charge of the Weather Bureau will find it to be full of interest, as well as offering an opportunity to render the camp a real service. He will make a weather vane, post a daily bulletin, keep a record of temperature, measure velocity of wind, and rainfall. How to get your bearings. If you have lost your bearings and it is a cloudy day, put the point of your knife blade on your thumbnail and turn the blade around until the full shadow of the blade is on the nail. This will tell you where the sun is and decide in which direction the camp is. Face the sun in the morning. Spread out your arms straight from body. Before you is the east. Behind you is the west. To your right is the south. The left hand is the north. Grass turns with the sun. Remember this when finding your way at night. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Tabler. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 20. Building a Campfire. There are ways and ways of building a campfire. An old Indian saying runs, "White man heap fool, make 'em big fire, can't get near. Injun make 'em little fire, get close. Ugh, good." Make it a service privilege for attentive boys to gather wood and build the fire. This should be done during the afternoon. Two things are essential in the building of a fire: kindling and air. A fire must be built systematically. First, get dry, small, dead branches, twigs, fir branches, and other inflammable material. Place these on the ground. Be sure that air can draw under it and upward through it. Next, place some heavier sticks, and so on until you have built the campfire the required size. An interesting account of how to build a fire by rubbing sticks by Ernest Thompson Seton will be found in Chapter 11. In many camps it is considered an honor to light the fire. Never build a large campfire too near the tent or inflammable pine trees. Better build it in the open. Be sure and use every precaution to prevent the spreading of fire. This may be done by building a circle of stones around the fire, or by digging up the earth, or by wetting a space around the fire. Always have the buckets of water near at hand. To prevent the rekindling of the fire after it is apparently out, pour water over it and soak the earth for a space of 2 or 3 feet around it. This is very important, for many forest fires have started through failure to observe this caution. Things to remember. First, it is criminal to leave a burning fire. Second, always put out the fire with water or earth. A fire is never out, says Chief Forester H.S. Graves, until the last spark is extinguished. Often a log or snag will smolder unnoticed after the flames have apparently been conquered, only to break out afresh with a rising wind. Be sure to get a copy of the laws of your state regarding forest fires, and if a permit is necessary to build a fire, secure it before building the fire. Kephart, in his book on Camping and Woodcraft, page 28, says, "When there is nothing dry to strike it on, jerk the head of the match forward through the teeth, or face the wind. Cup your hands back toward the wind, remove the hand just long enough to strike the match on something very close by, then instantly resume former position. Flame of match will run up stick instead of blowing away from it." The campfire. I cannot conceive of a camp that does not have a big fire. Our city houses do not have it, not even a fireplace. The fireplace is one of the greatest schools the imagination has ever had or can ever have. It is moral, and it is always a tremendous stimulus to the imagination. And that is why stories and fire go together. You cannot tell a good story unless you tell it before a fire. You cannot have a complete fire unless you have a good storyteller along. There is an impalpable, invisible, softly stepping delight in the campfire which escapes analysis. Enumerate all its charms, and still there is something missing in your catalogue. Anyone who has witnessed a real campfire and participated in its fun as well as seriousness will never forget it. The huge fire shooting up its tongue of flame into the darkness of the night, the perfect shower of golden rain, the company of happy boys, and the great dark background of piney woods, the weird light over all, the singing, the yells, the stories, the fun, and then the serious word at the close, is a happy experience long to be remembered. Campfire stunts. The campfire is a golden opportunity for the telling of stories, good stories told well. Indian legends, war stories, ghost stories, detective stories, stories of heroism, the history of life, a talk about the stars. Don't draw out the telling of a story. Make the story lifelike. College songs always appeal to boys. Let some leader start up a song in a natural way, and soon you will have a chorus of unexpected melody and harmony. As the fire dies down, let the songs be of a more quiet type, like My Old Kentucky Home, and ballads of similar nature. When the embers are glowing is the time for toasting marshmallows. Get a long stick sharpened to a point, fasten a marshmallow on the end, hold it over the embers, not in the blaze, until the marshmallow expands. Oh, the deliciousness of it! Ever tasted one? Before roasting corn on the cob, tie the end of the husk firmly with string or cord. Soak in water for about an hour, then put into the hot embers. The water prevents the corn from burning, and the firmly tied husks enable the corn to be steamed, and the real corn flavor is thus retained. In about 20 minutes the corn may be taken from the fire and eaten. Have a bowl of melted butter and salt at hand, also a pastry brush to spread the melted butter upon the corn. Try it. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by RickSanborn, Alexandria, Virginia. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 21. Storytelling. For an example of a good story to be told around the campfire, this excellent tale by Professor F.M. Burr is printed by permission. How Men Found the Great Spirit. In the olden time, when the woods covered all the earth except the deserts and the river bottoms, and men lived on the fruits and berries they found, and the wild animals which they could shoot or snare, when they dressed in skins and lived in caves, there was little time for thought. But as men grew stronger and more cunning, and learned how to live together, they had more time to think, and more mind to think with. Men had learned many things. They had learned that cold weather followed hot, and spring, winter, and that the sun got up in the morning and went to bed at night. They said that the great water was kindly when the sun shone, but when the sun hid its face and the wind blew upon it, it grew black and angry and upset their canoes. They found that knocking flints together or rubbing dry sticks would light the dry moss, and that the flames which would bring back summer in the midst of winter and day in the midst of night were hungry and must be fed, and when they escaped, devoured the woods, and only the water could stop them. These and many other things men learned, but no one knew why it all was or how it came to be. Man began to wonder, and that was the beginning of the path which led to the Great Spirit. In the ages when men began to wonder, there was born a boy whose name was Woe, which meant in the language of his time, whence. As he lay in his mother's arms, she loved him and wondered, his body is of my body, but from whence comes the life, the spirit which is like mine and yet not like it? And his father, seeing the wonder in the mother's eyes, said, whence came he from? And there was no one to answer, and so they called him Woe, to remind them that they knew not from whence he came. As Woe grew up, he was stronger and swifter of foot than any of his tribe. He became a mighty hunter. He knew the ways of all the wild things, and could read the signs of the seasons. As he grew older, they made him a chief, and listened while he spoke at the council board. But Woe was not satisfied. His name was a question, and questioning filled his mind. Whence did he come? Whither was he going? Why did the sun rise and set? Why did life burst into leaf and flower with the coming of spring? Why did the child become a man, and the man grow old and die? The mystery grew upon him as he pondered. In the morning he stood on a mountain top, and stretching out his hands cried, whence? At night he cried to the moon, whither? He listened to the soughing of the trees and the song of the brook, and tried to learn their language. He peered eagerly into the eyes of little children, and tried to read the mystery of life. He listened at the still lips of the dead, waiting for them to tell him whither they had gone. He went out among his fellows, silent and absorbed, always looking for the unseen and listening for the unspoken.
He sat so long silent at the council board that the elders questioned him. To their questioning he replied like one awakening from a dream. Our fathers since the beginning have trailed the beasts of the woods. There is none so cunning as the fox, but we can trail him to his lair. Though we are weaker than the great bear and buffalo, yet by our wisdom we overcome them. The deer is more swift of foot, but by craft we overtake him. We cannot fly like a bird, but we snare the winged one with a hair. We have made ourselves many cunning inventions by which the beasts, the trees, the wind, the water, and the fire become our servants. Then we speak great swelling words. How great and wise we are! There is none like us in the air, in the wood, or in the water. But the words are false. Our pride is like that of a partridge drumming on his log in the wood before the fox leaps upon him. Our sight is like that of the mole burrowing under the ground. Our wisdom is like a drop of dew upon the grass. Our ignorance is like the great water, which no eye can measure. Our life is like a bird coming out of the dark, fluttering for a heartbeat in the tepee, and then going forth into the dark again. No one can tell whence it comes or whither it goes. I have asked the wise men, and they cannot answer. I have listened to the voice of the trees and wind and water, but I do not know their tongue. I have questioned the sun and the moon and the stars, but they are silent. But today, in the silence, before the darkness gives place to light, I seem to hear a still, small voice within my breast saying to me, Woe, the questioner, rise up like the stag from his lair, away, alone, to the mountain of the sun. There thou shalt find that which thou seekest. I go, but if I fail by the trail, another will take it up. If I find the answer, I will return. Waiting for none, Woe left the council of his tribe and went his way toward the mountain of the sun. For 6 days he made his way through the trackless woods, guided by the sun by day and the stars by night. On the 7th day he came to the great mountain, the mountain of the sun, on whose top, according to the tradition of his tribe, the sun rested each night. All day long he climbed, saying to himself, I will sleep tonight in the tepee of the sun, and he will tell me whence I come and whither I go. But as he climbed, the sun seemed to climb higher and higher, and as he neared the top, a cold cloud settled like a night bird on the mountain. Chilled and faint with hunger and fatigue, Woe struggled on. Just at sunset he reached the top of the mountain, but it was not the mountain of the sun. For many days' journey to the west, the sun was sinking in the great water. A bitter cry broke from Woe's parched lips. His long trail was useless. There was no answer to his questions. The sun journeyed farther and faster than men dreamed, and of wood and waste and water there was no end. Overcome with misery and weakness, he fell upon a bed of moss with his back toward the sunset and the unknown. And Woe slept, although it was unlike any sleep he had ever known before. And as he slept, he dreamed. He was alone upon the mountain, waiting for the answer. A cloud covered the mountain, but all was silent. A mighty wind rent the cloud and rushed roaring through the crags, but there was no voice in the wind. Thunder pealed, lightning flashed, but he whom Woe sought was not there. In the hush that followed up the storm, Woe heard a voice, low and quiet, but in it all the sounds of the earth and sky seemed to mingle, the song of the bird, the whispering of the trees, and the murmuring of the brook. Woe, I am he whom thou seekest. I am the Great Spirit. I am the All-Father. Ever since I made man of the dust of the earth, and so child of the earth, and brother to all living, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, thus making him my son, I have waited for a seeker who would find me. In the fullness of time, thou hast come, Woe the questioner, to the answerer. Thy body is of the earth, and to the earth returns. Thy spirit is mine. It is given thee for a space to make according to thy will, then it returns to me, better or worse, for thy making. Thou hast found me because thy heart was pure, and thy search for me tireless. Go back to thy tribe, and be to them the voice of the Great Spirit. From henceforth I will speak to thee, and the seekers that come after thee in 1,000 voices, and appear in 1,000 shapes. I will speak in the voices of the woods and streams and of those you love. I will appear to you in the sun by day and the stars by night. When thy people and mine are in need and wish for the will of the Great Spirit, then shall my spirit brood over thine, and the words that thou shalt speak shall be my words. And Woe awoke, facing the east and the rising sun. His body was warmed by its rays. A great gladness filled his soul. He had sought and found, and prayer came to him like the song to the bird. O Great Spirit, Father of my spirit, the sun is thy messenger, but thou art brighter than the sun. Drive thou the darkness before me. Be thou the light of my spirit. As Woe went down the mountain and took the journey back to the home of his people, his face shone, and the light never seemed to leave it, so that men called him He of the Shining Face. When Woe came back to his tribe, all who saw his face knew that he had found the answer, and they gathered again about the council fire to hear. As Woe stood up and looked into the eager faces in the circle of the fire, he remembered that the Great Spirit had given him no message, and for a moment he was dumb. Then the words of the Great Spirit came to him again. When thy people and mine shall need to know my will, my spirit shall brood over thine, and the words that thou shalt speak shall be my words. Looking into the eager faces of longing and questioning, his spirit moved within him, and he spoke. I went, I sought, I found the Great Spirit who dwells in the earth as your spirits dwell in your bodies. It is from him the Spirit comes. We are his children. He cares for us more than a mother for the child on her breast, or for the father for the son that is his pride. His love is like the air we breathe. It is about us. It is within us. The sun is the sign of his brightness, the sky of his greatness, and mother love and father love, and the love of man and woman are the signs of his love. We are but his children. We cannot enter into the council of the great chief until we have been proved, but this is his will, that we love one another as he loves us, that we bury forever the hatchet of hate, that no man shall take what is not his own, and the strong shall help the weak. The chiefs did not wholly understand the words of Woe, but they took a hatchet and buried it by the fire, saying, Thus bury we hate between man and his brother. And they took an acorn and put it in the earth, saying, Thus plant we the love of the strong for the weak. And it became the custom of the tribe that the great council in the spring should bury the hatchet and plant the acorn. Every morning the tribe gathered to greet the rising sun, and with right hand raised and left upon their hearts prayed, Great Spirit, hear us, guide us today. Make our wills thy will, and our ways thy way. And the tribe grew stronger and greater and wiser than all the other tribes. But that is another story. End of section 21. Recording by RickSanborn, Alexandria, Virginia.
Section 22 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by JudyDerby. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 22. Tent Making Made Easy. The accompanying sketches show a few of the many different tents which may be made from any available piece of cloth or canvas. The material need not be cut, nor its usefulness for other purposes impaired, except that rings or tapes are attached at various points as indicated. For each tent, the sketches show a front elevation with a ground plan, or a side view, also a view of the material laid flat, with dotted lines to indicate where creases or folds will occur. Models may be made from stiff paper and will prove as interesting to the kindergartner in geometry as to the old campaigner in camping. In most of the tents, a ring for suspension is fastened at the center of one side. This may be supported by a pole or hung by means of a rope from any convenient fastening. Both methods are shown in the sketches. Guy ropes are required for a few of the different models, but most of them are pegged down to the ground. After making paper models, find a stack cover, a tarpaulin, a tent fly, an awning, or buy some wide cotton cloth, say 90-inch. All the shapes may be repeatedly made from the same piece of material if the rings for changes are left attached. In numbers 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, a portion of the canvas is not used and may be turned under to serve as sod cloth, or rolled up out of the way. If your material is a large piece, more pegs and guy lines will be required than is indicated in the sketches. The suspension ring, 1½ inches or 2 inches in diameter, should be well fastened with sufficient reinforcement to prevent tearing out. 1-inch rings fastened with liberal lengths of tape are large enough for the pegs and guy lines. Also reinforce along the lines of the strain from peg to pole. Figure 1. A square of material hung by one corner from any convenient support in a manner to make a comfortable shelter. It will shed rain and reflect heat. This square makes a good fly or a good ground cloth for any of the tents. Figure 2. A rectangle equal to 2 squares. A shelter roomy and warm with part of one side open toward the fire. Figure 3. Here the rectangle is folded to make a lean-to shelter, with the roof front suspended from a rope or from a horizontal pole by means of cords. The 2 corners not in use are folded under, making a partial ground cloth. A square open front is presented toward the campfire. Figure 4, same in plan as number 3, but has a triangular front and only one point of suspension. Figure 5, uses all the cloth, has a triangular ground plan, a square front opening, plenty of headroom at the back, and requires 2 or more guy lines. This shelter resembles a toque. Figure 6, square or miner's tent. 2 corners are turned under. This tent is enclosed on all sides with a door in front. Figure 7, conical tent or wigwam. Entirely enclosed with door in front. 2 corners of the canvas are turned under. Figure 8 has a wall on one side and is called a canoe tent in some catalogs. It requires 2 or more guy lines and is shown with a pole support. The front has a triangular opening. Figure 9. A combination of number 8 with number 1 in use as an awning or fly. This sketch shows both tent and fly suspended by means of a rope. The awning may be swung around to any angle. Figure 10. Combination of numbers 1 and 2. They may be fastened together by a coarse seam or tied with tapes. The ground plan is an equal-sided triangle with a door opening on one side as shown. There is no waist cloth. Figure 11. Number 10 changed to a conical shape and suspended as a canopy. The circular shape is secured by the use of small-size gas pipe or limber poles bent into a large hoop. Of course, guy lines may be used, but would probably be in the way. Notice that a little more material for making a wall would transform the canopy into a Sibley tent. There are other shapes and combinations, but perhaps these sketches are enough in the line of suggestion. The diagram figure 12 shows a method for laying out on your cloth the location of all the rings to make the tents and shelters. No dimensions are given and none is required. The diagram is good for any size. Most of the fastenings are found on radial lines, which are spaced to divide a semicircle into 8 equal angles, 22½ degrees each. These intersect other construction lines and locate the necessary loops and rings. Figures are given at each ring which refer back to the sketch numbers. Suppose the material at hand is the widest unbleached cotton cloth, 90 inches wide, 5 yards long, or 7½ feet by 15 feet. The accompanying table will give the dimensions for the various shapes from Figure 1 to Figure 11. If in doubt about the location of rings on your canvas, suspend the tent by the center ring and fasten the loops temporarily by means of safety pins. Draw the tent into shape and shift the fastenings as required. The guy lines should have hooks or snaps at one end for ready attachment and removal. The other end should be provided with the usual slides for take-up. The edge of the cloth where the large ring for suspension is fastened should be bound with tape or have a double hem, for it is the edge of the door in most of the tents shown. Table of dimensions, 90-inch material. Size 1. 7.5 foot triangle, 25 square feet, 6 1/4 foot high, one side open. Size 2. 6.5 foot by 15 foot, 65 square feet, 6 1/4 foot high, one side open. Size 3. 6 by 7.5 feet, 45 square feet, 4.5 foot high, one side open. Size 4. 7.5 by 8 feet, 60 square feet, 5.5 foot high, one side open. Size 5. 7.5 foot triangle, 25 square feet, 7.5 foot high, one side open. Size 6. 6 1/4 by 6 1/4 foot, 39 square feet, 7 foot high, enclosed. Size 7. 7.5 foot diameter, 44 square feet, 6.5 foot high, enclosed. Size 8. 5 by 7.5 feet, 37.5 square feet, 6.5 foot high, 2.5 foot wall. Size 9. 7.5 by 8 feet, 60 square feet, 6.5 foot high, number 8, with fly. Size 10. 15 foot triangle, 97 square feet, 6 1/4 foot high, enclosed. Size 11. 11 1/4 foot circle, 108 square feet, 5 foot high, canopy, no sides. Waterproofing a tent. Dissolve ½ pound of alum in 2 quarts of boiling water, then add 2 gallons of pure cold water. In this solution, place the material and let it remain for a day. Dissolve 1/4 pound of sugar of lead in 2 quarts boiling water. Then add 2 gallons of cold water. Take the material from the alum solution, wring it lightly, place in the second solution, and leave for 5 or 6 hours. Then wring out again lightly and allow it to dry. Transcriber's note: sugar of lead, lead acetate, is toxic. If you want to avoid trouble with a leaky tent, the following solution is a sure cure. Take a gallon or 2 gallons of turpentine and 1 or 2 cakes of paraffin, drugstore size. Chip the paraffin fairly fine, dump it into the turpentine. Place the turpentine in a pail and set same in a larger pail or a tub of hot water. The hot water will heat the turpentine, and the turpentine will melt the paraffin. Stir thoroughly and renew your supply of hot water if necessary. Then pile your tent into a tub and pour in the turpentine and paraffin mixture. Work the tent all over thoroughly with your hands so that every fiber gets well saturated. You must work fast, however, as the paraffin begins to thicken as it cools, and work out of doors in a breeze if possible, as the fumes of the turpentine will surely make you sick if you try it indoors. When you have the tent thoroughly saturated, hang it up to dry. It is not necessary to wring the tent out when you hang it up. Just let it drip. If you use too much paraffin, the tent may look a little dirty after it dries, but it will be all right after you have used it once or twice. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Darby, May 2016, San Jose, California. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America, Section 23. An Open Outing Tent by Warren H. Miller, editor, Field and Stream. To make an open outing tent, get 13 yards of 8-ounce duck canvas, which can be bought at any department store or dry goods store for 17 or 18 cents a yard. This makes your total expense $2.21 for your tent. Lay out the strip of canvas on the floor and cut one end square. Measure up 8 inches along the edge and draw a line to the other corner. From this corner, lay off 7 feet 8 inches along the edge, and on the opposite side, lay off 5 feet 9 inches, beginning at the end of your 8-inch measurement. Now take a ruler and draw another diagonal across the canvas at the ends of these measurements, and you have the first gore of your tent. Cut it across, turn the gore over, lay it down on the strip so as to measure off another one exactly like it. This is the corresponding gore for the other side of the tent. To make the second pair of gores, lay off 5 feet 9 inches along one side of the remaining strip of canvas, beginning at the pointed end, and 3 feet 10 inches on the other side. Join these points with a diagonal, and you have a second gore, a duplicate of which is then cut by using it as a pattern, reversing and laying it down on the strip of canvas. To make the third gore, lay off 3 feet 10 inches on one edge of your strip, beginning at the point, and 1 foot 11 inches on the other side. Draw a diagonal across, and you have the third gore. Illustration: how to cut up your strip of canvas. Illustration: Forester tent pattern. Illustration: Forester tent with hood. You have now used up all but 2 yards of your canvas, plus a little leftover piece of about 2 feet long. Out of this little leftover piece, make a triangle 1 foot 11 inches on the side, which will form the back triangle of your tent. Now pin your 3 gores together to make the side of your tent, just as in the illustrations, and pin the 2 sides together along the ridge. Then sew this tent up. Sew in the little back triangle and hem all around the edges. Leave a hole at the peak of the little triangle through which the ridge pole must go. To set it up, cut 3 small saplings, one of which should be 12 feet long, and the other 2 10 feet long. Tie these 2 together at the ends, making what the sailors call a shears. Take the 12-foot pole and run it down the ridge inside the tent and out through the hole in the back. Now raise the ridge pole with one end stuck in the ground and the front end resting on the 2 shear poles, and tie all 3 of them together. At the end of each seam along the hem, you must work in a little eyelet hole for a short piece of twine to tie to the tent pegs. Stretch out the back triangle, pegging it down at the 2 corners on the ground, and then peg out each hole along the foot until the entire tent stretches out taut, as in our illustrations. 3 feet from the peak along the front edge, you must have another eyelet hole with a little piece of twine, and you tie this out to the shear pole on each side, which gives the tent the peculiar gambrel roof which it has, and which has the advantage of giving you lots more room inside than the straight tent would. You now have what is known as the open forester tent. Illustration: Forester tent with hood. If a thunderstorm comes up with a driving rain, it will surely rain in at the front, unless you turn the tent around by moving the poles one at a time. If you don't want to do this, you can make a hood for the front out of the 2 yards of canvas you have left. Simply draw a diagonal from one corner to the other of this 2-yard piece of duck, and cut it down the diagonal, making 2 thin triangles which are sewed to the front edges of the open forester tent, making a hood of the shape shown in our picture. This prevents the rain beating in the opening of your tent, but still lets the heat out of your fire strike in, and at the same time it keeps the heat in the tent, as it will not flow out along the ridgepole as it does in the open type. This tent weighs 6 pounds and packs into a little package 14 inches long by 7 inches wide by 6 inches thick, and can be carried as a shoulder strap or put in a backpack or any way you wish to take it. It will sleep 3 boys or 2 men and a boy, very comfortably indeed. While it really does not need to be waterproofed, as it immediately shrinks tight after the first rain, you can waterproof it if you wish by making a solution of 10 ounces of quicklime with 4 ounces of alum in 10 quarts of water. Stir occasionally until the lime has slackened. Put the tent in another pail and pour the solution over it, letting it stand 12 hours. Take out and hang it on the clothesline to dry. It will then be entirely waterproof. To make a good night fire in front of the tent, drive 2 stout stakes 3 feet long in the ground about 3 feet from the mouth of the tent. Pile 4 logs, one on top of the other, against these stakes, or take a large flat stone and rest it against it. Make 2 log andirons for each side of the fire and build your fire in the space between them. It will give you a fine, cheerful fire, and all the heat will be reflected back by the back logs into the tent, making it warm and cheerful. Inside, you can put your browse bags stuffed with balsam browse, or pile up a mountain of dry leaves over which you can stretch your blankets. Pile all the duffel way back in the peak against the little back triangle where it will surely keep dry and will form a sort of back for your pillows. You will find the forester tent lighter and warmer than the ordinary lean-to, as it reflects the heat better. After a couple of weeks in it, you will come home with your lungs so full of ozone that it will be impossible to sleep in an ordinary room without feeling smothered. Canoeing, rowing, and sailing. Prepared with the cooperation of Mr. Arthur A. Carey, Scoutmaster, Boy Scout Ship Pioneer, Mr. Carlton E. Scholl, Captain Lacanoe Boat Club Crew, Mr. Frederick K. Vreeland, Campfire Club of America, and Mr. R. F. Timms, Vice Commodore, American Canoe Association. The birch bark canoe is the boat of the North American Indians, and our modern canvas canoes are made with some variations on the Indian model. With the possible exception of the Venetian gondola, the motion of a canoe is more graceful than that of any other boat propelled by hand. It should be continuous and gliding, and so silent that it may be brought up in the night to an animal or enemy, Indian fashion, without making any sound, and so take them by surprise. Illustration: Canoeing Stroke A. Many accidents happen in canoes, not because they are unsafe when properly handled, but because they are unsafe when improperly handled. And many people do not take the trouble even to find out the proper way of managing a canoe. Many canoes have seats almost on a level with the gunwale, whereas properly speaking, the only place to sit in a canoe is on the bottom. For a seat raises the body too high above the center of gravity and makes the canoe unsteady and likely to upset. It is, however, difficult to paddle while sitting in the bottom of a canoe, and the best position for paddling is that of kneeling and at the same time resting back against one of the thwarts. The size of the single blade paddle should be in proportion to the size of the boy who uses it, long enough to reach from the ground to the tip of his nose. The bow paddle may be a little shorter. The canoeman should learn to paddle equally well on either side of a canoe. When paddling on the left side, the top of the paddle should be held by the right hand, and the left hand should be placed a few inches above the beginning of the blade. The old Indian stroke, which is the most approved modern method for all-round canoeing, whether racing or cruising, is made with the arms almost straight, but not stiff, the arm at the top of the paddle bending only slightly at the elbow. This stroke is really a swing from the shoulder, in which there is little or no push or pull with the arm. When paddling on the left side of the canoe, the right shoulder swings forward, and the whole force of the body is used to push the blade of the paddle through the water, the left hand acting as a fulcrum. While the right shoulder is swung forward, the right hand is at the same time twisted at the wrist so that the thumb goes down. This motion of the wrist has the effect of turning the paddle around in the left hand, the left wrist being allowed to bend freely, so that at the end of the stroke the blade slides out of the water almost horizontally. If you should twist the paddle in the opposite direction, it would force the head of the canoe around so that it would travel in a circle. At the recovery of the stroke, the right shoulder swings back and the paddle is brought forward in a horizontal position with the blade almost parallel to the water. It is swung forward until the paddle is at right angles across the canoe. Then the blade is dipped edgewise with a slicing motion and a new stroke begins. In paddling on the right side of the canoe, the position of the two hands and the motion of the two shoulders are reversed. Illustration: Canoeing Stroke B. Something should also be said about double paddles, that is, paddles with two blades, one at each end, as their use is becoming more general every year. With the double paddle, a novice can handle a canoe head-on to a stiff wind, a feat which requires skill and experience with a single blade. The doubles give greater safety and more speed, and they develop chest, arm, and shoulder muscles not brought into play with a single blade. The double blade is not to be recommended to the exclusion of the single blade, but there are many times when there is an advantage in its use. Illustration: Canoeing Stroke C. In getting in or out of a canoe, it is especially necessary to step in the very center of the boat, and be careful never to lean on any object, such as the edge of a wharf, outside of the boat, for this disturbs your balance and may capsize the canoe. Especially in getting out, put down your paddle first, and then grasping the gunwale firmly in each hand, rise by putting your weight equally on both sides of the canoe. If your canoe should drift away sideways from the landing place, when you are trying to land, place the blade of your paddle flat upon the water in the direction of the wharf and gently draw the canoe up to the landing place with a slight sculling motion. When it is necessary to cross the waves in rough water, always try to cross them quartering, that is, at an oblique angle, but not at right angles. Crossing big waves at right angles is difficult and apt to strain a canoe, and getting lengthwise between the waves is dangerous. Always have more weight aft than in the bow, but when there is only one person in the canoe, it may be convenient to place a weight forward as a balance, but it should always be lighter than the weight aft. A skillful canoeman will paddle a light canoe even in a strong wind by kneeling at a point about 1/3 of the length from the stern. For the purpose of sailing in a canoe, the lateen rig is the safest, most easily handled, and the best all-round sailing outfit. For a 17-foot canoe, a sail having 40 square feet of surface is to be recommended, and in all except very high winds, this can be handled by one man. Illustration: Canoe with sail. The lateen sail is made in the form of an equilateral triangle, and two sides are fastened to spars which are connected at one end by a hinge or jaw. The mast, which should be set well forward, should be so long that when the sail is spread and the slanting upper spar is swung from the top of the mast, the lower spar will swing level about 6 to 8 inches above the gunwale and hang clear above all parts of the boat in going about. The sail is hoisted by a halyard attached at or a little above the center of the upper spar, then drawn through a block attached to the brace which holds the mast in position and thus to the cleats within easy reach of the sailor. The sheet line is fastened to the lower spar about 2 feet from the outer end, and when not held in the hand may be fastened to another cleat. Both halyard and sheet should at all times be kept clear so as to run easily and with knots about the cleats that can be instantly slipped. The lee board is a necessary attachment to the sailing outfit. It is made with 2 blades. About 3 feet long and 10 inches wide would furnish a good-sized surface in the water, one dropping on each side of the canoe and firmly supported by a bar fastened to the gunwale. The blades should be so rigged that when striking an object in the water, they will quickly release, causing no strain on the canoe. The lee board, like a centerboard, is of course intended to keep the canoe from sliding off when trying to beat up into the wind. When running free before the wind, the board should be raised. The general rules for sailing larger craft apply to the canoe. The paddle is used as a rudder and may be held by the sailor, but a better plan is to have 2 paddles, one over each side, made fast to the gunwale or the brace. The sailor can then grasp either one as he goes about, and there is no danger of losing the paddles overboard. In sailing, the sailor sits on the bottom, on the opposite side from the sail, except in a high wind, where he sits on the gunwale, where he can the better balance the sail and his weight. The combination of sail, lee boards, and the balancing weight of the sailor will render the canoe stiff and safe, with proper care, in any wind less than a gale. A crew may consist of 2 or 3 in a 17-foot canoe. The spars and mast of a sailing outfit should be of spruce or some other light but strong wood, while cedar or some non-splitting wood is best for the lee boards. Young canoeists will enjoy making their own sailing outfits, or a complete lateen rig as made by various canoe manufacturers can be purchased either directly from them or through almost any dealer. In case of an upset, the greatest mistake is to leave the boat. A capsized canoe will support at least 4 persons as long as they have strength to cling to it. A single man or boy, in case of upsetting beyond swimming distance to land, should stretch himself flat upon the bottom of the canoe, with arms and legs spread down over the tumble home toward the submerged gunwales. He can thus lie in safety for hours till help arrives. When 2 persons are upset, they should range themselves one on each side of the overturned boat, and with one hand grasping each other's wrists across the boat, use the other hand to cling to the keel or the gunwale. If the canoe should swamp, fill with water, and begin to sink, it should be turned over in the water. It is the air remaining under the inverted hull that gives the craft sufficient buoyancy to support weight. Never overload a canoe. In one of the ordinary size, about 17 feet in length, 3 persons should be the maximum number at any time, and remember never to change seats in a canoe when out of your depth. This diagram illustrates some of the angles formed by the boom and the keel line of the boat in different positions. Illustration: running free or before the wind. Illustration: wind abeam, port tack. Illustration: wind abeam, starboard tack. Illustration: pointing into the wind, port tack. Illustration: pointing into the wind, starboard tack. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Darby, May 2016, San Jose, California. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Section 24. Rowboats. There is a certain caution in the use of boats which you will always find among sailors and fishermen and all persons who are using them constantly. Such a person instinctively steps into the middle of the boat when getting in, and always sits in the middle of the thwart or seat. This is a matter of instinct with seafaring people, and so is the habit of never fooling in a boat. Only landlubbers will try to stand up in a small boat while in motion, and as for the man who rocks a boat for fun, he's like the man who didn't know the gun was loaded. Rowing. Rowboats are propelled either by rowing or by sculling, and rowing is either pulling or backing water. The usual way of rowing is to pull, and to do so you sit with your back to the bow and propel the boat by pulling the handles toward your body and so pressing the blades of the oars against the water toward the stern while pushing with your feet against a brace. In backing water, you reverse the action of the oars, pushing the handles away from your body and pressing the blades of the oars against the water toward the bow. Turning. To turn your boat to the right, when pulling, you row only with the left oar, or if you wish to make a sharp turn, pull with the left oar and back water with the right. To turn your boat to the left, the action of the oars is reversed. Feathering. To prevent the momentum of the boat from being checked by the wind blowing on the blades of the oars, the blades must be turned into a horizontal position as they leave the water. In pulling, this is done by turning the hands backward at the wrist, and in backing water, it is done by turning the hands forward at the wrist. Sculling. To scull is to propel a boat by a single oar at the stern. The boat must be provided with rowlock or a semicircular scoop in the stern, and the boat is propelled by working the oar at the stem obliquely from side to side. This is a convenient way of doing when you are working among boats in the water and have to go short distances without the necessity of speed. Steering. When rowing a boat without the use of a rudder, instead of constantly turning the head around to see where you are going, it is convenient to fix upon some object in the landscape on an imaginary line with the middle of the stern and the middle of the bow. You can then keep your boat approximately in the right position without the trouble of turning your head by keeping the object selected on a line with the middle of the sternboard. Coming alongside. When coming alongside of a boat or wharf, always approach on the leeward side or that opposite from which the wind is blowing, and come up so that the boat will be headed into the wind and waves. Stop rowing at a convenient distance from the landing place and come up with gentle headway. Then take in the oar nearest the landing and, if necessary, back water with the other oar. Keeping stroke. When two or more are rowing together, the length and speed of the stroke are set by the man sitting nearest the stern. Rough weather. Always try to row as nearly as possible into the waves at right angles. In this way you are likely to ship less water and to avoid capsizing. Going ashore. When going ashore, always leave your oars lying flat on the thwarts on either side of your boat. The salute. To salute a passing vessel or boat, hold the oars up at right angles with the water. Every rowboat should be provided with a rough sponge and a tin dipper to be used in bailing out the water. Always bail out the water after a rain and keep your boat clean and tidy. The most convenient kind of a boat to learn to sail in is a catboat, which is a boat with a single fore and aft sail held in place by a boom at the bottom and a gaff at the top. To understand the principle of sailing, we must realize that a sailboat without the use of a rudder acts in the water and wind very much the way a weather vane acts in the air. The bow of the boat naturally turns toward the wind, thus relieving the sail of all pressure and keeping it shaking. But if, by keeping the main sheet in your hand, you hold the sail in a fixed position, and at the same time draw the tiller away from the sail, it will gradually fill with air beginning at the hoist or mast end of the sail and impel the boat in the direction in which you are steering. Given a certain direction in which you want to travel, the problem is, by letting out or hauling in your main sheet, to keep the sail as nearly as possible at right angles with the direction of the wind. We must remember also that while the sail must be kept full, it should not be kept more than full. That is, its position must be such that by the least push of the tiller toward the sail will begin to shake at the hoist. It is even desirable in a strong wind, and especially for beginners, to always let the sail, close to the mast, shake a little without losing too much pressure. When you are sailing with the wind coming over the boat from its port side, you are sailing on the port tack. And when you are sailing with the wind coming across the boat on its starboard side, you are sailing on the starboard tack. The port side of the boat is the left-hand side as you face the bow while standing on board, and the starboard side is the right-hand side. An easy way of remembering this is by recalling the sentence, "Jack left port." Direction of wind. Of course, you will see that if you should forget which way the wind is blowing, you could not possibly know the right position for your sail, and this is one of the first requirements for a beginner. It is quite easy to become confused with regard to the direction of the wind, and therefore every boat should be provided with a small flag or fly at its masthead, and you should keep watching it at every turn of the boat until the habit has become instinctive. It is convenient to remember that the fly should always point as nearly as possible to the end of the gaff, except when you are sailing free or before the wind. Close to wind. Sailing with the boat pointing as nearly as possible against the wind is called sailing close to the wind. When you have turned your bow to the right or left so that the wind strikes both boat and sail at right angles, you are sailing with the wind abeam. As you let out your sheet so that the boom makes a larger angle with an imaginary line running from the mast to the middle of the stern, you are sailing off the wind. And when your sail stands at right angles to this same line, you are sailing free or before the wind. Before the wind. Sailing free or before the wind is an extreme opposite of sailing close-hauled or on the wind, and the wind is blowing behind your back instead of approaching the sail from the direction of the mast. If you are sailing free on the port tack, with the boom at right angles to the mast on the starboard side, and you should steer your boat sufficiently to starboard, the wind would strike the sail at its outer edge or leach and throw the sail and boom violently over to the port side of the mast. This is called jibing and is a very dangerous thing. It should be carefully guarded against whenever sailing before the wind. Reefing. If you find that the wind is too strong for your boat and that you are carrying too much sail, you can let her come up into the wind and take in 1 or 2 reefs. This is done by letting out both the throat and peak halyards enough to give sufficient slack of sail, then by hauling the sail out toward the end of the boom, and afterward by rolling the sail up and tying the points under and around it, but not around the boom. Always use a square or reef knot in tying your reef points. In case of a squall or a strong puff of wind, remember that you can always ease the pressure on your sail by turning the bow into the wind, and if for any reason you wish to shorten suddenly, you can drop your peak by loosening the peak halyards. Ready about. Before going about, or turning your bow so that the wind will strike the other side of the sail at its mast end, the man at the helm should always give the warning by singing out the words, "Ready about!" Going about is just the opposite of jibing. Right of way. When 2 boats approach each other in opposite directions, close-hauled, the boat on the starboard tack has the right of way and should continue her course. The responsibility of avoiding a collision rests with the boat sailing on the port tack, but a boat running before the wind must always give way to a boat close-hauled. When sailing through high waves, always try as far as possible to head into them directly at right angles. Always steer as steadily as possible. If you are careful to keep the boat on her course and do not let your mind wander, only a slight motion of the tiller from side to side will be necessary. Flying the flag. While the fly, or pennant, is carried at the top of the mast, the flag is carried at the peak or upper corner of the sail at the end of the gaff. The salute consists of tipping or slightly lowering the flag and raising it again into position. End of section 24. Recording by Brian Darby.
Section 25 of the Boy Scouts Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boy Scouts Handbook by the Boy Scouts of America. Tracks, Trailing, and Signaling, Part 1. By Ernest Thompson Seton, Chief Scout. I wish I could go west and join the Indians so that I would have no lessons to learn, said an unhappy small boy who could discover no atom of sense or purpose in any one of the 3 R's. You never made a greater mistake, said the scribe, for the young Indians have many hard lessons from their earliest day, hard lessons and hard punishments. With them the dread penalty of failure is go hungry till you win, and no harder task have they than their reading lesson. Not 26 characters are there to be learned in this exercise, but 1,000. Not clear straight print, are they, but dim, washed out, crooked traces, not indoors on comfortable chairs with a patient teacher always near, but out in the forest, often alone and in every kind of weather, they slowly decipher the letters and read sentences of the oldest writing on earth, a style so old that the hieroglyphs of Egypt, the cylinders of Nippur, and the drawings of the cavemen are as things of today in comparison, the one universal script, the tracks in the dust, mud, or snow. These are the inscriptions that every hunter must learn to read infallibly, and be they strong or faint, straight or crooked, simple or overwritten with many a puzzling diverse phrase, he must decipher and follow them swiftly, unerringly, if there is to be a successful ending to the hunt which provides his daily food. This is the reading lesson of the young Indians, and it is a style that will never become out of date. The naturalist also must acquire some measure of proficiency in the ancient art. Its usefulness is unending to the student of wild life. Without it he should know little of the people of the wood. There are still many wild animals. It is a remarkable fact that there are always more wild animals about than any but the expert has an idea of. For example, there are within 20 miles of New York City fully 50 different kinds, not counting birds, reptiles, or fishes, 1/4 of which at least are abundant. Or more particularly within the limits of Greater New York, there are at least a dozen species of wild beasts, half of which are quite common. Then how is it we never see any? Is the first question of the incredulous. The answer is, long ago the beasts learned the dire lesson. Man is our worst enemy, shun him at any price. And the simplest way to do this is to come out only at night. Man is a daytime creature, he is blind in the soft half-light that most beasts prefer. While many animals have always limited their activity to the hours of twilight and gloom, there are not a few that moved about in daytime, but have given up that portion of their working day in order to avoid the arch-enemy. Thus they can flourish under our noses and eat at our tables without our knowledge or consent. They come and go at will, and the world knows nothing of them. Their presence might long go unsuspected, but for one thing, well known to the hunter, the trapper, and the naturalist. Wherever the wild 4-foot goes, it leaves behind a record of its visit, its name, the direction whence it came, the time, the thing it did or tried to do, with the time and the direction of departure. These it puts down in the ancient script. Each of these dotted lines, called the trail, is a wonderful unfinished record of the creature's life during the time it made the same, and it needs only the patient work of the naturalist to decipher that record and from it learn much about the animal that made it, without that animal ever having been seen. Savages are more skillful at it than civilized folk, because tracking is their serious lifelong pursuit, and they do not injure their eyes with books. Intelligence is important here as elsewhere, yet it is a remarkable fact that the lowest race of mankind, the Australian blacks, are reputed to be by far the best trackers. Not only are their eyes and attention developed and disciplined, but they have retained much of the scent power that civilized man has lost, and can follow a fresh track partly at least by smell. It is hard to overvalue the powers of the clever tracker. To him the trail of each animal is not a mere series of similar footprints. It is an accurate account of the creature's life, habit, changing whims and emotions during the portion of life whose record is in view. These are indeed autobiographical chapters, and differ from other autobiographies in this: they cannot tell a lie. We may get wrong information from them, but it is our fault if we do. We misread the document that cannot falsify. When to learn tracking? The ideal time for tracking, and almost the only time for most folk, is when the ground is white. After the first snow, the student walks forth and begins at once to realize the wonders of the trail. A score of creatures of whose existence maybe he did not know are now revealed about him, and the reading of their autographs becomes easy. It is when the snow is on the ground, indeed, that we take our 4-foot census of the woods. How often we learn with surprise from the telltale white that a fox was around our henhouse last night, a mink is living even now under the woodpile, and a deer, yes, there is no mistaking its sharp-pointed, unsheep-like footprint, has wandered into our woods from the farther wilds. Never lose the chance of the first snow if you wish to become a trailer. Nevertheless, remember that the first morning after a night's snowfall is not so good as the second. Most creatures lie up during the storm. The snow hides the tracks of those that do go forth, and some actually go into a cold sleep for a day or two after a heavy downfall. But a calm, mild night following a storm is sure to offer abundant and ideal opportunity for beginning the study of the trail. How to learn? Here are some of the important facts to keep in view when you set forth to master the rudiments. First, no two animals leave the same trail, not only each kind, but each individual, and each individual, at each stage of its life, leaves a trail as distinctive as the creature's appearance, and it is obvious that in that they differ among themselves just as we do, because the young know their mothers, the mothers know their young, and the old ones know their mates, when scent is clearly out of the question. Another simple evidence of this is the well-known fact that no two human beings have the same thumb mark. All living creatures have corresponding peculiarities, and all use these parts in making the trail. Second, the trail was begun at the birthplace of that creature and ends only at its death place. It may be recorded in visible track or perceptible odor. It may last but a few hours, and may be too faint even for an expert with present equipment to follow, but evidently the trail is made wherever the creature journeys afoot. Third, it varies with every important change of impulse, action, or emotion. Fourth, when we find a trail, we may rest assured that, if living, the creature that made it is at the other end. And if one can follow, it is only a question of time before coming up with that animal. And be sure of its direction before setting out. Many a novice has lost much time by going backward on the trail. Fifth, in studying trails, one must always keep probabilities in mind. Sometimes one kind of track looks much like another. Then the question is, which is the likeliest in this place? If I saw a jaguar track in India, I should know it was made by a leopard. If I found a leopard in Colorado, I should be sure I had found the mark of a cougar or mountain lion. A wolf track on Broadway would doubtless be the doing of a very large dog, and a St. Bernard's footmark in the Rockies, 20 miles from anywhere, would most likely turn out to be the happen-so imprint of a grey wolf's foot. To be sure of the marks, then, one should know all the animals that belong to the neighbourhood. These facts are well known to every hunter. Most savages are hunters, and one of the early lessons of the Indian boy is to know the tracks of the different beasts about him. These are the letters of the old writing. A first try. Let us go forth into the woods in one of the northeastern states, when there is a good tracking snow, and learn a few of these letters of the wood alphabet. 2 at least are sure to be seen, the track of the blarina and of the deer mouse. They are shown on the same scale in figures 1 and 2, page 198. In figure 3 is the track of the meadow mouse. It is not unlike that of the blarina, because it walks, being a ground animal, while the deer mouse more often bounds. The delicate lace traceries of the masked shrew, shown in figure 4, are almost invisible unless the sun be low. They are difficult to draw and impossible to photograph or cast satisfactorily, but the sketch gives enough to recognize them by. The meadow mouse belongs to the rank grass in the lowland near the brook, and passing it toward the open running water, we may see the curious track of the muskrat. Its 5-toed hindfoot, its 4-toed front foot, and its long-keeled tail are plainly on record. When he goes slowly, the tail mark is nearly straight. When he goes fast, it is wavy in proportion to his pace. Page 193. The muskrat is a valiant beast. He never dies without fighting to the last, but he is in dread of another brookland creature whose tail is here, the mink. Individual tracks of this animal are shown in number 1, page 161. Here he was bounding. The 4 feet are together, the hind feet track ahead, and tail mark shows, and but 4 toes in each track, though the creature has 5 on each foot. He is a dreaded enemy of poor Molly Cottontail, and more than once I have seen the records of his relentless pursuit. One of these fits in admirably as an illustration of our present study. A story of the trail. It was the winter of 1900. I was standing with my brother, a businessman, on Goat Island, Niagara, when he remarked, "How is it? You and I have been in the same parts of America for 20 years, yet I never see any of the curious sides of animal life that you are continually coming across." "Largely because you do not study tracks," was the reply. "Look at your feet now. There is a whole history to be read." "I see some marks," he replied, "that might have been made by some animal." "That is the track of a cottontail," was the answer. "Now let us read the chapter of his life. See, he went in a general straight course as though making some well-known haunt. His easy pace, with 8 or 10 inches between each set of tracks, show unalarm. But see here, joining on is something else." "So there is, another cottontail." "Not at all. This new track is smaller. The 4 feet are more or less paired, showing that the creature can climb a tree. There is a suggestion of toe pads, and there is a mark telling evidently of a long tail. These things combined with the size and the place identify it clearly. This is the trail of a mink. See, he has also found the rabbit track, and finding it fresh he followed it. His bounds are lengthened now, but the rabbit's are not, showing that the latter was unconscious of the pursuit. After 100 yards, the double trail led us to a great pile of wood, and into this both went. Having followed his game into dense cover, the trailer's first business was to make sure that it did not go out on the other side. We went carefully around the pile. There were no tracks leading out. "Now," I said, "if you will take the trouble to move that woodpile, you will find in it the remains of the rabbit half devoured and the mink himself. At this moment he is no doubt curled up asleep." As the pile was large and the conclusion more or less self-evident, my brother was content to accept my reading of the episode. End of section 25.